Welcome to Chinese Novel Audio Wave. Chapter 251, Entering the Forbidden Area for the First Time. After fulfilling Ji Ping's last wish, Su Yuan and Situ King Ian went back home directly. Situ King Ian still has a lot of things to be busy with, and Su Yuan is going to the ancient forbidden area. This time I went to Zhengzhou, I suddenly felt that my thoughts were clearer. Situ King Ian smiled. When Su Yuan heard this, he felt somewhat similar. Situ King Ian looked at Su Yuan with bright eyes and suddenly said, I feel like everything becomes easier when I am with you. Su Yuan shook his head and said, in the end, your encouragement to him is more important. I can feel that he seemed to be quite touched. As for me, except for taking out a blue card, it didn't have any effect. Hehe, it cost you money. Situ King Ian smiled sheepishly, if you want to maintain or build a star device in the future, it's free. Su Yuan smiled and said, in this case, it will be worth the blood. After taking a look at the time, Su Yuan said, you go back first, I have to change planes and leave. Situ King Ian nodded, although I don't know where you are going, be careful on the road. Okay, I also wish you good luck. The two said goodbye and Su Yuan went to the waiting room. Situ King Ian watched Su Yuan walking further and further away, silently putting her hands on her heart. I hope you have a safe journey. In the northeastern section of the Hengduan Mountains, two giant frost dragons with an astonishing aura were flying high over the mountains. And below, two terrifying hellfires and 10 ferocious and huge bone wolves were spreading out in the forest to hunt star beasts. Su Yuan was sitting on the back of one of the giant frost dragons, controlling the dragon to bombard the star beast below. 2 days have passed since Su Yuan returned to the Hengduan Mountains. The many star beasts that had become sparsely distributed due to his large-scale hunting last time have already fully recovered at this moment. So Su Yuan summoned many summons and swept them all the way. The biggest advantage of summoning beasts is that they work for free. Now, as Su Yuan has advanced to the gold level, all the summoned beasts have also reached the gold level. Among them, the Frost Dragon and Hellfire have all advanced to the gold intermediate level, while the Hellfire Steel Bone Wolf has all reached the gold primary level. Such a force, if it hadn't happened to encounter a star beast that had just broken through the Glory Star, otherwise it would have almost walked sideways in the Hengduan Mountains. However, it can also be seen from this that the upper limit of the green card summoned by Stygian Wolf has almost reached. Even if the level can keep up, after he reaches the Glory Star level, as an elite quality summon, the combat power of the Hellfire Steel Wolf cannot keep up. Although this card is a green card, it has already played a big role in his earlier adventures and even in his current hunt for Stardust. Even if he doesn't play a key role in providing help in times of need and deciding the situation, he has actually done a lot of hard work for himself. In about half a day, we should be able to cross the Hengduan Mountains and completely enter the ancient forbidden territory. Su Yuan raised his head and looked into the distance, his eyes revealing his thoughts. Suddenly, there seemed to be a wave of fluctuations in the beast controlling space in the sea of consciousness. Oh, are you awake? Su Yuan's heart moved slightly. Pfft. Soon, the sound of Ruan Ruan wanting to come out came from the beast control space. Su Yuan launched the summoning technique, and with a faint fluctuation of star power, a blue spherical creature fell out of it. Jiji. The sudden strong wind blew on her body, which immediately frightened Ruan Ruan. The small body was almost blown down on the spot, but luckily Su Yuan grabbed him and held him in front of him. Cover it too. Su Yuan ordered. The giant frost dragon beneath him roared, and immediately wrapped Ruan Ruan with the star power that spread out to block the wind. Puff, chi, chi. Although the strong wind was isolated, Ruan Ruan was still high up in the sky, looking around and looking down. Her face was still filled with fear. She involuntarily shrank her body back into Su Yuan's arms, and then she breathed a sigh of relief. Seeing this, Su Yuan couldn't help but smile softly. This little thing is quite interesting. Rubbing his soft head, Su Yuan asked, has the swallowing been successful, has the realm been raised to the silver level? Pft, yes. Ruan immediately straightened her fat waist when talking about practicing. Good. Su Yuan nodded, which was pretty much what he expected. If 10 complete source beads can make the resurrected Demon King reach the gold limit or shining star level, the energy in one source bead should be able to push Ruan from bronze level to silver level. As for the specific changes, just take a look at the panel to know. Su Yuan thought and opened the soft panel. Beast Control, Ruan, Emperor level Reincarnator. Rule, Devour, Breath Gathering, Energy Devouring, Plundering. Level, Silver Intermediate. Quality, Master. Race, Slime. Attribute, Water. 6 dimensions, Strength D, Agility D, Defense D, Constitution D, Spirit D, Star Power C. Skills, Gigantization, Blue Proficiency, 0/400, Regeneration, Blue Beginner, 0/200, Transformation, Blue Beginner, 0/200. Additional skills, 3 heads and 6 arms, Purple Mastery, Water Ice Prison, Blue Mastery, Torrent Spear, Green Mastery. Su Yuan's eyes fell on the extra skill at the end, and his eyes couldn't help but condense slightly. Epic skill, 3 heads and 6 arms. Sure enough, the energy in these 10 beads is second to none, and the most important thing is the strange mark on the beads. It is thought that these marks were specially sealed in them by the Demon Emperor using secret methods after selecting them for his resurrection. Since the bead I got is an epic skill, then the other 9 beads are all epic skills as expected. A total of 10 epic skills. And how can the epic skills that can be carefully selected by the Demon King be ordinary epic skills? For example, these 3 heads and 6 arms are not simple at first sight. If Su Yuan remembers correctly, the Tongbei monkey among the 4 demon monkeys can use this move to be extremely domineering in a head-on fight. But now that I'm reincarnated as a slime, I have no head or arms. How can I use 3 heads and 6 arms? Su Yuan squeezed the softness in his arms and thought secretly. Is it through the transformation skill? Shaking his head, Su Yuan ignored the matter for the time being. Anyway, he had no intention of letting it go to fight. Even if it is upgraded to the silver intermediate level, the current softness is still too weak. Be a mascot first, then a support person. If you want to be on your own, wait until you grow up. A few hours later, Su Yuan rode the frost dragon through the Hongduan mountains and came to a rift valley with a line of sky. This rift valley is extremely steep, and there is a solid gold and silver brilliance flowing below, making it impossible to see the situation below. From the 2 colors of gold and silver, you can faintly feel 2 supreme auras that make it difficult to raise the slightest thought of resistance. One of them is fierce and powerful, and the other is extremely domineering. We've finally arrived, the Forbidden Line. Su Yuan looked at the sky with a hint of wonder in his eyes. This one-line sky rift valley is called Forbidden Line. It was first painted by a certain emperor who practiced swordsmanship in Dian. It is said that at that time, the Emperor of Great Yan negotiated an agreement with the overlord of the ancient Forbidden Area. After setting the boundaries of the ancient Forbidden Area, the Emperor used the ground as paper and the sword as pen, thousands of miles away, on the spot. Then he used his flying sword to cut out the forbidden line that separated things. All star beasts above the shining star can only enter, but not exit. Any star beast that dares to disobey will be obliterated by the sword intent within the forbidden line. Later, in order to prevent the star beasts in the ancient forbidden area from being accidentally killed by the forbidden sword, a certain overlord of the ancient forbidden area added an edict to it. All star beasts above the shining star will be warned by an order in advance when approaching the forbidden line. If you ignore the edict and try to cross the forbidden line without getting permission, you will be killed by the sword intent and the edict from the forbidden line. The 2 emperor-level attacks are superimposed. It is impossible for people below the burning sun to resist, and even the king-level ones cannot hold on for too long. Although countless years have passed, the sword intent and edicts within this forbidden line have hardly weakened. The reason is very simple. Even Su Yuan's mastery-level breathing, in addition to Star Spring, already has the effect of Eternal Solid, which greatly enhances the concentration of star power. And the Emperor level can achieve permanent star power in the true sense, even eternal star power. The star power released will not fade with the years. Even if it lingers for thousands of years, it will still be as powerful as ever. Su Yuan took a few glances and prepared to fly the frost dragon over. Ho, ho ho! The giant frost dragon beneath him let out deep roars. After struggling for several meters, it finally dared not take another step closer. Is it instinctive fear? Through the summoning contract, Su Yuan quickly felt the fear of the frost dragon. According to the rules, the frost dragon is only gold level, and it still enters from the outside, and is not within the killing range of the forbidden line. But the frost dragon is still full of strong fear of this forbidden line. On the contrary, Su Yuan's arms were soft and his expression was as usual, as if he didn't feel anything. Because over the years, Forbidden Line has actually killed countless star beasts, including the Demon King. Su Yuan stood up and automatically jumped onto Su Yuan's shoulder. Su Yuan did not force the frost dragon and ordered it to land on the ground, then opened the hell summoning portal. Go back! Ho ho ho! The giant frost dragon roared again, then vibrated its wings and flew back to the gate of hell. Su Yuan lowered his head and looked down at the rift valley filled with silver sword intent and golden orders. His eyes lit up with silver light, but he couldn't teleport at all. Obviously, even the displacement skills are prohibited in the forbidden line. Then just fly over honestly. Su Yuan shook his head, and immediately deployed the weight of the Yuan magnetic force and flew forward. Soon, he felt that there seemed to be a chi machine faintly locking on him from below. Fortunately, Su Yuan had some understanding in advance and was relatively calm. He flew forward and crossed the forbidden line without any danger. Then, an ancient aura that was completely different from the dangerous area in the wild hit him. Before Su Yuan could feel it carefully, several hostile auras came from the front. Chapter 252, Burning Ember Ridge. Roar! With a roar, the two gold-level star beasts of Topaz Stone Ox and Wujian Ape not far away from the forbidden line, as well as some silver-level star beasts, all discovered Su Yuan who had crossed the line, and roared and surrounded him. And in mid-air, a red-eyed bird hovering above also let out a loud cry, then spread its wings, and with the flow of fire, it launched the blue fire skill, blazing sky soaring directly towards Su Yuan. The fire surged, and the orange-red flames like a huge firebird suddenly streaked across the sky and swooped towards Su Yuan. Su Yuan looked as usual, raised his hand and pointed, Duan Kong. Star power flashed between his fingers, and a huge wall of space suddenly stood up in front of him, blocking the huge firebird that came with the raging flames. Bang! The huge firebird hit the wall of the sky and exploded with a bang. The raging orange-red flames spread to the left and right of the wall of the sky, burning all the vegetation in its path. Pfft! Even though there was Duan Kong in front of him, blocking the attack of Lai and Tianxiang, the huge explosion just a few meters away still frightened Ruan so much that he shrank back. After a while, the flames dissipated, leaving the wall of the sky intact. Some of the star beasts in the ancient forbidden area are really hostile to the humans coming in from the outside. Su Yuan turned over his hand and took out the Fenqi knife, looked at the many star beasts rushing towards him headed by the Topaz Stone Ox, and shook his head slightly. Even in a dangerous area, if they are not very close or have invaded the opponent's territory, the general star beast is not very willing to attack. But at this moment, whether it was the red-eyed bird in the sky or the various star beasts such as the citron stone bull on the ground, when they realized that Su Yuan had entered the ancient forbidden area, they all attacked together without saying a word. At this moment, the gold-level Topaz Stone Ox and Wujian Ape had already rushed towards Su Yuan. Su Yuan raised his hand and swung out two swords, and two dark threads suddenly opened on the two beasts. The two star beasts felt the extremely dangerous aura from them, their expressions suddenly changed, and they suddenly kicked to the side to dodge. Ouch! Blood and water splashed, and the two star beasts were unable to dodge and were slashed by the boundary line. Wujian ape was cut into two pieces and died tragically on the spot. The gold-level topaz stone cow opened its topaz stone scales at the critical moment. Even so, a huge wound was still torn open, and it rolled out with blood flying, and fell to the ground. After being promoted to the gold level, Su Yuan's star power increased dramatically, and he could easily kill ordinary gold-level star beasts even without using the burning sun technique. What's more, the topaz stone ox and the black gold ape are just elite quality star beasts. Su Yuan looked up and saw that the only red-eyed bird in the air was the gold-level master star beast. At this time, one of the topaz stone cattle and the black gold ape was dead and the other was seriously injured. The many silver star beasts following the two beasts saw that they dared to continue coming and fled on the spot. As soon as Su Yuan raised his hand, 12 sky locks appeared from the void in all directions, sealing the surrounding area in an instant, giving no chance for many star beasts to escape. But the red-eyed bird in mid-air failed to hit the target, and suddenly a rich firelight flickered in its ruby-like red eyes. Chirp! The red-eyed bird screamed loudly, and the blue skill fire from the sky with super-penetrating lethality was about to be condensed and lowered directly above Su Yuan's head. But at this time, the red-eyed dank suddenly felt the sun above his head dim. But a big silver hand more than 10 feet wide has appeared above the red-eyed elixir at some point. The power of the space in the palm is constantly collapsing and reorganizing. It has extremely powerful and amazing power at a glance. Chirp! The red-eyed dank was so horrified that he quickly flapped his wings and flew away from the big silver hand without even bothering to release his skills. But no matter how it flew, it seemed to be trapped by an invisible cage, unable to fly out of the palm of the big silver hand. Choo choo choo! The red-eyed sparrow became more and more panicked, scurrying around like a headless fly, and kept making frightened calls. Puff! The big silver hands clenched mercilessly, and with a sound that sounded like a water balloon being crushed, the noisy cry of the red-eyed sparrow suddenly stopped. This fire sparrow is really noisy. Su Yuan looked up at the piece of bloody mud sprinkled in the air, and shook the blood on Fengqi's knife. And around Su Yuan, the remaining dozen or so silver star beasts had all turned into corpses in the blink of an eye. As for the topaz stone cow that was severely injured and fell to the ground, a hole was opened in the Tianling cap with a knife, and there was no sound again. Ruan didn't feel much about the killing of these star beasts. She had already followed Su Yuan and absorbed all the star cores into her body, and handed them all over to Su Yuan. Ruan can swallow these star cores, so he naturally knows that these are good things. Well done! Su Yuan nodded, took out the star cores of the topaz stone ox and the Wujian ape and threw them to it. Skills are not considered, improve your realm first. The star core of the master quality vermilion-eyed dank can be used to extract blue star cards, which are quite valuable. Although the star cores of topaz stone ox and Wujian ape can only extract green cards, the powerful energy contained in them is just enough for Ruan to devour. Puff! Ruan happily swallowed the star core, nodded, and then jumped back to Su Yuan's shoulder. Su Yuan felt the bloody aura emanating from the scene, and immediately started teleportation, rushing towards the depths of the ancient forbidden area along the northeast direction. The location marked by the teacher is considered to be in the early stage of the ancient forbidden area, and it is not too deep. Otherwise, it would be impossible to obtain the immortal evil fire now. As Su Yuan moved forward, he took out the map given by Yang Yifeng and looked at it carefully again. The ancient forbidden area is so vast that there is no end to the east, and it may even be larger than the great Yan kingdom. Moreover, in addition to the vast tracts of wild mountainous areas in the ancient forbidden territory, various elements inside are extremely active, including volcanoes, ice fields, Rhine forests, gobi, All kinds of landforms. The biggest difference from the star beasts in dangerous areas in the wild is that in the ancient forbidden area, in addition to the star beasts that survive alone, there are also many ethnic groups and star beast forces distributed. After advancing to the shining star, the star beasts will evolve for the second time, and their wisdom will generally increase greatly, and some can even transform into human forms. Therefore, star beasts above the shining star level are also called monster beasts. As long as there is one monster beast, it has the capital to win over other star beasts to establish a group or stand on its own. Especially in the early stages of the ancient forbidden territory, most of the star beasts were still at the lower third level, and the monster beasts with shining star levels were already relatively powerful. The location of the immortal evil fire marked by Yang Yifeng is in the early part of the ancient forbidden area, in a place called Burn Ember Ridge deeper in the north. According to the information I found, there is a demonic beast force in Burning Ember Ridge. We have to go and see what the specific situation is. Although the ancient forbidden area is dangerous, as long as there is interest, no matter how dangerous it is, there will be people there. What's more, it's a place like the ancient forbidden territory, which has many unique heavenly materials, earthly treasures and rare star beasts. In addition to secret realms, various dangerous areas are almost the main source of resources for high-level star card masters. The ancient forbidden areas are also invaded by human star card masters from time to time, and naturally there is information. So after Su Yuan learned the information about the divine fire from Yang Yifeng, he checked a lot of information in the library and purchased a piece of information about the first stage of the forbidden area from the Demon City Star Card Master Association. After all, Yang Yifeng is a scorching sun level person. As long as he is not unlucky enough to encounter the scorching sun demon or the demon king, he can almost come and go freely in the early stages of the ancient forbidden territory, and he does not pay attention to the monster forces in these early stages of the forbidden territory. But Su Yuan was different. He was just a beginner at the gold level, so it would be quite troublesome to encounter any shining star monster. So of course you have to be careful. Su Yuan raised his head and looked forward, the delicate lines in his eyes like the leaves of the world quickly lit up, and he used his far-sighted ability to see the world and look into the distance. Using space as his tentacles and eyeliner, Su Yuan's vision seemed to leave him, spreading to 1,000 meters, 2,000 meters, 5,000 meters, 10,000 meters. After a while, Su Yuan withdrew his gaze. As expected of the ancient forbidden area, there are rare gold-level star beasts in the Hengduan Mountains. There are 6 or 7 of them within just 10 kilometers here. Fortunately, there are no monsters that have reached the dazzling star level. Su Yuan nodded, dissipating the silver light in his eyes, and then looked at Ruan on his shoulder. Ruan, cover up my breath. Pfft! Ruan responded. As the power of devouring covered Su Yuan's body, the aura on his body was almost completely covered. Coupled with the breath-condensing effect brought by his breathing, even if he didn't use the star power extensively, it would be difficult to detect even the shining stars. With Ruan here, this trip may be smoother than expected. Su Yuan glanced at the soft figure on his shoulder again, and then jumped into the depths. In the blink of an eye, more than 10 days passed, and we were on a mountain peak with dense vegetation. Su Yuan cut out the star core from a gold-level elite star beast that had just died on the ground, threw it to Ruan to devour, and then walked to the top of the peak in a few steps and looked forward. There are thousands of ravines and crisscrossing canines, and the entire area is shrouded in a layer of faint black mist, making it difficult to see clearly. In fact, this is not mist, but the unique energy here in Burning Ember Ridge. To be precise, it should be black ash. Fenjin Ridge is finally here. Su Yuan was cautious along the way, and combined with his omniscient far-sightedness and his own breathing control, there were no accidents. Su Yuan himself did not hunt star beasts to earn stardust. After all, the most important thing about this trip is the divine fire. First, get the divine fire into your hands honestly and don't make too much noise to attract others' attention. Only some gold-level star beasts encountered on the way were killed by Su Yuan, took out the star cores and fed them to Ruan. Now, after devouring many gold-level star cores, Ruan's realm has reached the high-level silver level, only one step away from the gold level. The reason why it improved so quickly was that, in addition to the plug-like devouring law and a large number of gold-level star cores, the power of the contract also played a big role. The top-notch Enlightenment talisman coupled with Su Yuan's spiritual aptitude directly opened up a third-level beast control space. The third-level beast control space corresponds to the gold level. According to the power of the beast controlling contract, when the beast controlling realm is lower than the beast controlling space, the beast controlling space will allow the beast controlling space to grow with twice the result with half the effort. When the realm of the beast master is higher than the level of the beast master space, the beast master space will in turn limit the growth of the beast master. With the blessing of various buffs, Ruan's strength can soar like a rocket. Su Yuan rested on the spot for a while, and then stood up after adjusting his physical strength, star power and spirit to perfection. Then let's go! PFFTCHTCHTT. Although Ruan didn't know what Su Yuan was going to do, she still energetically agreed loudly. One person and one ball, they headed straight for the black and ash-covered burning ember ridge ahead. Chapter 253 Exploration, Discovery. To the west of Burning Ember Ridge, on a low slope, Su Yuan stepped forward and truly entered the range of Burning Ember Ridge. The ashes-like black energy around it seems to be able to increase the activity of the star power in the body. Su Yuan's sense of star power was so keen that even though the black ash at the edge of Burning Ember Ridge was very sparse, he immediately felt that the star power in his body was a little more active than before. Star power is more active and flows faster, so it will naturally be faster to refine the star power of heaven and earth. But this kind of energy is relatively fiery. The current concentration is nothing. If the concentration is too high, I'm afraid you will get burned. Su Yuan gathered his breath and moved forward while thinking about it. The map drawn by Yang Yifeng was relatively abstract. Although it pointed to a general area, it was not that precise. However, Su Yuan guessed that the unique black ash-like energy on Burning Ember Mountain might be related to the immortal evil fire. Although according to the teacher, the formation of the immortal evil fire did not take long, these black ashes are things that have always existed before the immortal evil fire. However, it is very likely that the two have the same origin. In other words, the immortal evil fire is the product of the evolution, sublimation, and transformation of this black ashes. To give birth to divine fire, it must have extremely amazing energy. Such thin black ash alone is not enough. If the two are really from the same source, then where the immortal evil fire is, there must be a massive and ultra-high concentration of this grey ash. So I just need to look for places with a higher concentration of black ash. Su Yuan raised his head and looked into the distance, thinking, although it looks like this, the concentration of ash in the depths of Burning Ember Ridge is higher than at the edge. It's a lot, but it's probably far from enough to breed divine fire. Su Yuan frowned slightly. If he wanted to give birth to a rare treasure like divine fire, the right time, right place, energy, opportunity, etc. were all indispensable. If the teacher hadn't said that the immortal evil fire existed here, Su Yuan would never have thought that there was a divine fire here. Not only Su Yuan, but others may also find it difficult to detect. When the divine fire is born, it is earth-shattering and the heavenly presence comes. Although there is this kind of ash energy here, there are so many areas with all kinds of strange energy on Helan Star that this is nothing at all. Maybe for the lower 3 levels and even the shining level, these ash energy can play an auxiliary effect in cultivation, but for the Huiyu and Burning Sun level monsters, this auxiliary effect is insignificant. It's useless to think too much. Let's look for places with higher concentrations first. Su Yuan looked at Ruan and warned, Ruan, turn into a bracelet. Be more vigilant from now on. If you have anything to say, use your mind to communicate. Pfft, okay. Seeing that Su Yuan's expression became more solemn, Ruan knew that the adventure was about to begin. She responded excitedly and then turned into a blue bracelet and wrapped it around Su Yuan's left hand. Su Yuan thought and immediately moved forward carefully. Somewhere within Burning Ember Ridge, there was a closed space that looked like a cave. A young man with a pale face and long black hair, as if he was malnourished, was walking slowly forward. Suddenly, the young man seemed to notice something. "Are you here again?" The long-haired young man grinned and turned to look at the fork in the distance. Not long after, there was a sound like a huge wave coming closer and closer. However, what came over was not a wave, but a dark and dazzling wave of ashes that was almost condensing into a solid body. Moreover, these black ashes are different from the outside world. Every bit of ashes emits bright black light, like black stars in this dark place, and the energy concentrated in it is 100 times more than the outside world. Such a terrifying energy aggregate, once it hits a person, can burn even a gold-level person into flying ash in the blink of an eye. However, the long-haired young man looked as usual. Instead of evading, he opened his arms as if to welcome him. The tide of ashes was not going to be polite to him, and it roared past him. As the wave of ashes hit his body, through the exposed skin of the long-haired young man, he could faintly see that there seemed to be some red line-like lines on his body, and a strange power immediately filled his body. After a moment, the wave of ashes all passed by, and the long-haired young man turned around. There was no injury at all on his body, and even the clothes on his body were not damaged at all. What a special fire energy! The long-haired young man turned around and looked at the black torrent, with a hint of interest in his eyes. This time it is a bit stronger. Is it gold level? As soon as he finished speaking, a roar suddenly came from the black and grey torrent, and then it condensed into a sturdy purple-eyed bull. This purple-eyed bull was completely covered in pitch black, and even in its purple pupils the size of copper bells, there were pitch-black evil flames burning quietly. His aura is extremely powerful. Not only has he reached the gold level, but he is also an intermediate gold level. Okay. The long-haired young man licked his lips. This is really a treasure place for me. Moo. As soon as the purple-eyed barbarian bull completed its transformation, purple-black flames ignited on the horns above its head. With a stamp of 4 hooves, it charged towards the long-haired young man in a rage. There was a cold smile on the face of the long-haired young man, and he opened his right hand. Along with the gold-level tyrannical star power, there was also a strange power filling the palm of his hand. He did not dodge at all, facing the purple-eyed barbarian in front of him. The cow just slapped it with one palm. In an instant, the two collided, and the long-haired young man accurately hit the forehead of the purple-eyed bull in the middle of its horns. The power of the purple-eyed bull was astonishing, but after the long-haired young man was pushed back a few steps, he suddenly stepped down and stabilized his figure. The long-haired young man grinned and said, "Wanting to rely on brute force to win is really a low-grade star beast's instinct." The already violent purple-eyed bull seemed to feel the contempt of the long-haired young man, and became even more angry. A large amount of star power stained by black fly ash poured out of his body and was about to explode with even stronger force and kill the man in front of him. Humanity! But the star power that had just surged up fell back slowly and dispersed in the air, as if it suddenly released its power. Looking carefully, a strange wave of power was falling on the purple-eyed bull along the long-haired young man's right hand, frantically absorbing the heat from the purple-eyed bull. The purple-eyed bull was originally transformed from the energy of these ashes. Now, as these energies are being sucked away by the long-haired young man's right hand, the purple-eyed bull's eyes are visibly weakened. Moo! The purple-eyed bull roared angrily and tried to break away from the long-haired young man's right hand, but it was impossible to do so. In just a few seconds, the purple-eyed bull's pitch-black body turned grey as if it had exhausted its energy, and finally exploded into a handful of flying ash. The red lines on the long-haired young man's body are a bit brighter visibly to the naked eye. What a great addition! I didn't expect to stumble into a place that suits me so well. If this continues, it won't be long before I can be promoted to the Shining Star. When I go back, I will definitely be the final one selected. There was a strong burning sensation in the eyes of the long-haired young man, and he curled up the corner of his mouth before continuing to dive deeper. A few days later, in a hidden cave in the eastern area of Burning Ember Ridge, Su Yuan was sitting cross-legged on the ground, silver lines in his eyes lit up, and he was looking in a certain direction. Through the far-sighted ability of omniscient vision, what Su Yuan saw was a valley surrounded by mountains. At this moment, in this valley, a group of star beasts were waiting in front of a huge stone gate in an orderly manner. Although this stone gate is rough, it has the seal left by the Shining Star monster. As for the star beasts in the valley, there are both gold-level and silver-level star beasts, and they are basically from the cattle and fox tribes. And between these lower-level third-level star beasts and Shimon, there are two half-human star beasts. One is a horned man with two jet-black horns, and the other is a cool young woman with 5 beautiful red fox tails between her thighs. Judging from the physical characteristics and powerful aura, these two beasts are clearly monsters that have reached the Shining Star level. At this time, the star beasts below looked at the two monster beasts with great excitement and anticipation. "Sister Li, is it almost time?" the horned man asked with his arms crossed. The fox-tailed young woman closed her eyes, and the 5 tails behind her were surrounded by red fire. Then she shook her head and said, "Wait a little longer, it's not yet time." The horned man nodded, and suddenly thought to himself and said, "I don't know what is going on. In the past few years, the concentration of ash down there seems to be getting higher and higher. How about some time, we can go down together and have a look? It will take some time. Recently, my cultivation has reached a critical juncture and I am about to break through to the intermediate level." As the fox-tailed young woman said this, she glanced at a gold-level 3-tailed fox in front of her with a pair of golden eyes. The red hair on the 3-tailed foxes has a bit of bright gold, which makes them extremely extraordinary at first glance. "Oh!" The horned man didn't notice the fox-tailed young woman's gaze, and grinned, "Good thing. If you can really break through, at the next Blackwood Valley gathering, our Fenjin Ridge's right to speak may be further improved." The fox-tailed young woman responded casually, "I hope so." In the cave, Su Yuan, who was exploring all this from a distance, already had some vague guesses in his mind. It seems that the evil fire is probably in there. Su Yuan looked thoughtful. As early as a day ago, Su Yuan searched almost the entire Burning Ember Ridge, but found no trace of the divine fire. And, as expected, there are no places where extremely high concentrations of ash energy exist. Su Yuan then thought that it was probably somewhere invisible or intangible to the naked eye, such as underground. But if you really want to go underground, most people are really helpless. However, Su Yuan has omniscient vision, and he can also try to use perspective and distance vision to search inch by inch. Although it is a reckless and exhaustive method, it is already the best method without disturbing the Shining Star monsters in Burning Ember Ridge. It just costs more time and star power. And in the past few days, Yuan has swallowed up the star core of the Sea Soul tree and obtained the proficiency level blessing of the Sea Soul, which can be regarded as a small power bank. It's a pity that the extra skills obtained by plundering of the Devouring Law cannot be added. The 2 epic skills Blessing of the Soul of the Sea and 3 Heads and 6 Arms can only be practiced by itself. As for the Master Slime's 3 skills of Giantization, Regeneration, and Transformation, the stardust obtained in these days was directly used to perfect it. Getting back to the subject, just when Su Yuan used his long-range vision to explore the underground, he accidentally discovered the movements of the star beasts in the valley over there, and also saw the stone door. This stone gate seemed to be made by a dazzling star monster. Although there were some seals on it, it could not prevent Su Yuan's perfection-level omniscient vision from exploring. By passing through this stone door, Su Yuan discovered a tunnel that led to an unknown depth underground. Even with his omniscient farsightedness, he could not see the end of the tunnel. However, Su Yuan originally guessed that the immortal evil fire might be underground, and the appearance of this tunnel coincided with his speculation. So, how did you get in? Su Yuan's eyes lit up with silver streaks, and he looked up into the valley. But at this time, it seemed that the time had come, and there was another movement in the valley. Chapter 254 Ash Aggregation, 4K words. The 5 tails behind the fox-tailed young woman lit up a little with fire, and after sensing it for a while, she said, "It's almost done." The horned man nodded, "Okay, let's send them in." The two raised their hands and each fired a beam of star power on the stone door. Then the runes on the stone door lit up and slowly opened towards the inside. As soon as the door opened, there was a slight burning sensation, and the star beasts outside were even more ready to move. The fox-tailed young woman warned in a deep voice, "Go in quickly, and remember, don't be greedy and go deeper. Otherwise, you will know the fate of your body being unable to bear it when the time comes, and you will be burned to death by ashes." The field immediately resounded with the echoes of many star beasts. In addition to the 3-tailed fox with some golden fur on its body just now, there is also a very rare master star beast Consummation-level on the cattle star beast side. The burly man stepped forward and patted Consummation-level on the head, and said with a smile, "Go in and practice hard. There is a good chance of being promoted to the shining star this time. In addition, take care of the golden fox more often." "Moo." Consummation-level responded, glanced at the 3 foxes, and then entered the stone gate with many excited cattle and fox beasts. The horned man and the fox-tailed young woman worked together to create another seal, and the door slowly closed. The horned man said, "Let's go. We'll send them in to practice this time, but it will take some time. Come back then." The fox-tailed young woman rolled her eyes and nodded, "Okay, I'll go back to Lihu Valley first." The horned man suddenly grinned and said, "Sister Li, how about I go with you?" The fox-tailed young woman snorted in her heart, but suddenly thought of something, and turned into a red flame rising into the sky. "If you catch up with me, I'll let you in." The horned man chuckled, stepped out suddenly, and instantly rushed up and headed straight for the fox-tailed young woman flying away in mid-air. "Are you leaving?" Su Yuan narrowed his eyes slightly to confirm that the two of them had indeed gone far away. Silver light flashed in his eyes, and through distance vision and perspective, he paid attention to the many star beasts moving at high speed along the tunnel inside. These star beasts seemed very excited to be able to enter here, and they started to move forward quickly. But a silver-level stone cow lags far behind because of its slower movement. There are seals left by these 2 monsters on the stone gate. Even if I can forcefully enter by teleportation, I'm afraid I have to touch the seal on the stone gate. But with this stone cow, I don't have to think of other ways to get in. Su Yuan smiled and ordered, Ruan, prepare to cover up the fluctuations in star power." Pfft! The devouring star power from Ruan's body surged out, covering the entire cave in the blink of an eye. Su Yuan turned over his hand and took out the Fenqi sword, and slashed several broken lines around his body that were not triggered. Then he raised his head again and looked at the last stone cow through the omniscient vision. The silver brilliance on his body rose, and he had started to change his position. The next moment, the stone cow appeared in the cave full of devouring power. Before he could even react, the several broken lines on the spot were torn apart, and the stone cow was crushed into countless pieces in an instant. In the tunnel leading to the underground, Su Yuan appeared with Ruan in a flash of silver light. "Soft, transform." Pfft! Ruan fell from Su Yuan's shoulder, and his whole body quickly grew in size. As the water and light circulated, it turned out to be exactly the same as the stone cow just now. Even the aura and star power fluctuations were exactly the same. Although Ruan didn't see the stone cow directly, she did know what it looked like through the thoughts from Su Yuan. At this time, the 2 or 3 star beasts that were running in front seemed to notice some fluctuations, and they stopped and looked back for a moment. However, he saw the soft stone cow slowly lagging behind. He didn't notice any other abnormalities, so he quickened his pace and continued running towards the depths of the ground. After a while, Yuan came up from behind and patted the stone cow that Ruan had transformed into. "Well done, Ruan." Pfft! Moo! Ruan was very happy that it was able to work, but in the middle of barking, he remembered that he was now a cow, so he roared like a cow-like star beast. Yuan smiled and looked deep into the distance. Although with Yuan's strength, he could kill all the star beasts here. But Yuan didn't know if there was any way to communicate between these star beasts and the two half-human beasts outside. If possible, it was better to avoid them and sneak carefully. After all the star beasts in front had run a certain distance, Yuan said to Ruan, "Change back." Moo! Ruan nodded the cow's head, and then the petrified skin on his body turned into a watery light again, and his body quickly shrank, and in a moment he had returned to the appearance of a slime, and he jumped onto Yuan's shoulder. Yuan followed a group of cattle beasts and continued deeper into the ground along the tunnel. After a few hours, the tunnel finally came to an end. Yuan stepped out of the tunnel, and his vision suddenly widened. The black stone and blue walls were jagged in vertical and horizontal directions, and it was a dark cave. "It seems that we have found the right place. The ash energy here is much higher than outside." Yuan looked up and saw a large amount of dispersed ash energy filling the surrounding areas. "Just here now, if you are a bronze-level person here, let alone using the ash's energy to practice, you won't even be able to stay for too long. Many of the star beasts that came in earlier have already gone to find places to practice." Yuan restrained his breath, opened up his senses, and after sensing for a while, he continued to go deeper in the direction where the ash concentration was thicker. On the way, Yuan detected that many star beasts had chosen their positions and started practicing on the spot with the help of ash energy. Of course, Yuan would not get close to him, but would go directly over the star beasts and go deeper. As Yuan went deeper and deeper into the cave, the concentration of black ashes became higher and higher, and the star power in his body seemed to be ignited. In this case, even a gold-level person practicing here would probably be exhausted. "Set yourself on fire." Yuan couldn't help turning his head to look at Ruan. A faint black light was quietly flowing on the other person's body. He was devouring the rich black ashes as if nothing happened. He was actually continuing to grow with the energy of these rich ashes. "My appetite is really good." Yuan shook his head. After walking forward for a while, the front suddenly became clearer. The ash energy that filled the entire Fenjin Ridge was gone from here on. "What's going on? Is there a mistake?" Yuan looked thoughtful. What he wanted to see was a place filled with a higher concentration of ash energy where the immortal evil fire might live. Without ash energy, the result would be different from the expected result, and it may be that we are looking in the wrong direction. But there are them everywhere, but not from here. There must be monsters when things go wrong. Just go ahead and take a look and you will know. Soon, Yuan understood why the ash's energy here was gone. Before he had even taken a few steps, Yuan heard a faint sound of fierce torrent coming from the front, as if something was approaching rapidly. Wind or water? Yuan's eyes lit up with silver light, and he looked over with far vision. Thousands of meters away, a pitch-black wave of ash was rolling towards him. The corners of Yuan's lips raised. "Oh, I asked you why there are no ashes here. Did they gather and condense into an independent existence like a polymer?" Shas hasha. The whistling sound became louder and louder, and in just a short while, there was a wave of black ash coming from the corner in front. Yuan opened his right hand, Duan Kong. As the star power bloomed, a giant wall in space that could block everything stood in front of Yuan. Bang! Ta-ta-ta! The wave of ashes collided with the wall of the sky. After a roar, there was a violent blow like heavy rain hitting banana trees. The wall of broken sky trembled slightly, but it stood firm under such a violent impact. The wave of ashes collided with it several times, but it was unable to stop the sky-breaking wall. After a surge, it suddenly gathered and shrank into a ball again. In just a moment, a gold-level star beast with jet-black metal wings appeared in front of Su Yuan. Oh! A hint of surprise flashed in Su Yuan's eyes. It's not because this wave of ashes can gather and transform into something other than a star beast, but because this transformed star beast is actually the golden eye he encountered in the sixth wave of the Requiem Xian burial monument during the Demon City Special Recruitment Assessment. Silver-winged tiger. It's just that the golden-eyed silver-winged tiger at this time is an energy body formed by the gathering of ash energy. His body is as black as ink, and his strength has reached the primary level of gold. It is far beyond the level of the intermediate bronze-level golden-eyed silver-winged tiger. Then, after the golden-eyed silver-winged tiger appeared, he let out a low roar, and sharp black light immediately erupted from the metal wings blackened by the ash energy, and he was about to use the iron-slaying silver gang to kill. Su Yuan's eyes flashed with silver, and he struck preemptively. He teleported behind the golden-eyed silver-winged tiger and slashed it down quickly with his sword. The golden-eyed silver-winged tiger was startled and quickly faced Feng Qi Dao with its metal wings. But Feng Qi's sword was covered with air-cutting power, and the blades and wings were handed over. After a brief stalemate, one of the metal wings was cut off. The golden-eyed silver-winged tiger transformed from the energy of the ashes seemed to be unable to feel pain, and instead became more and more violent. A black light flashed on the other wing, and a jet-black iron-cutting silver light jumped up and slashed at Su Yuan within a short distance. Su Yuan flashed back and returned to the original place in an instant. This scene really feels a bit familiar. Su Yuan couldn't help but think of the past, when he had just realized the flashback and used it to avoid Zhang Tiangong's attack. Oh? It seems a little different. Su Yuan looked at it intently, and saw that the metal wing of the golden-eyed silver-winged tiger that had been chopped off to the ground suddenly turned into surging ash energy and flew up on its own and was reattached to the golden-eyed silver-winged tiger's back. In a matter of moments, the wings of the golden-eyed silver-winged tiger had returned to their original state, with no trace of any injuries visible. That's the good thing about an energy body. It's much easier to regenerate than a flesh and blood body. Su Yuan looked at the golden-eyed silver-winged tiger that had recovered in just a few moments, with thoughtful eyes, but as long as the injury is repaired, that's all. His breath didn't even weaken at all, which is a bit amazing. Even if it is relatively easy for energy body creatures to repair their own injuries, they still have to consume energy in order to repair the injuries. Under normal circumstances, the breath should be more or less weakened. If I have to say it, it is slightly similar to the properties of the immortal evil fire. Su Yuan's eyes lit up, and the secret path was indeed looking in the wrong direction. The immortal evil fire was almost always in this cave, and it was related to the energy body gathered by the tide of ashes. At this time, the golden-eyed silver-winged tiger, which had recovered as before, no longer used the iron-cutting silver gang. Instead, it flapped its wings and turned into a black shadow and rushed towards Su Yuanji, as if to strangle Su Yuan. You think you can repair infinitely, so you have nothing to fear. Su Yuan looked calm, raised his hand and slashed out with a cutting line. Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audio Wave. The golden-eyed silver-winged tiger was about to leap into the air, but several silver chains shot out from all directions to lock it in place. The broken line suddenly passed under the golden-eyed silver-winged tiger, and 4 black hooves were cut off and fell to the ground. The body of the golden-eyed silver-winged tiger lost its support and fell to the ground. Ashes surged above the black hooves, and it was about to fly to the broken place to reconnect. And a big silver hand has crashed down from mid-air. Bang! There was a loud noise, and the powerful power made the ground tremble. Most of the golden-eyed silver-winged tiger's body suddenly exploded into ash energy, which was constantly surging and trying to reorganize. Su Yuan had no expression on his face, and then raised his hand to apply virtual pressure. The void stone breaker that hit the golden-eyed silver-winged tiger exerted force for the second time, and the overbearing power of space shock burst out layer by layer, destroying all those who tried to reorganize. The black ashes were shaken to pieces and disintegrated again and again, and all the energy of the ashes was about to be wiped out. Pfft! At this time, the softness on his shoulders suddenly made a sound. Su Yuan asked, "Hey? Do you want to eat?" Grumble. The previous grey energy could be swallowed and digested softly. Now this golden-eyed silver-winged tiger is an aggregate of higher concentration of ash energy. The nutritional value of it, oh no, the energy should be higher. Then go ahead, Su Yuan nodded, be careful and come back if you can't swallow it. Pfft, okay. Ruan transformed into a small hand and patted her chest confidently, then jumped down and jumped a few steps to reach the wave of ashes suppressed by the void monument breaker. Shaking his body, Ruan quickly transformed from a baby slime into a giant slime with a diameter of 4 to 5 meters. The soft body flowed, transforming into a giant mouth, and sucked in the large ash that the golden-eyed silver-winged tiger disintegrated into. The black devouring light continued to flow around his body. He softly closed his eyes tightly and shrank back to his normal size in just a few minutes. Apparently, he had already digested all the ash energy. Pfft! Ruan opened her eyes excitedly, and the star power fluctuations in her body suddenly became stronger. The energy in this tide of ashes aggregate is extremely high, higher than the average gold-level star core. Su Yuan nodded slightly. The black ashes were of no use to him. It would be a good thing for Ruan to use them. Maybe Ruan can directly break through to the gold level here. Immortal evil fire. Su Yuan thought about the scene of the golden-eyed silver-winged tiger's self-repair just now, and then said to Ruan, let's go, keep moving forward. Pfft! One person and one ball, they continued towards the depths of the cave. I recommend a book written by a military tycoon, My Career as an Arms Dealer. It is absolutely enjoyable. Book friends who like military affairs can support it. Chapter 255 Heat Control. In the cave, after shaking off the other incoming star beasts, the three-tailed fox with golden lines on its body speeded up and moved deeper into the cave. From the look of it, it seemed that it had no intention of stopping to practice. After a while, the three-tailed fox crossed over the area filled with high concentrations of ash energy and entered a clean and clear area with star beasts transformed by the ash tide. The three-tailed fox closed his eyes, and when he opened them again a moment later, a dazzling fire that seemed to be able to melt metal lit up in his golden pupils. After observing everything ahead for a while, the three-tailed golden fox turned into a streak of fire and flew away. Although there are ash star beasts of different strengths and weaknesses running around in this area from time to time, the three-tailed fox's pair of gold and fire eyes seem to be able to see through the movements of these ash aggregates, and can be discovered in advance every time. One step away. Blue skills, piercing eyes. The lower pupil technique of the epic pupil technique fire eyes and golden eyes can see through most disguises and can keenly observe changes in the aura of foreign objects. The three-tailed fox relies on its piercing fire eyes to detect the movement of ash aggregates in advance even through the blue stone walls in the cave. Judging from the familiar movements of the three-tailed fox, it was obvious that this was not the first time he had been to this area. It seemed that he had been here several times for some purpose. In fact, what the three-tailed fox is looking for is the immortal evil fire. Just as the Shining Bull Demon said, since a few years ago, the ash energy on Burning Ember Ridge has become more intense, and its intensity has increased by several %. The reason is none other than the fact that the immortal evil fire was completely evolved and born a few years ago. But it is not a big deal if the ash energy becomes stronger. After all, these ash energy have limited effect on the Bull Demon and Fox Demon who are already shining stars. Unless the intensity can be doubled, perhaps the vast star power in the body of the shining star monster can be stimulated. However, it has little impact on the two monster beasts, but it has a considerable impact on the lower third-level star beasts in the Ox tribe and Fire Fox tribe in Burning Ember Ridge. The caves under Burning Ember Ridge have always been a treasured place for the three-level star beasts of the two tribes to practice. But over the years, because the energy of ash has become stronger, from time to time, star beasts of lower three levels are burned to death by igniting star power. After his death, he somehow managed to transform into a very aggressive and hard-to-kill ash star beast in the cave. Therefore, the bull demon and the fox demon also entered the cave together to check. It's just that the two demons went to the depths of the cave several times and searched the cave back and forth, but found nothing. So the matter was put on hold for the time being. Anyway, the energy of this ash is getting stronger and stronger, and the two demons feel that sooner or later they will find clues, and it will not be difficult to find the root cause by then. As for the tribesmen who go down to practice, they can only be told to avoid entering deeper areas. For some unknown reason, these ash star beasts will only wander in the deep areas of the cave. Originally, this matter had just passed away, but in the past 2 years, Junchen Guanhuohu of the Firefox tribe had been promoted to the gold level, and the detection ability of the piercing fire eyes had greatly increased. One time when he came into practice, Junchen watched the Firefox and accidentally discovered that there seemed to be an extremely startling and evil fire-based aura deep in the secret realm. He immediately told the fox demon about it after returning. The fox demon vaguely noticed something, so he arranged for Jun Chen to watch the Firefox enter the cave many times, and explore the depths of the cave on the grounds of spiritual practice. In the end, combined with the information obtained, the fox demon boldly speculated that the change in Burning Ember Valley was because there was a sacred fire that was born recently. When the fox demon and the bull demon went to explore the cave together before, it was precisely because they felt the powerful strength of the two demon beasts that the nascent divine fire covered themselves and hid. But unexpectedly, he was discovered by Junchen Guanhuohu, who had piercing eyes. Although the fox demon already knows the existence of divine fire, it is not a simple matter to conquer the divine fire, even if it is a newborn divine fire. Moreover, there is a bull demon in Burning Ash Valley, and there are other forces such as Blackwood Valley outside. For a precious treasure like divine fire, brothers can turn against each other, let alone neighbors who live together. So the fox demon decided to be careful and not disturb other monsters. As long as he subdued the divine fire, he could handle anything. So while the fox demon was looking for a way to conquer the divine fire, he asked Jun Chen to watch the fire fox inside to monitor the movement of the divine fire and make some arrangements so that he could avoid the stone gate seal and enter it. So far, the fox demon has found the technique to subdue the divine fire, and the layout has been basically completed. At this time, Junchen watched the fire fox calmly and continued to move in the direction he had observed before. After a long time, he finally reached the depths of the cave. Suddenly, Jun Chen watched the fire fox and noticed that a breath was flying towards him quickly. This aura is obviously not those ash aggregates, and it doesn't look like a star beast. So what exactly is it? Jun Chen watched the fire fox think quickly while constricting his breath to avoid it. But the aura seemed to have locked onto it. After discovering that it was trying to avoid it, it came closer at a faster speed, and it was already close in just a moment. Coming! Junchen watched the fire fox's heart tremble, and he was on full alert. Although he really didn't want to fight to prevent trouble, it seemed that he couldn't avoid it now. But upon hearing the footsteps approaching, a young man with long hair and a somewhat pale complexion appeared in Junchen Guanhuohu's field of vision. Is this human? Junchen watched Huohu and was greatly surprised. How could there be humans in this cave? Generally speaking, star beasts generally have longer lifespans and their cultivation is slower than that of humans. Junchen has been watching Huohu for decades, but he has never seen a human being. Although many humans have entered the ancient forbidden territory to experience adventure, few have come to Burning Ember Ridge. What's more, he is now in the cave under Burning Ember Ridge. Oh! Little golden fox! The long-haired young man chuckled slightly in surprise when he saw Guanhuo Fox, and then walked over step by step. Feeling the faint dangerous aura coming from the opponent, Jun Chen watched the fire fox as if facing a formidable enemy. The three tails behind him spread out, and golden and red flames rose from each tail and converged on the top of the head. In just a short moment, a highly compressed flame furnace has been formed, in which gold and fire are constantly intertwined, and there is also a slight forging-like clang sound. The power is amazing. Fire T1 level skill, Junction Furnace. As soon as the three tails of the watching fire fox trembled, a clanging pillar of golden fire shot out from the Junction Furnace and hit the long-haired young man. The long-haired young man looked as usual, and many red lines quickly lit up on his body. He directly raised his right hand and grabbed the oncoming golden fire beam. The two sides met, and the golden fire beam emitted from the Junction Furnace was absorbed by the long-haired young man's right hand like a whale swallowing water. The energy was absorbed, and the golden fire beam was visibly weakened. Even the Junction Furnace above Guanhuo Fox's head became increasingly dimmer. It disintegrated and exploded uncontrollably and was completely absorbed by the long-haired young man, disappearing into his right hand. This. Guanhuo was extremely horrified that the human in front of him had absorbed his own unique skill so easily. It seems that you are surprised. The long-haired young man smiled brightly. This is the power of my soul card, heat control. After all, it is a power that the lower level 3 cannot understand. Even Dian's lower level 3 star card master, we can't even control them, let alone you wild beasts. Fox-like star beasts have higher IQs. Although the fox watching at this moment can't understand what the long-haired young man is saying, he can still feel the contempt of the other person, and he will take action when he is angry. But at this moment, the long-haired young man aimed his right hand at the three-tailed fire fox. Without waiting for any reaction from the three-tailed fire fox, a blazing beam of flame shot out, passed by the three-tailed fire fox's cheek and shot hundreds of meters, piercing through countless bluestone walls before slowly dissipating. Jun Chen watched Huo's pupils tremble, and his whole body froze in place, not daring to move. On the left side of his face, a small piece of skin that had been rubbed had been burned into ashes. Looking blankly at the human in front of him, Guanhuo Fox almost felt the breath of death just now. So little fox, the long-haired young man walked up to Guanhuo Fox step by step, grinning at the corner of his mouth. Tell me where the thing you are looking for is. Chapter 256 Evil Fire appears. After a long time, the long-haired young man easily solved a star beast transformed from ash energy and completely absorbed the heat in it. Turning back to look at Junchen Guanhuo, who was tied up with a yang binding rope and standing quietly aside, the long-haired young man raised his lips and said, "You are quite sensible." It has been quite a while since Junchen watched the fire fox being caught by the long-haired young man. Being tied up by the long-haired young man's restraint skill yang binding rope, Junchen Guanhuo was hindered in his movements and could not escape. He could only lead the way for the long-haired young man. However, along the way, Junchen Guanhuo no longer deliberately used his piercing fire eyes to avoid any star beasts. Instead, he tried his best to lead the long-haired young man to the place where the powerful ash star beast was. Even so, the strength displayed by the long-haired young man was still beyond Junchen Guanhuo's expectations. Those ash star beasts that he thought were quite troublesome were no match for the other party, and they could not even hurt the other party. The most difficult thing about these ash star beasts, regardless of their strength, is that they can be repaired through almost unlimited regeneration through ash energy. But the long-haired young man can absorb the heat of these ash star beasts. Not only were they unable to regenerate and repair, but they were restrained and their strength was greatly reduced. In the end, they were turned into food for the long-haired young man to increase his star power. Seeing this situation, Junchen Guanhuo no longer had any thoughts of relying on the ash star beasts on the way to defeat the long-haired young man, so he could only lead him in the direction of the divine fire. The long-haired young man grinned, "I advise you to stop thinking about it. Don't worry, if you really find something good, I will naturally let you go. Regarding the changed trajectory and the sudden encounter with many more ash creatures, the long-haired young man also guessed that Junqingguan Huohu wanted to use these things to block him. He simply showed it his own strength again and made him give up the idea of escape. The powerful ability from the second awakening is something that ordinary lower level and third level people can't compete with. But how could Guan Huohu believe what the long-haired young man said? If you really want to lead the other party to find the divine fire, I'm afraid he will be wiped out immediately. At this time, Jun Chen watched the fire fox and looked into the distance. Through his bright fire eyes, he could faintly see the location of the divine fire he had found. And around the divine fire, there are many ash star beasts, including several at the gold level. Guan Huohu was thinking rapidly in his mind, and glanced at the yang binding rope on his body. His eyes were filled with gold and fire, and he already had a plan. After the man and the beast advanced for a while, the long-haired young man narrowed his eyes. With so many ash life forms, are you planning to trick me? Apparently, the long-haired young man also sensed some distant situations through heat perception. But before the long-haired young man finished speaking, the Guanhuo fox next to him suddenly lowered his head, golden fire surged in his eyes, and then a gleaming light of golden fire that had been secretly preparing shot out of it, directly hitting the man wrapped around his body. On the yang rope. Well! Guanhuo groaned, and the sharp and powerful blow from Dongming Huoyan not only broke the yang binsuo, but also beat Guanhuo's own chest to a bloody pulp. A little capable. The long-haired young man did not expect that Guanhuo Fox could break through his own sun-binding rope so suddenly when most of his mobility and star power were restricted. He immediately snorted and raised his hand to grab it. Watching Fire Fox was well prepared, and the three red and golden tails behind him suddenly lit up with dazzling lights, and even watching Fire Fox itself also became brighter. As the fire light circulated, the Guanhuo Fox suddenly split into three, transforming into three flaming fire foxes with only one tail each, and rushed out like a fast line of fire. The long-haired young man grabbed the air with his palm, his face suddenly darkened, he opened his fingers, and a raging flame cannon appeared in his palm. At the same time, the red line on the long-haired young man's body became a little brighter. His superheat perception was more powerful and accurate than an infrared detector, and he instantly scanned three blazing fire foxes that were galloping separately. This trick has been tried and tested to deal with clone skills, because the energy of the clone is often lower than that of the main body, which results in a considerable difference between the heat on the clone and the main body. However, under this sweep, the long-haired young man couldn't help but look ugly. Because the heat emitted by these three fire foxes is exactly the same. Seeing that the three flame foxes were about to run away, the long-haired young man didn't think much and blasted the fireball in his palm directly towards the one on the left. Bang! Flames exploded, and the fire fox that was hit exploded on the spot. The other two blazing fire foxes trembled slightly as they ran, but they only froze for a moment. The two blazing fire foxes continued to run away without looking back. Wrong choice. The long-haired young man's voice was a bit colder, and he immediately locked onto the two flaming fire foxes with his heat sense and jumped after him. In fact, the long-haired young man did not choose the right or wrong target. Because Junchen Guanhuo's move is called the spiritual light-splitting tail technique. For every tail, an additional spiritual light clone can be separated that can be specifically strengthened in some aspect according to its own characteristics. There is no primary or secondary distinction between the clones. If any clone is severely injured or even killed, the remaining clones will suffer a certain amount of injuries equally. Clone and damage equalization and specificity enhancement, can attack and defend, and is extremely flexible in battle. But in addition to the huge consumption of this move, there is another problem, that is, the distance between all the clones cannot be too far, otherwise the consciousness will be dispersed, the ability to think will be lost, and even severe mental damage will be suffered. Therefore, although the other two flaming clones of Guanhuo Fox temporarily escaped through this move, they were unable to disperse and escape in the opposite direction. Instead, they continued to rush towards the place where many ash creatures were in front. It didn't take long for the long-haired young man to catch up with the flaming fox. At this moment, a group of ash star beasts in front also noticed one person and one beast rushing towards them, and they all looked over eagerly. The two flame fire foxes had no choice at all. They gathered together and accelerated into the many ash star beasts. It's just some life forms condensed with heat. You don't really think you can stop me, do you? The long-haired young man couldn't help but sneer in his heart when he saw that the fire fox was taking such a risk and trying to block himself with these ash star beasts. But you are so desperate, it makes me more curious, what are you looking for? Gazing across the group of ash star beasts, the long-haired young man showed no intention of retreating. With heat control, the creatures in this secret realm could not easily hurt themselves. The long-haired young man shouted lowly, and bright firelight gushed out from the red lines all over his body, turning into a ball of firelight and chasing after the many ash star beasts. These ash star beasts were not polite. As soon as one person and one beast came in, they were attacked by many surrounding star beasts. The two flaming fire foxes transformed by Guanhuo Fox did not carry it hard, but relied on flexible movements and cooperation with each other to continuously shuttle. The long-haired young man was much rougher, with fire flowing from his body, and he rushed into the crowd of many ash star beasts like a humanoid cannonball. No matter whether it was a silver ash star beast or a gold-level ash star beast, it was difficult to stop him. Obviously, the long-haired young man showed some real strength at this time. Not long after entering the group of ash star beasts, one of the fire foxes was finally knocked to the ground by a gold-level ash star beast, and the surrounding ash star beasts swarmed up and tore it into pieces. There was only one flame clone left, and the aura tail-splitting technique was automatically lifted. Guanhuo's breath suffocated, and his movements suddenly slowed down. I want to see where you can run. The long-haired young man behind was arrogant, and his whole body was filled with flames. He accelerated his speed again and was about to catch up with Junchen Guanhuo in front of him in just a few moments. But at this moment, when the long-haired young man passed by one of the ash star beasts, his expression suddenly changed drastically, and he felt a panic rising in his heart. At such a close distance, in Urju's superheat perception, it seems as if there is a black sun burning quietly next to him. As long as he gently cuts open the black camouflage outside, he can explode with incineration. All the infinite flames. For a moment, time seemed to slow down. The long-haired young man turned around and looked back. It was a black fox that was only half a meter tall, with two tails behind it. It looked like a silver-level ash creature. Among the group of ash beasts that included several gold-level ash star beasts, it is not outstanding among the star beasts. And if you look closely, you can find that the eyes of this black fox are as calm as water, and there is no trace of the irritability of other ash star beasts. Is this? The long-haired young man immediately forgot about the fire-watching fox, opened some distance, exploded with raging flames and shook away all the star beasts around him, and turned around to look at the petite black fox. Shock, excitement, ecstasy, the long-haired young man's pupils trembled, and all kinds of strong emotions were changing one by one in his eyes. Sacred fire! It's actually divine fire! The long-haired young man could hardly help but exclaim. As a fire star card master, his thirst for divine fire is unimaginable by others. The long-haired young man naturally recognized it as the divine fire immediately. Under the same black body as other star beasts, there is extreme fire energy that is far inferior to other star beasts. That's not a total amount, but a huge difference in essence. And just when the long-haired young man looked at the black fox also looked at the long-haired young man, as if to say, "Oh, did you notice me?" Like this, the black fire in the black fox's eyes danced. There was no temperature, there was just an icy chill. Deep in the cave. Go. Yuan greeted casually. Pfft. The soft one on the shoulder screamed excitedly, and then jumped forward. After growing in size, he skillfully swallowed up the large wave of ashes that was suppressed by Su Yuan's void monument breaker. It has been a long time since we entered the cave. Along the way, the two met many ash star beasts of varying strengths and weaknesses. Su Yuan guessed that the reason why there are such star beasts transformed by the ash tide is probably because these star beasts were burned to death by the ignited star power due to excessive training in high concentration ashes, and then they were burned to death in this way. The form continues to exist. Strangely enough, compared to the wild, this is more like a special life form formed under the rules of the secret realm. Within a few minutes, Ruan was completely digested. When Su Yuan saw this, he unfolded his omniscient farsightedness and glanced into the distance. This visit made Su Yuan see something different. Are there actually other humans here, and there are also a group of ash star beasts, hey? That's it. Su Yuan's pupils suddenly shrank. In his field of vision, a pale-faced young man with long hair was facing off against a half-meter-tall black fox among the ash star beasts. Originally, this fox star beast was extremely dark and looked no different from an ordinary ashes aggregate. Just because the two sides were confronting each other, Su Yuan couldn't help but look at it carefully. And this sight immediately shocked Su Yuan's heart. The clairvoyance ability of omniscient vision is especially able to see through changes in energy such as star power. In Su Yuan's view, the energy contained in this fox's body was countless times more amazing than the previous ash star beasts. Moreover, the nature of the energy is also different. It is completely another kind of power that is purer, hotter, and higher. Immortal evil fire. Su Yuan narrowed his eyes slightly. He really couldn't find anything after trying hard to find it. It took no effort to get it. After taking another look at the situation on the field, Su Yuan ordered, Ruan, pay attention to controlling your breath. Pfft. Seeing Su Yuan's expression suddenly serious, Ruan understood that something seemed to be critical, and immediately used his devouring power with all his strength to absorb all the auras and fluctuations emanating from the two of them. I have been enjoying the hot food and drinking spicy food with my master these days, so it's time to show off my strength. Reliable, soft, and won't fall off the chain. Su Yuan's eyes condensed, and then he galloped forward with Ruan. Chapter 257 The Power of Evil Fire. In the cave, the long-haired young man put on a pair of fist gloves, and raging crimson flames burst out from his body. The flames roared from his fists, and the skins of several gold-level ash star beasts were ripped open and they retreated in panic. The ferocious explosion of fire energy blew away many silver-level players. Silver-level players within a radius of dozens of meters could not squeeze in, and would be injured if touched. And every time the long-haired young man punches, some of the heat from these ash star beasts will be permanently taken away, making it impossible for them to repair themselves. As for the half-meter-tall black fox next to it, it stayed where it was, coldly observing the humans in front of it. It's this energy again, the power fluctuation of the soul card. Not far away, Su Yuan's eyes were filled with silver light. Looking at the long-haired young man who was outnumbered and unparalleled in combat power, his eyes narrowed slightly. Since the last time I encountered Beiwu in Kaiyuan Mountain, this is the second lower level 3 person I have encountered who has the power of a soul card. The power of the soul card can only be used after the second awakening, and the second awakening of the shining star is almost an ironclad rule. And when it comes to the next 3 levels, are there people who can use the power of soul cards? Su Yuan guessed that there might be some, and there might be some methods that he didn't know about that could temporarily borrow the power of a soul card. But the long-haired young man in front of him gave Su Yuan the same feeling as the black-haired girl. He was not temporarily borrowing the power of the soul card, but as if he had been forcibly opened the door to the power of the soul card. The only difference is that the black-haired girl seems to have lost her mind, while the long-haired young man can stay awake. To put it bluntly, it's like defective products and high-quality products among production products. One incident may be a coincidence, but if there are two in a row, then it is very likely that there is such a group, or organization, that can give the star card master the power of the soul card for the second awakening in advance. Thinking of this, Su Yuan's expression became more solemn. This matter is getting more and more complicated. The research on awakening is a big project that all large countries and forces on Helan planet devote a lot of resources to every year. After all, apart from artifacts, the basis for determining national strength is the star card masters of each country. Although the black-haired girl and the long-haired young man in front are not the true second awakening, they can obtain the power of the soul card in advance. For lower-level third-level star card masters, they will undoubtedly be able to greatly increase their strength and surpass most of their peers. Class. This is still the second awakening. If people can have the power of the soul card for the third awakening in advance, the impact on high-level combat effectiveness is simply too great. Su Yuan suddenly thought, could these people be just like guinea pigs at the bottom, making basic preparations for a larger research? Thinking of this, Su Yuan's heart trembled. If only the lower three levels can use the power of the second awakening soul card in advance, it will have a great impact on individuals, but it will not matter to the country. And if people could have the power that can only be obtained after 3 awakenings in advance, even if there is no increase in attributes, just a sudden increase in the power of the soul card, the combat power of the sun, moon, star, and even the king-level powerhouses will undergo earth-shaking changes. It can definitely break the existing balance of power between countries. As for his ability, it seems that he can absorb fire energy. To be precise, it should be to control heat. Under the omniscient vision, the energy changes of the people and animals in the field were clearly visible to Su Yuan. Through the clear changes in various energy fluctuations, Su Yuan quickly saw clearly that the long-haired young man seemed to be able to change the heat of the target in contact. This kind of ability can be regarded as quite restraining these ash star beasts. It is almost equal to demon absorption plus forbidden treatment. According to this situation, after a while, he will probably destroy all these star beasts. Su Yuan's eyes fell on the black fox who was supervising the battle indifferently. But the premise is that if there is no immortal fire. As Su Yuan expected, after a while, as the long-haired young man punched his chest, with a bang sound, the back of the last gold-level ash star beast exploded, and the heat in its body dissipated quickly, making it impossible to get up again. The long-haired young man took a few breaths, then raised his head and looked at the last black fox. Everyone is dead. Now, you are the only one left. The long-haired young man grinned, and the red lines on his body lit up. Firelight surged into his 2 gloved fists, the green dragon on the left and the white tiger on the right. With the sound of dragon and tiger, the long-haired young man stepped on his feet and shot out at them. The black fox fought over blue skill, tiger roar, and dragon roar. Facing such a powerful attack, the black fox remained calm from beginning to end, while black flames like ink surged up to block him. Bang! Longhu's fists slammed into the wall of black fire. There was a roar and a strong wave of energy spread hundreds of meters. With the help of heat control, the long-haired young man continuously absorbs the energy of the black fire through his fists and uses it to enhance the power of his tiger-shaped and dragon-shaped flames. But the intensity of the black fire is far beyond that of the previous ashes. Not only is it extremely slow to absorb, but it can also be continuously regenerated. The black fox raised his right hand a little, and the wall of black fire suddenly started to roll. The fire was so bright that it wiped away the flames on the long-haired young man's fists and surged towards him. What an astonishing power, it can actually exceed the speed of my heat absorption. The long-haired young man's expression changed slightly, and he immediately retreated, narrowly avoiding the waves of black fire. As expected of the divine fire, it really isn't. Those trash fish can't compare. Of course, the long-haired young man would not retreat just yet. It was just a trial before and he had not tried his best. Now that he has felt the intensity of the divine fire, the long-haired young man already knows what it is and is ready to rush forward after a moment's thought. At this moment, the black flames on the black fox jumped, and black flames suddenly ignited on the ground within 100 meters. The long-haired young man was startled and quickly backed away again. However, this flame did not seem to have any lethality, so the long-haired young man was allowed to leave the burning range. Just when the long-haired young man was confused, 4 dark figures suddenly rose from the burning black flames and quickly transformed into 4 star beasts of different shapes that exuded astonishing auras. Astonishingly, they are all master star beasts at the golden limit. Is this the Ash Star Beast? No. The long-haired young man's eyes became more solemn. It should be said to be the Black Mars Beast. The Ash Star Beast seems to have been randomly condensed in the cave. It can barely possess the strength and star power it had in life. Apart from its self-healing characteristics, it is not as powerful as it was in life, and its combat power is slightly weaker. But these 4 Black Mars beasts seem to be specially hatched by the immortal fire. Not only have they basically inherited the strength of their lives, but they have also been strengthened by the immortal fire. The energy in their bodies is greater than that of the previous Ash Star beasts. I don't know how much force it will take. At this moment, as soon as the 4 Black Mars beasts came out, they burst out with star power and surrounded and killed the long-haired young man. Because he had easily destroyed many Ash Star beasts and absorbed a large amount of heat to replenish his star power, the long-haired young man had almost no consumption. Faced with the 4 newly appeared Black Mars beasts, he raised his fists to greet them without hesitation. Black fire and red flames intertwined in an instant, and the sound of fierce fighting sounded again. However, as soon as the 2 sides exchanged words, the long-haired young man's complexion changed slightly. It's actually as hard to absorb as that divine fire. As expected of being specially summoned by the divine fire, these 4 Black Mars beasts are not only stronger, but the black fire on their bodies is also similar to the divine fire. Moreover, compared to the previous star beasts that fought in physical combat, these 4 star beasts continuously released various skills. The long-haired young man was only a high-ranking gold-level man. Faced with the siege of 4 Black Mars beasts, he was temporarily overwhelmed. It seems that he has come up with a new move. Otherwise, if this continues, I'm afraid he will be defeated soon. Yuan looked at the battlefield and knew that the long-haired young man must use a skill that can reverse the situation. Sure enough, the long-haired young man quickly took action. They are just a bunch of star beasts that were burned to death. They really thought they could defeat me. Burn everything to the ground, by the hand of Bearrogue. The long-haired young man shouted lowly, and the power of the soul card coming from his body suddenly became stronger. The red lines on the body surface suddenly became more intense, the body changed and expanded accordingly, and the hands became hot and red like hot lava. After just a moment, the long-haired young man's aura changed drastically, like a humanoid Balrog. However, the 4 Black Mars beasts didn't care about this and immediately launched another attack. Starburst Beam, Tearing the Earth, Sunfan Killing, Sun Blast, all kinds of powerful skills were directed at the long-haired young man who had completed his transformation. But the long-haired young man didn't care, blasting everything with one punch, and raised his lava-like fist to attack these attacks one after another. There are no tactics or skills, just a simple energy confrontation. Bang 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 bang! Roaring sounds came one after another. With his super powerful fists, the long-haired young man smashed all the attacks with just a few punches. Then the long-haired young man swayed, rushed to a tiger-shaped black Martian beast blocking the black fox, and grabbed the opponent's head. Lang lang! The fire-type black Mars beast still wanted to break free and resist, but the heat in its body was robbed away by the opponent's lava-like right hand at an alarming speed. In the blink of an eye, its body had become cold and stiff, making it difficult to move. Obviously, facing the long-haired young man with full strength, even the Black Mars beast summoned by the Black Fox seemed to be a little unstoppable. Countless cracks suddenly appeared on its body, and then exploded like ice cubes, turning into fine pieces. The energy dispersed in mid-air. Nothing more than that. After dealing with the black Martian beast in front of him again, the long-haired young man laughed arrogantly. My ability is simply too strong. No one here can stop my heat control. The long-haired young man stepped forward and headed straight towards the black fox. As long as the divine fire is dealt with, most of the black Mars beasts summoned by the opponent will dissipate on their own. When the other 3 black Mars beasts saw it, they swarmed up and blocked the long-haired young man without hesitation, as if they hadn't seen the tiger-shaped star beast being drained of heat and frozen to death. What is the use? The long-haired young man grinned, stopped, and the lava fire flowed in his arms, and he punched dozens of times in an instant. Wolves! A pack of wolves howled one after another, and the wolf-shaped fists transformed by countless red flames collided with the 3 star beasts blocking the front, causing the 3 beastmen to flip over and explode into large black fire. Seeing that these black fires were about to gather together again, the long-haired young man opened his fingers, and a strange wave immediately enveloped these exploding black fires, sucking them all in. With the supplement of a large amount of heat, most of the long-haired young man's body has turned into a body of lava. Not only did he not become weaker due to the successive explosions, but his aura became stronger. Plenty of heat energy. Looking at the only black fox left in front of him, the long-haired young man grinned, stepped forward and rushed out. You also have to lie down for me. The long-haired young man's right fist emitted an extremely intense light like magma surging, and he punched the black fox. But just when the long-haired young man was about to rush in front of the black fox, he was suddenly shocked, stopped suddenly and looked down at his body in horror. But he saw that among the red flames, many dark flames that were growing crazily appeared at some point. This pitch-black flame was so overbearing that no matter how hard the long-haired young man resisted, it was useless. In just a short moment, it covered the red-haired young man's body. While struggling, the long-haired young man looked at the black fox standing quietly next to him in shock and anger, still not understanding what was going on. You are so cunning. The black fox looked at him quietly, his eyes indifferent and cold. Since you like to suck, let you suck as much as you can. It seems that's the end. Yuan looked at the battlefield from a distance and whispered to himself. Bystanders know that through the omniscient world, Yuan is very aware of what is happening. The 4 black Mars beasts were all transformed from the immortal evil fire. Although they were sucked away by the long-haired young man, they seemed to be refined easily. But in fact, it was the black fox who deliberately suppressed the power of the evil fire, allowing him to refine most of it. The remaining tiny part, which is hard to detect, is wandering in his body without being discovered. If the long-haired young man calmed down and investigated carefully, he might be able to detect something. But let alone using the power of the soul card in advance at the gold level, it is a bit reluctant in itself, and the ability control cannot reach the subtle level. And now that the long-haired young man saw that no one could stop him and that he was about to obtain the evil fire, he was so excited that he became a little carried away. A single spark can start a prairie fire. The long-haired young man soon realized why the immortal evil fire had the word evil in it. These black flames are like bone-corrosive poison. The long-haired young man used his own star power to extinguish them, but the black flames have already grown wildly. No, 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 no! Under the raging flames, the long-haired young man could not resist it. Before long, his entire body was enveloped in the surging black fire from the inside out. The long-haired young man's struggle became weaker and weaker, and soon, there was no sound. The black evil fire gradually dissipated, leaving only some dissipated fly ash. As expected of evil fire, it's really evil. Yuan looked at the black fox in front of him, his expression became slightly serious. In terms of strength, the long-haired young man who has mastered the power of the soul card can be said to be very strong. Being able to destroy so many gold-level star beasts one after another with almost no consumption. But the immortal evil fire in turn used his ability to absorb heat to lay a trap, allowing him to set himself on fire and burn himself to death. Chapter 258 Conquering the Evil Fire. I gave you a chance and it didn't work, so let me do it. Su Yuan glanced at Ruan and said, Ruan, get ready. Pfft. Ruan responded, and the stronger devouring power quietly spread out from his body to cover the movement. Su Yuan nodded secretly, the white and green flames on his body lit up, and he used the sun-burning technique with all his strength as soon as he came up. In the past, Su Yuan would not have been able to hide such a strong fluctuation, but now with the help of Ruan, he was not even aware of the immortal evil fire, which is the most precious treasure of the fire system. Seeing that the black fox was motionless, Su Yuan turned over his hand and took out a pill that was as white as snow and put it in his mouth. It was the Snow God Lotus Heart Pill that Yang Yifeng had refined using Snow God Lotus flowers. Ruan, we're on board. Su Yuan reminded. Pfft. T. Ruan could feel that the black fox seemed to be able to cook him in just one stroke. Although he was a little scared, he still had the courage to cheer for himself and his master, and turned into a bracelet and wrapped it around Su Yuan's wrist. Su Yuan activated the flame fire control technique in his body, raised his hand to form a seal, and a large amount of star power surged and gathered in his right hand. In just a moment, a golden mark as hot as fire appeared in his palm. Although there was a soft block to block the fluctuations of star power, the moment the golden mark appeared, the black fox felt an instinctive danger, a cold light flashed in his eyes, and he suddenly looked this way. When he met the other party's cold gaze, his limp body that had turned into a bracelet was still shaking in fear. At this time, Su Yuan's eyes flashed with silver, and he teleported to the black fox first, stretched out his right hand with golden runes and patted it. This time, the black fox once again felt a stronger sense of crisis. The black flames that were flowing calmly on his body began to roll violently, threatening to disperse at the slightest agitation. However, at this moment, a distorted gravity suddenly spread out with Su Yuan as the center, causing the black fox's body to stagnate. Immediately afterwards, the airlocks that had been lurking in the void from all directions shot out and entangled the black fox in an instant. The golden cicada is locked in the air and has nowhere to hide. Su Yuan has been watching for a long time. Now that he takes action, he must hit it with one strike. The black fox felt that he could not move, and could not even disperse into energy bodies to escape, so the black flames on his body surged and burned directly along the 12 sky locks in the opposite direction. The lock of the sky, which had never been destroyed by the enemy before, was about to be broken and melted in just a short moment. Although Su Yuan was quite surprised, this time was enough. With a wave of his hand, the mark in his hand had already been pressed on the head of the black fox. There was a sudden silence. Immediately, the golden light lit up in Su Yuan's palm, and a large number of golden threads shot out from the golden mark in his palm, intertwined and woven, and in just a short moment, it formed a net covering the black fox's body. The black fox let out a silent roar, and the phantom body could no longer hold on, and suddenly exploded into a large black flame that was constantly rolling and expanding. In just a moment, it was as big as 2 basketball courts, and it almost broke free of the golden net woven with gold threads. However, the flame sky fire control technique is a secret technique specially created by strong human beings to target divine fire. It is extremely precious. With Su Yuan now using the star power that has pushed the sun-burning body technique to the extreme, he is definitely not a newly born immortal evil. Fire can break free easily. The giant network woven with golden threads became more and more condensed, not only stopping the expansion of the black flames, but also began to gradually shrink under the crazy injection of Su Yuan's star power. This process was a near miss, and there was nothing the immortal evil fire could do about it. Because the golden net can not only suppress the power of divine fire, but also inhibit the characteristics of divine fire. This is the power of Yantian fire control. Seeing the divine fire in the golden net getting smaller and smaller, until finally it turned into a fire the size of an egg and was pulled into the star power cyclone in Su Yuan's body by the golden thread transformed by Yantian's fire-bending technique. In an instant, the evil fire erupted again, and some extremely destructive black flames escaped from the golden net. Although Su Yuan had deployed star power defenses everywhere in his body in advance, he was still burned through by black flames in the blink of an eye, causing considerable injuries. If it weren't for the restriction of the golden net formed by Yantian's fire-bending technique, the energy of this evil fire could burn Su Yuan to ashes from the inside out in an instant. Su Yuan was well prepared, and immediately swallowed the snow god lotus heart pill that he had prepared in his mouth, and activated the Fenqi knife in the star power cyclone that turned into a star card. After the elixir was taken down, it quickly melted away, and countless cold thoughts quickly neutralized the astonishing heat brought by the immortal evil fire. The Fenqi knife can absorb part of the black flame and convert it into a healing effect that is applied to Su Yuan's body. However, the energy in the immortal evil fire is so terrifying, how can it be suppressed so easily? It was impossible for repairs to keep up with the speed of destruction. Before long, more and more black flames ignited on Su Yuan's body. Pfft! Ruan, who turned into a bracelet, naturally felt the terrifying and violent divine fire energy in Su Yuan's body, and was already quite anxious. Seeing the black flames on Su Yuan's body burning at this moment, Ruan was so frightened that she quickly transformed back into her original form, jumping around Su Yuan, frightened and anxious. But in just a short moment, many parts of Su Yuan's skin were already red and black, with severe burns. Puff, chi, 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 chi. Ruan was so anxious that her eyes welled up with tears, but Su Yuan, who was immersed in conquering the divine fire in his body, had no time to care about it. At this moment, Ruan suddenly thought of something, the water on his body lit up, and he immediately launched his devouring skill blessing of the soul of the sea. A layer of water surged up out of thin air and covered Su Yuan's body. Under the powerful healing power, although the skin that had been continuously burned and cracked did not heal quickly, it also greatly slowed down the speed of the burn. Puff, chi, chi. Ruan could feel that this was only treating the symptoms but not the root cause. The master was still suffering from the burning of the black flame. Thinking that I was just next to the master, I felt so hot. And that hateful black flame is now in the owner's body, doesn't it hurt even more? Thinking like this, Ruan couldn't help but think that since his birth, the master has always given him good food and drink, and cultivated himself to grow regardless of consumption. The golden eyes became more determined. Ruan had already made a decision. But the bright water light lit up on itself, and in a blink of an eye, Ruan turned into a huge water ball with a diameter of several meters. He carefully approached Su Yuan and pressed her against him. Even through the water shield protected by the sea soul, Ruan was immediately burned and instinctively wanted to retract his body. But in an instant, Ruan suppressed this impulse. Pfft! Be brave and soft, not afraid of difficulties, and protect the master. Ruan's heart trembled, and he shook his head without thinking too much. He decisively used his huge body to wrap Su Yuan's entire body inside, and spread out his devouring power to devour the black flames on his body. Just for a moment, Ruan was so painful that his whole body started to tremble. The divine fire energy escaping from Su Yuan's body could not be resisted by a silver level like Ruan. This directly exceeded Ruan's upper limit of swallowing. After just a short while, the part of Su Yuan's body that was softly wrapped began to dissolve and disintegrate visibly to the naked eye. Puff, chi, chi. Tears welled up from his big eyes in pain, but he still gritted his teeth, and while using the regeneration skill that Su Yuan had upgraded to the realm of transformation, he continued to repair his body that had been dissolved by the high temperature, and at the same time strengthened his influence on Su Yuan. The swallowing of black flames escaping from the body. In Su Yuan's body, with the continuous weaving and refining of Yantian's fire-bending skills, as well as the help of Fenqi Dao, Snow God Lotus Heart Pill, etc., the dark fire of the immortal evil fire has become smaller and smaller. But this is the immortal evil fire. Unless it is completely refined into the star power cyclone according to the fire control technique of Yantian, Su Yuan will not dare to relax at all. During this process, Su Yuan could feel that from a certain moment on, his body suddenly became much cooler, and even the surging heat in his body was sucked away by something, which helped a lot. It's just that Su Yuan is now focused entirely on the immortal evil fire in the star power cyclone, without even a trace of extra thought. As time went by, the fire became more and more concentrated, until it was only the size of a fingernail. A burst of rich black brilliance suddenly lit up on the fire, and the golden threads wrapped around it became extremely bright. The black fire suddenly exploded, and finally turned into a strange mark of virtual reality hanging in the star power cyclone. At this moment, all the escaping scorching energy in the body dissipated, and in Su Yuan's heart, there were many more insights about the immortal evil fire, like an enlightenment. It's done. Su Yuan's heart was shocked, and then he felt uncontrollable joy. Suddenly, Su Yuan felt something fall from his body. Before Su Yuan had time to look, he felt that the star power cyclone in his body had changed in some way due to the fire mark. In an instant, the star power surged, and a vast and majestic energy was continuously derived. Su Yuan immediately gathered his mind and tried his best to refine this majestic energy. It had just broken through the gold level. Under the impact of this energy, it suddenly stabilized at an alarming speed and continued to rise. I don't know how long it took, but after Su Yuan had completely refined this energy, his star power cultivation level had reached the middle level of gold. Along with a burst of dissipated star power, Su Yuan opened his eyes. In his silver pupils, there were some dark flames lingering, which looked quite evil. Hey! Su Yuan took a deep breath, his eyes showing intense joy. I got the divine fire. At this moment, Su Yuan suddenly thought of something. Soft. Previously it was because he was immersed in the refining divine fire, but at this moment, Su Yuan thought for a moment and realized that the one who assisted him outside just now must be Ruan. Su Yuan quickly turned his head to look, only to see Ruan lying next to him like mud, and even the sea blue on his body became extremely transparent. Su Yuan suddenly felt a chill in his heart and quickly started to investigate. After a while, Su Yuan breathed a long sigh of relief. Fortunately, due to the law of devouring and high-speed regeneration, Ruan's own life was not in danger. The reason why he is unconscious now is firstly because he swallowed too much evil fire energy and overeated, causing indigestion. Secondly, his star power was overdrawn. Thirdly, he was seriously injured and without star power to regenerate and recover, he could only consume it. A lot of stamina. This little guy. Su Yuan already understood everything that had happened before and Ruan's efforts just by thinking about it. Looking at the soft and tired figure lying on the ground and sleeping, Su Yuan smiled with some emotion, and then carefully sent him to the beast control space for treatment. After doing this, Su Yuan thought to himself, System. Following Su Yuan's instructions, the system panel appeared in front of him. Su Yuan. Level, Gold Intermediate. Soul Card, Phoenix in the Blue Sky. Rare Treasure of Heaven and Earth, Immortal Evil Fire. Chapter 259 Evolution and Advancement. Su Yuan opened his left hand, and a dark flame bloomed in his palm and burned quietly. This flame does not burn as violently as ordinary flames, and the amazing heat can be felt from a long distance away. On the contrary, it is as restrained as flowing water. If you are not in close contact with it, it may be difficult to feel its terrifying power. Immortal Evil Fire. Type, Divine Fire, Rank 12. Characteristic, Immortality. Blessing, the blessing of the Immortal Evil Fire. You can convert star power into fire star power at will without using skills, and greatly increase the strength and toughness of the host fire star power. Introduction: the divine fire has powerful immortality properties. Even if there is a little spark left, it can rekindle from the ashes and regenerate like crazy. The immortal evil fire, this is the divine fire, the 12th ranked divine fire. Until this moment, Su Yuan was still excited. The legendary treasure known as the Sun, Moon, Star, Level 3, and even the King level powerhouses are flocking to it. Now, I have already obtained it at the gold level. At the gold level, you can almost walk sideways with the divine fire. Except for those who have specific targeting methods like the long-haired young man, it is impossible for ordinary people to stop him. They are afraid that they will be burned to ashes if they meet him. Moreover, this kind of exotic treasure will grow with its host after being conquered. The energy level of this undead evil fire is probably between gold and shining stars. However, relying on the super destructive power of the divine fire itself, it is definitely comparable to the attack strength of shining stars. It can be released with some skills. Even if we are facing the Yaoxing star, we are sure to kill it. Su Yuan took a deep breath, his eyes filled with uncontrollable joy. The blessing of the immortal evil fire alone can greatly increase the power of your original fire finger, blue flame strike, hell flame, and even the enhanced sun burning technique, not to mention adding some immortal evil fire to release it. These are the skills. After a while, Su Yuan finally suppressed his ups and downs and began to think about what was going to happen next. After obtaining the divine fire, the next step is to develop the skill of Yantian fire control. Although fire skills such as Blue Flame Strike and Hell Flame can be released with Undead Evil Fire instead of part of the star power, the increase in power is also extremely exaggerated. But even so, the power of the Immortal Evil Fire has not been fully exerted. There are many types of divine fire, each with its own characteristics, and there are countless fire skills. There is a question of compatibility here. Because of the degree of compatibility, most fire skills are unable to maximize the power of divine fire. Many people, even if they get the divine fire, can only try to choose some skills that suit their own divine fire to maximize the power of the divine fire. But the preciousness of Yantian fire bending technique is not only that it can help absorb divine fire, but also that it can evolve the power of divine fire that perfectly matches it and exert it 100% or even more than 100%. And it is a divine fire exclusive skill that is expected to advance as the divine fire grows. Each divine fire can only have one such skill at most. Su Yuan sank his mind into the star power cyclone. At this moment, the fire control technique of Flame Sky Star card flickered on and off like breathing. Then, let's start evolving. As Su Yuan thought, another golden thread shot out from the fire control technique of Flame Sky and was connected to the divine fire mark of the immortal evil fire. The two resonated, and then there were wisps of dark evil fire on the divine fire mark flowing along the golden thread towards fire control technique of Flame Sky. These evil fires soon covered the entire fire control technique of Flame Sky. Wrap it in layers. And soon, Su Yuan felt that Yantian's fire-bending technique was undergoing transformation, and immediately checked the system. Fire Control Technique. Quality, Epic. Attribute, Fire. Introduction, the top fire secret method that can complement and grow with Divine Fire. Status, the exclusive skill of Divine Fire is evolving, collecting Divine Fire, Immortal Evil Fire. I wonder what kind of epic skills the Yantian fire control technique, which has absorbed the immortal evil fire, will bring to me. Su Yuan couldn't help but have some expectations in his heart. In terms of characteristics alone, the immortal evil fire can be said to be quite special. It's just that it doesn't look like it can be hatched for a while. I think I can only look at it after I go back. However, in addition to Yantian fire control, there is also an epic skill that can be improved. Su Yuan's eyes fell on the Great Sun Burning Body technique, restricted status, that he relied on most among the fire skills. The Great Sun Burning Body technique requires absorbing a large amount of heat to complete the restriction lifting. There has never been a good method in the past, but now that there is immortal evil fire, it should not be difficult to complete it, right? Su Yuan thought like this and immediately activated the Great Sun Burning Body technique. In the star power cyclone, a strong suction force immediately came from the originally quiet Great Sun Burning Body technique. The immortal evil fire that turned into the divine fire mark seemed to feel something and expressed some resistance. But now that it has been conquered, how can it be allowed to resist? As Su Yuan's will descended, black flames immediately surged up from the evil fire mark, rushing towards the Great Sun Burning Body technique. Great Sun Burning Body technique crazily swallows up the evil fire like rain after a long drought, and emits a brighter and brighter brilliance. However, there was a faint feeling of grievance at the mark of the divine fire. After all, they had just joined Su Yuan's star power cyclone base camp, and there were these two guys who wanted to absorb the power of the divine fire. Since you have become my strength, you must naturally put the whole body as your first priority. But don't worry, since I can subdue you, I will definitely take you beyond the limits of what you can originally achieve. Anyway, you don't have a choice now, how about you just choose to believe me? The divine fire seal was silent for a while, and then independently increased the amount supplied to Great Sun Burning Body technique, restricted status. Today's immortal evil fire is still in its nascent state. Although as a rare treasure of heaven and earth, he was born with some intelligence, it was equivalent to that of a child of a few years old, not much better than Ruan. At this moment, he was subdued and unable to resist, and the immortal evil fire didn't know what other options he had. Now I can only follow this human being, maybe, there will be a day when I can grow to the limit. Yan Tian's fire-bending technique requires the evolution of divine fire techniques, which requires a lot of time. However, the Great Sun Burning Body technique only removes restrictions, which is much faster, as long as the energy is enough. So, after continuously and violently absorbing the undead evil fire, the Great Sun Burning Body technique finally started to move. The blue light on the card changed, and finally turned completely purple. Great Sun Burning Body technique. Quality, epic. Attribute, fire. Introduction, originated from the Golden Crow clan, it has 6 levels of red, yellow, white, green, purple, and gold, the ultimate fire-based strengthening skills. Green flame, purple flame, and golden flame. As the Burning Sun technique lifts the restrictions on advancing to epic quality, a large amount of new information also appears. Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audio Wave. On top of the 3 stages of enhancement of red, yellow, and white of the blue card, there are also 3 stages of blue, purple and gold. The fire is pure green, so there are 2 colors of green and purple at the back. As for the last golden flame, I am afraid it is the corresponding Great Sun True Fire of the legendary star beast Tehao Golden Crow. The true fire of the sun, majestic and vast, kills evil and exorcises demons, ranks 14th among the 36 divine fires, slightly below the immortal evil fire. Come to think of it, if you use the immortal evil fire to drive the final stage of the Great Sun Burning technique, the effect should be different. Even if it is not as good as using the Great Sun True Fire to drive the Great Sun Burning technique, it should be far better than using the Fire Star power to drive it. But at this moment, the immortal evil fire has provided too much source fire for the Great Sun Burning Body technique, so it is obviously dimmer than before. After calming down the immortal evil fire for a while, Su Yuan calmed down. Now that the divine fire has been conquered, the next step is to leave the cave and the ancient forbidden area. Su Yuan looked thoughtful. For him now, the ancient forbidden territory is still very dangerous. It would be difficult to encounter a shining level monster, and it would be a narrow escape if he encountered a Huido level monster. Then, how to leave? Su Yuan didn't know how the long-haired young man got in, but the only exit he knew so far was the previous stone door. This cave is extremely deep. If you don't go through the stone door, but want to drill a passage to the surface. Although it is possible to do it, the difficulty, movement, and time required are really not small. Then leave from the original path. If possible, use the displacement method to exit silently. The final result will be to face two shining stars directly. Su Yuan has now advanced to the middle level of gold, obtained the immortal evil fire, and even the great sun burning body technique has been lifted from restrictions and restored to epic quality. Su Yuan thought that even if he faced the Yaoxing star directly, he would be able to encounter it, let alone simply escape from the Yaoxing star. But at this moment, Su Yuan suddenly noticed something, and there was a sudden silver light in his eyes as he looked somewhere. In his far-sighted vision, a fox with 5 fiery red tails emitted gradually dissipating spatial fluctuations, as if it was suddenly teleported here through some means. Su Yuan frowned slightly. Did it teleport in suddenly? Previously, because Su Yuan's eyes were focused on the long-haired young man and the black fox transformed into the immortal evil fire, he did not notice the Junchen Guanhuo fox who had escaped some distance away. At this moment, seeing the young fox demon woman suddenly teleporting in, Su Yuan roughly understood it after thinking about it for a while. As the two monsters in Burning Ember Ridge, the fox demon and the bull demon can open the stone door together and enter the cave at will. But now, this fox demon seems to have other preparations, and suddenly arrived here in the form of teleportation. It can only be that he wants to quietly swallow the immortal evil fire. It seems that the other party has discovered the immortal evil fire a long time ago. If you think about it, you are really lucky. If the two demons hadn't pulled each other, the immortal evil fire might not have had its turn. Su Yuan looked back and secretly said thankfully. My goal has been achieved, so there is no need to fight with the shining star. Leaving here smoothly is the first priority. Su Yuan's eyes flashed with silver light, and he immediately started teleporting and rushed towards the stone gate. Chapter 262 Demons Chase Each Other. You said, a human came in and found the divine fire. As soon as the young fox demon woman teleported in, she frowned and asked Jun Chen Guan Fire Fox in front of her. Guanhuo Fox nodded repeatedly and quickly explained the previous situation to the fox demon. However, Guanhuo did not say that he was the one who led the long-haired young man there under threat. He only said that when he arrived, he found that the long-haired young man was heading straight for the divine fire. He showed up to stop him and was unable to defeat him, so he escaped first. After hearing this, the young fox demon woman couldn't help but look ugly. Previously, I originally planned to use the art of fox charm to keep the black cow sleeping, and then use Jun Chen to watch the teleportation of the fire fox to slowly conquer this divine fire. As a result, not long after the spell was launched, a message was received from Junchen Guanhuo. Actually, a powerful human came to the cave for some reason and discovered the evil fire. The situation was urgent. The fox demon young woman suddenly became anxious. After all, there was only one portion of the divine fire, and if it was gone, it would be gone. Even if the person who has conquered the divine fire can be killed, if there is no high-end method of extracting the divine fire from other people's bodies, the divine fire will dissipate when the host dies. So the fox demon didn't care so much and could only interrupt the continuous spell on the black bull, and notified the watching fire fox to immediately prepare for the teleportation. That's why this scene happened now. Golden Fox, even those gold-level ash creatures are no match for him. The watching fire fox responded, yo-yo. After receiving the affirmative answer, the young fox demon woman's heart sank slightly. The young fox demon woman knows a thing or two about how difficult it is for these ash creatures to regenerate because she has killed some before. It stands to reason that the average lower 3 levels are very difficult to deal with, not to mention that the divine fire seems to be able to control these ash creatures. If that person can really deal with these ash creatures easily, then he may really have the strength to conquer the divine fire, or temporarily seal the divine fire. The fox demon young woman immediately asked in a deep voice, "Where is the divine fire? Take me there quickly." The fire-watching fox immediately turned around and led the young fox demon woman towards the place where they had encountered the evil fire. But when the fox demon and Guanhuo arrived at the place where the previous battle took place, there was no one else except the traces of fierce fighting all over the ground. Damn it, it's too late. The young fox demon woman's face was filled with anger, and the surging pressure of star power instantly crushed the ground within a radius of 100 meters. This was the first time that Guanhuohu saw the young fox demon woman being so angry. He couldn't help but feel his heart tremble slightly. His eyes were filled with gold and fire, and he quickly opened his bright fire eyes to examine her carefully. Yo-yo! Soon, Guanhuohu seemed to have discovered something, and pointed in the direction of the entrance to the cave. Yuan had just refined the divine fire, but could not completely cover up the powerful fluctuations of the divine fire, and Ruan fell into a deep sleep again. Under the observation of Guanhuo Cave's bright fire eyes, some traces were still captured. Oh, are you actually leaving through Shimen? The fox demon young woman didn't know how Yuan got in. She thought there was another way to the cave, but she didn't expect Yuan to leave through the stone door. Although she was surprised, the young fox demon woman was extremely pleasantly surprised. Quick, catch up! The fox demon young woman grabbed Junshin Guanhuohu and chased after Yuan. Are you still catching up? Yuan's eyes flashed with silver light, and he looked behind him through far vision. Not long after, he saw the young fox demon woman and Guanhuo fox chasing from behind. He immediately spread out the yellow flames to burn his body and shot out with all his strength. With the blessing of teleportation and yellow flame burning, Yuan would definitely be able to rush to the stone gate before the fox demon caught up with him. When the time comes to return to the ground, there are various star beasts in the burning ash ridge. I can directly open a distance of more than 10 kilometers with a long sight and transposition. However, Yuan's expression did not relax. Considering the worst-case scenario, there would be more than one monster in Burning Ember Ridge. Time passed, and after a long time, the young fox demon woman had completely transformed into the giant five-tailed fox demon. One of its tails wrapped around the fire fox and galloped at high speed in the cave. Damn it, this human can actually move instantly. The fox demon became more and more anxious. By watching the fire fox's description, the young fox demon woman already knew that it was because of Yuan's constant teleportation that she had not been able to catch up. It means it's inconvenient to fly in the cave, otherwise I would have caught you long ago. There was a bit of ferocity in the fox demon's eyes, and he became increasingly angry. At this time, Yuan was almost at the edge of the cave area where the ash star beast was. At this time, in the far-sighted field of vision, an Ox Clan star beast that was still concentrating on training finally appeared. There was still a place with a relatively high concentration of ash, and those who could come here to practice were the best of the two races of star beasts that came in. And this Ox Clan star beast is clearly the pioneering bull that is expected to break through to the shining star level. With a thought in Yuan's mind, he locked onto the opponent directly, and then a little silver light rose from under one person and one beast at the same time. Transformation. During the flash of silver light, more than 10 kilometers away, Kaishan Mangnu, who was still practicing, had not reacted. The next moment, he was forced to change places by Yuan. Moo. As a wave of fluctuation enveloped his body, the surrounding scenery changed drastically in the blink of an eye, which shocked Kaishan Mangnu. Soon, Kaishan Mangnu realized that something seemed to have changed in the cave, and quickly sent a message to the bull demon outside. On the other side, Guanhuohu, who observed this scene, looked shocked and quickly reported something to the young fox demon woman. What? You said he disappeared, but suddenly turned into Kaishan, who was practicing in the periphery. Zhizi. Guanhuohu nodded and said something in detail. It looks like it's some kind of position swapping skill. The fox demon young woman was shocked and angry. Kaishan Mangnu and other star beasts came in, but they were practicing outside the cave, which was still quite a distance away. How could they exchange places at such a long distance? Moreover, this means that the other party may be able to get near Shimen in a short time. Thinking of this, the young fox demon woman suddenly felt bad. At this moment, the communication talisman on her body sounded. The young fox demon woman took a look and couldn't help but change her expression slightly. Mei Li, brother Niu, I had an extraordinarily comfortable sleep this night. It's a pity that when I woke up, I couldn't see your moving figure again, Sister Li, tisk tisk tisk. Did this guy actually wake up so early? The fox demon looked surprised. Black Bull had obviously discovered that he had cast a spell on it, and it was unexpected that he woke up so quickly. Do you really think I didn't notice the little tricks you asked Jinhu to do secretly? Now I'm almost at the cave door. If you tell me what you are doing now, maybe I can ignore the past suspicions. It turns out this guy has been pretending to be stupid all along. The fox demon looked a little ugly. No wonder he had said several times in recent times that he would open the cave to let his tribe members in for cultivation, and the other party agreed without further explanation. It turned out that he had already prepared for it. But at this moment, the matter has come to an end, and the top priority is to stop that human being. Just let that human being go to the stone door. Once he has the ability to quickly break open the stone door, the divine fire will really fly away. Hey Niu, there is a divine fire in the cave. The fox demon directly sent the message. Sacred fire? The black bull who had just arrived in the valley felt a sudden jump in his heart, and immediately his eyes filled with extremely strong desire and greed. Did you get the divine fire? Will I tell you if I get it? There is a human who got the divine fire first and wants to leave through the stone gate. Be careful, that human seems to be able to exchange places with others over 10 kilometers away. I see. It was about the divine fire, and the bull demon immediately became excited. As for the fox demon's secret desire to monopolize it, he had to put it down first. At the moment, he wanted to keep the human who stole the divine fire from under his nose. Swap places. The bull demon thought for a moment and already had an idea in his mind. After Su Yuan shook off the fox demon, he galloped all the way without stopping, finally entering the ascending tunnel and getting closer to the entrance stone door. At this moment, through the perspective and distance vision of omniscient vision, the situation outside the cave can be seen. But seeing it this way, Su Yuan was a little surprised. Because there is a silver-level bovine star beast wandering freely in the valley outside the stone gate. Apart from this, there is no other star beast in all directions. Conspiracy. When Su Yuan saw this scene, he already figured out the situation in a flash of thought. He couldn't help but chuckle, these monsters are indeed very intelligent. The other party's posture was clearly to change his position and bring food to him. And the only one who knows that he can change places at a long distance is the fox demon who has been following him. From this point of view, although the fox demon secretly went underground to try to conquer the divine fire, at this moment, because the divine fire was stolen, he shared information with the bull demon. Now there are only 3 choices Su Yuan can make. First, change direction and find other ways out of the cave. Second, a miracle can be achieved with great force, breaking through the stone door head-on and getting out. Third, target the silver-level bull demon outside and transform away. The former will be overtaken by the fox demon behind them, and if they don't find another way out as soon as possible, the bull demon will definitely come in, and then they will face a pincer attack by the bull demon and the fox demon in the cave. As for breaking through the stone door to get out, I'm afraid it would take some effort and would be unnecessary. Then the only thing you can do is to accept the food served by the other party and go out by changing places. Compared with breaking through the stone gate, it can save a lot of time, and taking advantage of this time may be enough to deal with the bull demon hiding outside. Although he hasn't seen the bull demon yet, Su Yuan is sure that the other party must be hiding outside. Just to avoid being swapped places with him, he didn't show up. Okay, then let me see how powerful the shining star monster is. Su Yuan chuckled lightly, turned over his hand and took out the Fenqi knife, his eyes flashed with silver light, and murderous intent loomed. The next moment, Yuan exchanged places with the silver-level bull beast outside and appeared in the valley holding the Fenqi knife. Chapter 261 Divine Fire Spear, instantly kills the shining star. Yuan transformed and appeared in the valley, and soon felt a strange wave filling the surroundings. The periphery is blocked by something, so I can't teleport away directly. Yuan narrowed his eyes slightly and looked up at the empty surroundings. I've already come out, why don't you show up? As soon as he finished speaking, a stream of spiritual lights shot up into the sky from the hills surrounding the valley, connecting 2 by 2 to form a light curtain, surrounding the entire valley. Ha ha ha, our burning ash mountain is rarely visited by humans. This is the first time in decades. Accompanied by a burst of pretentiously bold laughter, a burly man with black horns appeared from somewhere in front and walked over in stride. And on the top of the mountains in all directions, under every soaring spiritual light, there is a bovine star beast with various flags beside him, 12 in total. Looking closely, these 12 bull-like star beasts are all gold level, and 4 of them are master quality. Yuan glanced at the formation surrounding the valley and said calmly, "This is the first time I have seen a star beast use an formation to form a barrier." The bull demon man laughed, "These things are not just for you humans. They are not just formations, alchemy talismans, and other things. There are great demons in my ancient forbidden area who have studied them to an extremely advanced level." Yuan chuckled and said nothing about it. Some of the great demons in the ancient forbidden realm are indeed talented and knowledgeable about yin and yang. But the main reason why the alchemy array can be developed to the current level is that after the alliance was established, Dian passed on many things. Otherwise, how could it be as good as it is now? It's just that Yuan didn't expect that he would encounter a group of star beasts who could use the formation flag not long after entering the ancient forbidden area. This set of formation flags of the ambush hidden killing formation can not only hide the aura and body shape, but also prevent movement through the formation. It is an excellent formation method for ambushing targets. After getting this set of formation flags from Blackwood Valley, I never had a chance to use them, but today they came in handy. But I didn't expect that the first time I used it, I only had to deal with a gold level 1. But for the divine fire, it was definitely worth it. The bull demon man showed off quite proudly, thinking that this hidden killing formation had completely cut off Yuan's path, and now he was trying to catch a turtle in a jar. Then, the bull demon man looked at Yuan, whose body was burning with bright yellow flames, grinned and said, "Human, hand over the divine fire and I'll let you go, how about that?" Of course, Yuan was not listening to the bullshit man's nonsense. Taking advantage of the other party's verbosity, Yuan had already taken a look at the formation. Through his omniscient vision, Yuan roughly saw that this formation was indeed quite mysterious. Not only could it block displacement, but it also had extremely strong defense. The gold-level star beast serves as the flag guard, providing protection and energy source for the formation flag. Even the shining star cannot easily break through and escape. And if you want to break this formation, you probably have to deal with at least 6 flag defenders first. It seems that we still have to deal with this shining star bull monster first. Yuan's eyes condensed, and the yellow flames burning on his body suddenly turned into white, and there was a little bit of black color on the outer layer of the white flames, which once again increased the power of the white flames to burn the body by several %. This is the protection of the immortal evil fire. As the sun burned his body, Yuan took one step forward and instantly appeared behind the bull demon and swung the Fenqi knife to slash it down. Teleport. The bull demon didn't expect that this gold-level human would take action at his word, so suddenly, and he would move aside in shock. However, the surrounding silver light lit up, and 12 sky locks shot out, immobilizing the figure of the bull demon. Dang! When the Fenqi sword slashed at the bull demon, it seemed as if it was slashing not on the cowhide, but on the iron skin. The sword in the white flame state only left a shallow white mark on the opponent's hard body, without even breaking the skin. Very hard. Su Yuan's eyes moved slightly. This bull demon's defense was much stronger than expected. It might be a star beast that is better at defense among the shining stars. That's right, human. The bull demon couldn't help but sneer before he could break free from the lock of space. I'm good at power defense, how dare you, a gold-level person, to swing your sword at me. The bull demon has lived for many years, but he knows that there are some amazing geniuses among humans who can fight beyond the level, and there are even gold-level kills and star-level ones. But if the gold level wants to kill the stars, the biggest point is to be able to break through the defense, otherwise there will be no chance at all. The shining star level is an all-round improvement compared to the gold level. The defense and star power skyrocketed at the same time. As long as some defensive methods were deployed casually, it would be difficult to kill even a gold level player while standing. Even though the defenses of other shining stars might be broken by the gold level, the bull demon man thought to himself that as a Dingya Manu who was good at strength and defense, how could he be killed by a mere gold level? The bull demon man thought about it while trying his best to break free from the silver chain with amazing control. But at this moment, a heart-stopping hot feeling suddenly appeared behind the bull demon. Su Yuan was seen pointing the sword at the bull demon with both hands. 7 golden flares on the blade lit up one by one, but unlike before, extremely deep black flowed on these flares. In an instant, in addition to the red flame, there was also an overbearing black flame wrapped around the long knife, emitting an astonishing wave that burned everything. The bull demon man exclaimed, "This is the divine fire. You are a gold-level person, and you have already conquered the divine fire in such a short time. Conquering the divine fire is extremely dangerous. If you are not careful, you may be set on fire and burn yourself to death. Even the fox demons of the star level must be fully prepared to conquer the evil fire after knowing the existence of it." So all this time, Niu Yao thought that Su Yuan had only temporarily sealed the divine fire and was going to take it back to refine and subdue it. Even the fox demon young woman and Guan Huohu thought this was the case. Guan Huohu only knew that the divine fire was on Su Yuan, but he did not expect that Su Yuan had completely conquered the divine fire. At this moment, as the undead evil fire wrapped around Su Yuan's Fenqi knife, Niu Yao felt a scalp-numbing horror coming into his heart. In an instant, the power of the two consciousnesses burst out from the body of the bull demon, and directly appeared in its true form, transforming into a wild bull that looked like a black muscular monster. The power and defense increased to an astonishing degree in the blink of an eye. The huge power of Dingya Manu directly caused the 12 airlocks that bound it to tremble violently. Disconnect. The bull demon struggled wildly, and the star fragments on the 12 sky locks collapsed, making a crash sound, as if they were about to be torn apart in the next moment. However, at this time, the Fenqi sword had already gathered its momentum, the black flames on the blade were compressed to the extreme, and the bull demon pointed by the blade felt an aura of destruction that was numbing the scalp. No, no, no! The bull demon was horrified. After struggling wildly, several of the locks of the sky were broken in succession. Evil fire, divine spear. Su Yuan spoke in a low voice, and the black and red brilliance on the Fenqi knife suddenly flourished. The next moment, it penetrated the entire bull demon from back to front and shot out to 1,000 meters away. The bull demon's eyes were as wide as copper bells. From the corner of his eyes, he could still see the blade coming out of his mouth, and his consciousness quickly became blurred. Su Yuan raised the long knife with an indifferent expression and cut the bull demon from the upper half of its body, including its head. One blow, instantly killing the star. The whole place was silent, and many golden star beasts on the hills around the valley were stunned. One moment his boss was talking to this human being, why was he penetrated by a knife the next moment? In the field, the 7 flares on the Fenqi sword dimmed, and the 1,000-meter blade had also shrunk back. Arrogance and underestimation of the enemy are always the biggest sins leading to defeat. Su Yuan looked at the body of the bull demon indifferently. If the other party had gone all out to treat it with caution from the beginning, it would be difficult for him to find such a good opportunity to take action. But the bull demon, as a shining star monster, didn't seem to take him to heart, and was still chattering incessantly. Su Yuan turned to look at the 12 gold-level cattle star beasts with array flags on the surrounding hills. At this moment, because Su Yuan Shun killed the bull demon, these star beasts have not yet come to their senses. But Su Yuan was not stunned. The immortal evil fire wrapped around the long knife, and with a flash of silver in his eyes, he killed one of them. Before the bull-shaped star beast could react, it was split in half by Su Yuan, who teleported over. Then, without stopping, Su Yuan swayed and rushed towards another star beast. This star beast is the master star beast rock giant bull. When he saw Su Yuan coming to attack him, he immediately exploded with all his star power and summoned a huge wall of black and yellow crystals, comparable to a city wall. Earth T1 defense skill, Rock Topaz Wall. Su Yuan made a move with his left hand, and a jet of black flame flew out and hit the rock topaz wall. The rock wall, whose defense was not much weaker than Duan Kong, was burned through a big hole by the black flames before it could hold on for even a second. Su Yuan broke through the wall and entered, and the long knife wreathed in black flames instantly passed over the hard body of the rock giant bull, leaving only a black and grey line on its body. The giant rock bull didn't even have time to scream, before it was killed with a single blow. And this time, the remaining 10 bull beasts recovered from their shock. Moo! Moo! Even the bull demon was dead, and the giant rock bull was killed with a single blow. How could these remaining bovine star beasts have any idea of resistance? Facing Su Yuan, who was coming like a black flame god of death, many star beasts were frightened and rushed to pull out the formation flags beside them to disperse the formation, and then fled in panic. Su Yuan watched these star beasts flee and did not pursue them. Instead, he returned to where the bull demon was and took out his star core. Is it really just a master quality monster? Su Yuan looked at the star core of the bull demon in his hand and was not too surprised. Among the lower 3-level star beasts, there are more ordinary and elite ones. Among the 3rd-level star beasts of the sun, moon, and star, there are the most master star beasts and fewer epic star beasts. As for those who have awakened multiple times to become legendary, that's not entirely non-existent, it can only be said to be almost non-existent. This bull demon didn't have the oppressive power of the epic star beast, and Su Yuan had already guessed that he was just an ordinary star beast. If it were an epic star beast, the outcome would probably be quite hard to predict. At this moment, Su Yuan noticed a rather alarming aura approaching rapidly from the stone gate, and immediately looked over with far vision. But in the Shimin tunnel, red flames surged from the fox demon's 5 long tails, and its entire body had turned into a ball of blazing flame energy, with the power fluctuations of the second consciousness still on its body. Su Yuan originally thought that it would take a while for the other party to arrive, but unexpectedly, he directly deployed the power of his 2 senses and ran all the way. It came so fast, but unfortunately, I can solve it faster. Withdrawing his gaze, Su Yuan turned to look outside the valley, and quickly locked onto a target. Silver brilliance rose from under his feet, and he transformed and unfolded. Su Yuan appeared 10 kilometers away in the blink of an eye. Chapter 262 Matters in the Forbidden Area. Bang! There was a loud noise, accompanied by the surging fire with astonishing energy, and the stone door of the cave was shattered by the pillar of flames from the inside out. The fox demon who unleashed the power of his second consciousness rushed out of it with Guanhuo Fox, but at a glance he saw the ugly dead and breathless Dingyu Maniu on the ground. Black Bull, he's actually dead. The fox demon's pupils suddenly shrank, looking at the body of the bull demon on the ground, and then looking out of the valley. The shock in his heart could not subside for a long time. It's okay to say that the bull demon couldn't keep that gold-level human being, but why? He was actually killed by the other party. How can this be? The watching fire fox on the side was also shocked by this scene. Previously, he observed that the divine fire in Su Yuan's body was far away in the tunnel. He thought that Su Yuan had escaped from the bull demon, but now he was killed directly. The bull demon flew away. The fox demon carefully examined the body of the bull demon, only to find that the fatal blow that cut open the body of the bull demon actually contained the power of divine fire. Is this the power of divine fire? Has this human actually conquered the divine fire? No wonder he can kill the black bull. Junchen watched the fire fox unfold his piercing fire eyes to look around, and nodded. Damn it, how on earth did he do that? The fox demon gradually became irritable, and originally wanted to continue chasing him, but after learning that the opponent had already refined and subdued the divine fire, he knew that he had no hope at all. Extracting the refined divine fire from another person's body is much more difficult than directly refining and subduing an ownerless divine fire. The former can also rely on brute force to suppress the divine fire and subdue it, while the latter requires some exquisite and mysterious secret methods. Not to mention the fox demon can't do it, even the ordinary burning sun demon can't do it. The fox demon looked at the corpse of the bull demon under him, and for a moment he felt mixed emotions in his heart, feeling quite sad that the rabbit had died. If you get the divine fire, let alone the death of the black bull, even if all the other star beasts of the bull clan and the fire fox clan die, it won't be a big deal. But now that the black cow has been killed by others in vain, and the divine fire has been taken away by the other party, the feeling is very different. A bit of hatred suddenly rose in the fox demon's eyes. Take away the divine fire and kill the black cow. We can't let him go so easily. Turning over his hand and taking out the communication talisman, the fox demon immediately sent a message somewhere. In the early days of the ancient forbidden territory, in a deep valley with large black iron inkstone trees, there was a rough yet exquisite and elegant hall made of blue stone. At this moment, a middle-aged man in green robes with a jade crown on his head and an elegant expression was chatting with another haggard old man with a black face. This middle-aged man in a green robe is the valley master of the Blackwood Valley, Kinglan, who rules over many bright star forces in the surrounding area. At this moment, Kinglan asked in a low voice, "Gasong, so, is this what the person from Yunwai Island meant?" "Of course." The black-faced old man named Ge Song nodded, his voice sharp and dry. Kinglan frowned and asked again, "I want to know how many monsters have chosen your side so far." There was a slight silence in the field for a while, and Ge Song said, "The central region, more than halfway." "So much?" Kinglan's expression changed and he looked at Ge Song in shock. Ge Song acted as if it should be like this, and slowly started talking. Although the ancient forbidden territory is large, the eastern continent and even the entire world of Halen Star are even bigger. Before ancient times, the great monsters of all races in our ancient forbidden area almost dominated the entire eastern continent. Even other continents were places I could go to whenever I wanted. But now, due to the restrictions of the Great Yan Kingdom's covenant, almost most of the monsters above the Shining Star level can only live in one corner for life. Even if there are some great demons who can leave the ancient forbidden area, they are only a very small number. Therefore, it is the common wish of all the monsters and beasts like us to leave the ancient forbidden area and travel across the entire eastern continent again. Ge Song raised his head and looked at Kinglan with burning eyes. "Kinglan, I think you are the same." Kinglan's heart skipped a beat, but he did not express his position directly. "It's useless even if we hold together, in the end it still depends on the attitudes of the three above. After all, both the Bingji Xuanya lineage and the Tianjing Palace lineage tended to maintain their alliance with Dian, especially the one from Bingji Xuanya. It's different now." Ge Song said slowly, "I don't know why." This time, the person from the Tianjing Palace who issued the order did not make any statement. Although the Cliff lineage made some moves, it was not strong. Kinglan looked surprised and asked seriously, "Seriously? Of course it's true. You can go to the middle of the forbidden area to confirm this matter yourself. It shouldn't be difficult." Hearing this, Kinglan was silent for a long time, and finally asked, "What are you going to do?" "The above message is to wait for the weather, and now make some preparations." "How about it, Kinglan, have you considered it?" Qinglin was silent for a while, and just as he was about to respond, the communication talisman on his body suddenly sounded, and a rather urgent message came through. Seeing this, Qinglin took out the communication talisman and probed into his spiritual power to check. There was a divine fire in Burning Ash Mountain, but it was taken away by a human who suddenly appeared. Qinglin's eyes were filled with joy at first, and then he frowned slightly. Ji Song, who had been looking at Qinglin, asked, "Why, it seems like you have something going on." "It's not a big deal." Qinglin suppressed the emotions in his heart and smiled casually, "Gasong, please wait for me for a while. I, Haimugu, have some matters to deal with temporarily, and I may have to go out first." "Is it so urgent?" Ji Song looked at him and said coldly, "It's better to come early than to come by chance. I also opened my eyes to see if there is anything here that can be inserted into our conversation." Qinglin said vaguely, "There is just a human who broke in and is running away now." "Humans?" Ji Song's old black face darkened. "You don't want us to go out, but you dare to come in. Anyone who dares to come in will naturally be killed. There are also factions in the ancient Forbidden Territory. Ji Song represents the faction that opposes Great Yan and even wants to take back the continent from humans. And Ji Song can come as a lobbyist, so he is naturally a relatively extreme part of this faction." Qinglin knew that time was running out. If he didn't take action as soon as possible, the human who had conquered the divine fire might run away. "So we could only take Ji Song there first." "Okay, let's go there together," Qinglin said, and greeted outside loudly, "Chai Tai." Soon, a surge of black energy rushed in from outside, and it was another Huiyo-level monster, but the aura on it was slightly weaker than that of Qinglin and Ji Song. "Chai Tai, come with me." Chai Tai glanced at Ji Song beside him and immediately responded, "But it depends on the command of the Valley Master." Chapter 263, Huiyo blocks the road. In the ancient forbidden area, Yuan was moving forward quickly, but there were waves of quite bad premonitions in his heart. Everyone may have premonitions. Most of them are illusory illusions and are difficult to play any role. However, the Star Card Master uses star power as a bridge to connect with the heaven and earth, and his premonitions about the good and bad things that will affect him will become stronger and stronger. Especially for people with higher realms and keener perceptions of the power of heaven and earth, their premonitions will usually be more accurate. Yuan's breathing reached the third level, and his compatibility with the star power of heaven and earth was higher than that of ordinary shining stars. Since he had a premonition at this time, there was a high possibility that something bad was about to happen. It seems that something may have been targeted. Yuan frowned and couldn't help but think of the fox demon. Sure enough, although it is a bit more difficult, we should still use some tricks to get rid of that fox demon. Kill it. Yuan's eyes darkened slightly. He originally wanted to deal with the bull demon queen blocking the way in front of him and leave as soon as possible. After all, according to his own traveling speed, it is impossible for the fox demon to catch up, which is enough to ensure that he can leave the ancient forbidden area smoothly. But after all, this was Yuan's first time facing the ancient forbidden territory, and he lacked experience and relevant information. Different from the wild outside, the various star beast forces in the ancient forbidden area are intertwined and closely connected, and they have deep or shallow connections with each other. Burning Ember Ridge is located deep in the north of the first section of the forbidden territory. Further south, there is Blackwood Valley, one of the Huiyo-level forces in the first section of the Forbidden Territory. At this moment, although it was just a bad premonition, Yuan had already cheered up and used the cooldown time of teleportation and transposition as soon as it was up. At the same time, the omniscient vision is fully opened, and any abnormal changes within a radius of 1 kilometer can be detected immediately. Just like that, Yuan increased his vigilance and galloped towards the forbidden line at full speed. Time continued to pass, and he was getting closer and closer to the forbidden line. Maybe he would reach the forbidden line in half a day, and even the bad premonition in Su Yuan's heart had long since dissipated. Is it really an illusion? Su Yuan couldn't help but think of this, and at the same time, he used his far-sightedness again to look around. After a careful inspection, there were still no bright star monsters suddenly appearing except for some lower-level third-level star beasts. It's best to be okay. Su Yuan was about to retract his gaze, but at this moment, 3 rays of light entered the far-sighted field of vision, approaching from several kilometers away at an astonishing speed. Even the far-sighted field of vision could not keep up with the opponent's moving speed. Not good. Su Yuan's heart trembled, and he quickly retracted his gaze and ran forward, each use of teleportation and transposition reaching its limit. Even so, not long after, those 3 rays of light passed over Su Yuan's head, and then landed directly in front of Su Yuan, blocking the way forward. Su Yuan was startled, and immediately stepped back to distance himself. At the same time, he used his omniscient vision to scan the 3 people in front of him, and his heart suddenly sank. Although the auras of these 3 monsters are more reserved, through the omniscient vision, they can faintly observe the vast star power contained in each other's bodies. The previous bull monsters are completely incomparable. Huido-level monster. Running quite fast. At this moment, the dark-faced Ge Song looked at Su Yuan, and his expression suddenly turned cold. He is indeed a human being. I have been in the middle of the country for a long time, but I didn't expect that a mere gold-level person would dare to enter casually. Am I in the ancient forbidden area? Kinglan, it seems that you have not given enough lessons to these invading humans. Kinglan gave a perfunctory expression and said nothing more about the matter. Although generally speaking, the ancient forbidden territory is somewhat hostile to invading humans. But whether this hostility is deep or shallow, and to what extent it is specific, Bingji Suanya and Yun Weidao have different opinions, so minions like me can only deal with it in the middle. And since Ge Song was on the other side of Yunwei Island, in his opinion, of course he wanted to kill all the humans who invaded. At this moment, Kinglan said to Su Yuan from a distance, "Human boy, hand over what you have on you, and I will spare your life. I can let you go, but whether Ge Song next to you will let you go is none of my business." Kinglan thought in his mind. Thing. Ge Song just followed, not knowing the specific situation. Hearing this, I couldn't help but wonder, would a dignified Huido-level monster fall in love with a gold-level human? Kinglan, what are you talking about? Ge Song asked with a frown. Kinglan knew that since he had brought Ge Song here, it was impossible to hide it. Kinglan crossed his arms and said calmly, "Sacred fire." Sacred fire. Ge Song suddenly raised his head and looked at Su Yuan in front of him, with a strong desire in his eyes. Even if it is not a fire monster, it is difficult to suppress the desire in the face of divine fire. However, Kinglan had already prepared and brought Chadi with him just to prevent Ge Song from intervening. However, Su Yuan said loudly, "The divine fire has been completely subdued by me, I'm afraid I can't leave it to you. Senior, since you are chasing after me, don't you know this?" Kinglan's eyes narrowed slightly. "I have been subdued by you, are you kidding me?" Without saying much, Su Yuan opened his left hand, and a black flame burning quietly fell into the palm of his hand. Although neither Kinglan nor Ge Song are fire star card masters, and they don't know what kind of divine fire it is, judging from the astonishing fluctuations faintly emanating from it, there is no doubt that it is divine fire. And being able to control the divine fire so easily, what else could it be but conquering it? Damn it! Kinglan and Ge Song both looked ugly. After Kinglan thought for a moment, he understood what was going on. This red raccoon, was he afraid that I wouldn't come over, so he deliberately hid the news that the divine fire has been subdued. Kinglan snorted coldly. If it was the divine fire that had already been subdued, then there was nothing he could do about it. He might not be able to catch up with it in person. And when we caught up with him, we realized that it was the divine fire that had been subdued. It was coming, and we couldn't do nothing. It was obvious that the red raccoon dog had induced him to catch up. King Lin frowned. Although he was lured by the divine fire, it didn't feel good to be used as a gunman. But this unhappiness and anger can only be passed on to Su Yuan first. King Lin's voice turned cold. In this case, I can only take you back first, and then slowly find a way to extract the divine fire. As soon as King Lin said these words, the atmosphere in the venue immediately became extremely tense. Su Yuan's heart sank, secretly thinking that the Huiyo-level monsters were indeed not that easy to deal with, but there was no way he could escape when faced with the pursuit of 3 Huiyo monsters. After all, the flying speed of the Huiyo class is much faster than that of the Yao class. This can be proved by the fact that the opponent can catch up with him first. Su Yuan's thoughts were racing, but he still couldn't think of any good solution. It seems I can only use the teacher's talisman. Su Yuan took a deep breath, and at some point he had already grasped the talisman given by Yang Yifeng in his palm, and stared at Qing Lin between the three of them. Teacher's talisman should contain the power of a scorching sun-level blow. Now that these 3 people are close together and locked on the target in the middle, I wonder if they can be killed at once. Needless to say how precious this talisman is, I am afraid that it will still be a life-saving thing at critical moments until I advance to Huiyu. But now that it's life and death, Su Yuan will certainly not be stingy. With no other choice, he can only use this talisman to give it a try. Star power was slowly injected into the talisman to activate it, but at this time, Su Yuan suddenly remembered something. With a movement in his eyes, Su Yuan temporarily stopped activating the talisman, then the ring in his hand flashed, and a slender, gorgeous green feather fell into the other hand. Apart from its beauty, there is nothing special about this feather. It looks like an ordinary object. However, the moment Su Yuan took out the feather, the expressions of Qing Lin, Chai Tai and even Ji Song in front of him all changed drastically. Peacock feathers. The 3 of them stared closely at this peacock feather, feeling the tiny but domineering aura coming from it, with a hint of fear in their eyes. When Su Yuan saw the 3 of them looking like this, he knew that his move was indeed the right one. The intimidating power of King Peacock Ming was really not small. However, Su Yuan understood that the 3 people across from him were temporarily shocked by Kong Zheng's feathers, but if they waited until the 3 people calmed down, something might happen, so he should hurry up and leave. So Su Yuan immediately used the power of the Peacock King to shout loudly, "This is Lord Kong Zheng's feathers. Since you 3 know each other, please give in and let me pass. Otherwise, it will be bad if you offend Lord Kong Zheng." Compared with this peacock feather, Su Yuan believed more in the supreme sword power of the Great Flame Emperor within the Forbidden Line. It is only safe if you retreat beyond the Forbidden Line. King Lin's eyes were filled with excitement, and he already had some intention of retreating. If the divine fire has not been subdued by this human being, then maybe you need to consider whether to disobey King Peacock Ming for the sake of the divine fire. But now that the divine fire has been subdued, even if the opponent is caught, it is extremely difficult to extract the divine fire. And during this process, once King Peacock Ming noticed something and sent someone over. I'm afraid that before I can extract the divine fire, I will be in bad luck or even be killed. A trace of memory flashed in his eyes, and King Lin's body trembled slightly. He no longer hesitated and nodded directly, "Since you are the guest of King Peacock Ming, you can go." Qing Lin had no objection, and Chai Tai next to him naturally wouldn't say anything. Su Yuan felt slightly relieved, nodded, and then teleported directly past the 3 of them and appeared in the distance, and continued moving towards the Forbidden Line. But at this moment, a strong warning sign suddenly sounded in Su Yuan's heart. Almost at the same moment, in his omniscient vision, he noticed a powerful spiritual light coming from behind him. Su Yuan's pupils shrank suddenly, and at the critical moment, he carried out phase shift and hid in the subspace. Boom! A black fist the size of a small mountain struck the ground, and the surging black spiritual light rose dozens of meters high, crushing everything within a few hundred meters into powder. Chapter 264 Kyanki. Gasong, what are you doing? Kinglin exclaimed, not expecting that Ge Song would suddenly take action after Su Yuan took out the peacock feathers. Ge Song snorted coldly, all outside humans should be killed. Even if he has peacock feathers, it's his problem if he dares to appear in my ancient forbidden territory. Besides, who knows why the feathers of King Peacock Ming fell into this person's hands? I think they were probably stolen. Kinglin frowned. Ge Song was just looking for a reason for his words. To put it this way, all the peacock feathers may have been stolen, so what credibility would they have? Besides, whoever dares to steal peacock feathers and deceive others is not delivering the food themselves. Since this is the feather that Kong Zhang shed, of course he can sense it himself. Anyone who dared to cheat would have been found and killed long ago. In the final analysis, one is that Ge Song is too extreme, and the other is that he thinks that he has the Demon King and even Yunwei Island as his backers. But Kong Zhang is so famous, how can he be treated as an ordinary Demon King? Kinglin was much more familiar with Kong Zhang than Ge Song. Because the Demon King that Kinglin was originally attached to happened to be suppressed and killed by Kong Zhang. The memory of that time is still fresh and lingering. But after seeing the five-color divine light rising into the sky, and after a battle that was difficult to observe due to the scorching sun, the body of the Demon King fell from the sky. Then Kong Zhang descended from the sky, and the five-color divine light fell back from the sky into his hand, turning into a treasure fan of 5 elements and 5 directions of true light. He looked around and saw the scorching sun, shining moon, and shining stars in the audience. The big and small demons all crawled to the ground in fear. I didn't dare to take another look at it, I just wanted to save my life. What's more, Qinglin, who was only a star at that time, was even more shocked by the appearance of the peerless Demon King and couldn't extricate himself. It was just for the divine fire, otherwise even though Qinglin was now Huiyu and could be called a great demon, he would still not want to provoke such a person in the slightest. Chai Tai, let's step back and not interfere. Kinglin said in a deep voice. Yes, Valley Master. In the field, Ge Song's figure flashed and appeared at the point where Su Yuan's phase had shifted. The art of space. Ge Song snorted coldly, and the black energy around his body surged and exploded. He spread his fists and blasted wildly into the void in front of him. 6. The space is distorted and the air waves roar. Where the phase shifted, a large area of space trembled and became extremely unstable. It can actually affect this place. In the subspace, the blood in Su Yuan's chest was rolling and almost gushing out of his mouth. He could only pour in all his star power to maintain his stability in the subspace. Fortunately, the cooldown time for teleportation quickly reversed, and Su Yuan immediately teleported thousands of meters away from the subspace. Su Yuan knew very well that now that he had already taken out the peacock feathers, but this black-faced old man still insisted on taking action, there was no room for change. The air exploded, and in just a blink of an eye, Ge Song turned into a black shadow with astonishing momentum and caught up with Su Yuan. At such a speed, even flashing back is useless. I can't hold on to the next phase shift and teleportation at all. As Su Yuan's thoughts flashed, green flames suddenly burned violently on his body. It was the 4th stage of the sun burning technique that had just been lifted, green flame burning. Along with the strong burning sensation, Su Yuan felt infinite power erupting from deep within his body, and immediately used Duan Kong with all his strength. The spiritual light flashed, and the spell was performed at super high speed. In the blink of an eye, a huge wall of space stood in front of him. Under the blessing of the terrifying star power of Qingjian burning body, this move of breaking the air is already the limit of defense that Su Yuan can deploy, and the shining star cannot even think of breaking through it for a while. Ge Song punched the wall of the sky, and the huge and solid wall of space suddenly made a click sound like broken glass. Countless cracks crawled all over the wall of space, and then it shattered with a pop. It's just gold, but you want to look directly at Huiyu. Ge Song laughed ferociously, and after breaking through the wall of the sky, he was about to further blast towards Su Yuan. However, Su Yuan had once again grasped the talisman given by Yang Yifeng, and took advantage of the moment's delay when Ji Song broke the sky-breaking wall to lock onto him. "Since you don't want me to leave, then I'll kill you before I leave." Su Yuan's eyes were filled with murderous intent, and star power flowed into the talisman, and he was about to use the attack sealed in it to kill the enemy in front. Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audio Wave. But at this moment, a sudden change occurred. But something seemed to be blocking the sunlight, and then, a giant black hoof that looked like a pillar stepping down from the clouds. Su Yuan's pupils shrank and he quickly flew back. Boom! The next moment, an earth-shattering loud noise sounded in front of him. The ground shook violently, and the terrifying air waves rolled directly tens of thousands of meters. Within a radius of 100 miles, all the star beasts were so frightened that they crawled to the ground on the spot, not daring to take a breath. "This is..." Su Yuan's pupils trembled. In just a moment, he had already deployed the weight of his elemental magnetism and flew back into the air to create some distance. But now, looking at the giant black hooves stepping out of the clouds in front of him, the ferocious aura and astonishing pressure on it made his scalp numb. In front of the other person, he was as tiny as an ant. Ji Song, who was retreating into the air on the opposite side, was not much better. He also saw some ancient evil and swallowed, with fear in his eyes. Suddenly, the clouds surged, and a gust of black wind suddenly blew down from the sky and headed straight for Gasong. Ji Song's expression suddenly changed, and before he could make any move, he was hit by the black wind. In an instant, blood flew out, and large areas of flesh and blood continued to fall from his body as if they had been scraped off with a knife. Such sudden changes immediately frightened Chai Tai, who had just entered Huihe for the first time. "Valley Master, is this?" Qinglan took a breath of cold air, looked up at the sky, and said in a deep voice, "The black wind blows the bones." Seeing the wind, Qinglan already knew who was coming, and while he was frightened, he felt a bit of strong joy in his heart. Ji Song was blown to the ground by the black wind, and a large area of white bones was exposed on his entire body. His flesh and blood were blurred, and he was dripping with blood. While Su Yuan was horrified, he also realized that someone seemed to have helped him repel the black-faced old man. Su Yuan followed the sky-high black hooves and looked up to the sky, but there were clouds blocking his view, so he couldn't see clearly at all. But soon, the sky-high black hooves in front of him suddenly disappeared, and something seemed to change in the clouds. The next moment, a figure appeared in front of Su Yuan. This is a burly man over 2 meters tall, with yellow hair and dark skin. His extremely ordinary face has a cold and ferocious look. You can tell at a glance that he is definitely not a character to be trifled with. Just being stared at by this man made Su Yuan feel frightened. However, Su Yuan had a hunch that if the other party wanted to take action, he would not be able to escape. Even if you phase shift and hide in the subspace, you will be pulled out by the opponent. Now that the other party had helped him, Su Yuan took a deep breath and suppressed the idea of running away. The tall man with short hair looked at Su Yuan and said, "Do you have peacock feathers?" The tone is low and full of energy. Su Yuan's heart moved, and he immediately took out the peacock feather and put it on his hands, saying respectfully, "Hello, senior, this is the peacock feather that Mr. Bai Zi gave to me." "Bai's gave it to you? It's so casual." The tall man with short hair frowned and snorted, which immediately made Su Yuan's heart tighten. Fortunately, the other party just glanced at peacock feather again, then withdrew his gaze, and then turned into a ball of black wind and went to Ji Song on the ground. At this time, Ji Song had basically regenerated flesh and blood under his strong physique, and he barely stood up. However, this regeneration seemed to have consumed a lot of his original essence and blood, and his complexion was much paler than before. "Do you want to die?" The tall man with short hair looked at him and said coldly. When Ji Song saw the tall man with short hair appearing in front of him, he didn't dare to feel any resentment. Instead, he begged for mercy and apologized in fear, "You were so reckless. Lord Kyanki, please let me go, please let me go." So this is Kyanki. Su Yuan's heart moved slightly. After coming into contact with Bai Zi, through Situ King Yan, Su Yuan knew that there were three great demons under Kongzheng, namely Bai Zi, Kyanki, and Bafang. It is said that these three great demons all correspond to a trait of Kongzheng himself. Bai's is elegant and intelligent, Bai Fang is proud and aloof, and Kyanki is brutal and domineering. Kyanki is famous for his fierceness and is unruly. No one in the world can stop him except Kongzheng. But among the three, it must be a mystery to say who is the most loyal to Kongzheng. Even if it is asked to fight the emperor alone, as long as it is an order from Kongzheng, this big man will not hesitate at all. At this moment, the reason why Kyanki took action against Ji Song was entirely because Ji Song dared to ignore Peacock Feather and the majesty of King Peacock Ming, so he carried out justice. His amazing justice is Kongzheng. "Let you go." Kyanki said expressionlessly, "Okay, let's see if you have what it takes." "Hey!" Ji Song was startled, suddenly realized something, and quickly exploded with all his star power. As soon as Kyanki's grey robe swayed, an even more turbulent black wind surged out, blowing Ji Song in front of him away without any chance of fighting back. Ah! On Ji Song's body, most of the flesh and blood that had just recovered were flying all the way down from the air. It was extremely miserable. Accompanied by bursts of screams, Ji Song used the force of the wind to quickly disappear from sight, and ran away without daring to look back. This scene gave Qinglin and Chai Tai, who were not far away, a chill in their hearts. Although Ji Song left, most of his blood essence and blood were blown away by the black wind, and it would be difficult to recover without rest for more than 10 or 20 years. Although 10 or 20 years is nothing to a monster with a long life, this time is by no means short. Especially at this time, the ancient forbidden area is turbulent, and a lot of changes will happen in 10 or 20 years. When Kyanki turned around to look, Qinglin was shocked. After bowing timidly with Chai Tai, he hurriedly turned around and left the field. Su Yuan was extremely frightened, just raising a strong wind was enough to scare away 2 Huido-level people. This kind of power was truly astonishing. Su Yuan originally wanted to wait for Kyanki to come back before saying thank you, but Kyanki just glanced at Su Yuan and turned into a black wind and continued to sweep towards the depths of the forbidden area. This person really comes and goes like the wind and acts according to his heart. Su Yuan secretly admired in his heart. Now that all the powerful enemies are gone, even though they are unlikely to come back, it is still best to leave as soon as possible. With a silver light in his eyes, Su Yuan immediately teleported and changed his position, and once again galloped away from the forbidden area. Chapter 265 A Secret Method That Promises to be a Myth. Over the ancient forbidden area, a figure galloped past the forbidden line. The silver sword intention and golden command below were a little throbbing at the same time, but it seemed to confirm the human identity of the visitor. In the end, there was no action, but the other party was allowed to pass by. After crossing the forbidden line, this figure fell from mid-air and returned to the ground. It was Su Yuan. Although this trip was a bit thrilling in the end, I was lucky enough to come back without any danger. Su Yuan looked at the forbidden line behind him. After being tired, he finally let out a long sigh of relief. Thinking of the 3 Huido-level monsters that had just blocked the road, Su Yuan was still a little frightened. Finally, if Yu Qiangji hadn't happened to pass by and noticed the fluctuation of the peacock feathers and came to help, he might not have been able to come out easily even if he used the talisman given by the teacher. It's still too weak. Su Yuan secretly shook his head. Although he is already far ahead among his peers, this is not enough. Because when a crisis comes, they will not care about the old, weak, sick, disabled, talented or mediocre, and will treat everyone equally. No matter how genius you are and how much potential you have, your current gold level strength is insufficient, so when faced with a crisis, you still have to die. Even if others have been practicing for decades and are still shining stars, their potential has been exhausted in this life, but if they are stronger, they are more likely to survive in a crisis. After this experience, Yuan understood that if he did not live in the sun, moon, and stars, he would be a small fish and a shrimp after all. But facing the Huido level pursuit, he couldn't even escape. And such a powerful Huido class, when faced with Qiangji and other scorching sun demons, did not even have the slightest power to resist. The world is a big place, and there are too many people who can easily crush themselves to death. As long as you keep climbing up, there will be fewer and fewer people standing on your head. In addition to improving strength, judging from this situation, we also need a star card that can teleport over long distances. Teleportation is very comprehensive, but after all, it is mainly used for combat, and the movement distance is limited. If there was a pure long-distance teleportation star card this time, which did not require the target to be specified like transposition, and the teleportation distance was longer, it would not be so embarrassing under the 3 Huido level hands. Yuan looked thoughtful, but such a card is basically equivalent to a reusable invincible escape skill without a sealed space, and its value is hard to estimate. Yuan was thinking about something, his eyes moved slightly, and he turned his head slightly to glance behind him. However, several star beasts without eyes quietly gathered around them, one of which was gold level. Yuan looked indifferent, and the raging black flames spread out from his body and enveloped several star beasts in an instant. After a while, the black flames retracted from his body. Under the extremely high temperature of the immortal evil fire, those star beasts left no trace behind, and all of them, including the star core, were turned into fly ash. The use of the immortal evil fire is extremely powerful and flexible, but it consumes a lot of star power. It's hard for me to use the star fountain at will even if I have mastered it, and I'm afraid it will be even more difficult for the average gold level. Yuan once again felt the state of the divine fire in his body, then focused his vision in front of him, formed seals with his hands at high speed, and summoned the Frost Dragon, Hellfire, Steel Wolf, etc. one after another. At this moment, as Yuan broke through to the intermediate gold level, the levels of the 3 summons were also raised by 1 level. The Frost Dragon and Hellfire reached the high gold level, while the Hellfire Steel Wolf reached the intermediate gold level. Yuan rolled over one of the giant frost dragons. It's rare to come to Hengduan Mountains, so let's go hunting by the way. After many summons roared, they dispersed and started hunting in the Hengduan Mountains. Many days later, Yuan returned to Demon City Academy, tidied up a bit and went directly to the library tower. Just the moment he saw Yuan, Yang Yifeng knew that Yuan had conquered the divine fire. Otherwise, it would be impossible to break through to the middle level of gold again in just a month or so. Well, the tea was halfway on the table, and the two of them had been chatting for a while. Yang Yifeng was still very happy, looking at Yuan with eyes full of relief and admiration. Now that the divine fire has been obtained, is Yantian fire control still evolving? Yang Yifeng asked. Yuan responded, well, it will probably take another 10 days and a half. In fact, this time was longer than Yuan expected. Yang Yifeng was not surprised, the nature of the immortal evil fire is special and may be more complicated than other divine fires. It is a good thing to spend more time. The exclusive divine fire skill, even if it is not as powerful as the legend, it is still far beyond the average epic. At the beginning, I relied on, ahem. At this point, Yang Yifeng coughed twice and did not continue. Yuan smiled, but he actually had some vague guesses. Teacher, this Yantian fire control technique should be more than that, right? At first, I only thought that the flame fire bending technique was a technique that could help subdue divine fire and provide a certain amount of combat power. But it wasn't until I conquered the undying evil fire and started to independently develop my own divine fire technique that I truly realized how precious this technique is. In addition, when I went to Situ's house with you for the first time, I remembered that Master Situ Bai once said about repairing the Sunfan Thunder Knife for you. It can be seen that in addition to the wind element, teacher, you may also have practiced the thunder element, plus this unused flame fire control technique. Su Yuan paused and looked up at Yang Yifeng. If I'm not wrong, could it be that the teacher wants fellow practitioners from the three elements of wind, fire, and thunder? There was a hint of admiration in Yang Yifeng's eyes. Based on this little information, Su Yuan was able to make such a bold guess, and he was very accurate. You little guy, you are really extremely perceptive. Yang Yifeng thought for a while and nodded. Since you have conquered the immortal evil fire, I can tell you some things. When Su Yuan heard this, he quickly listened carefully. The flame control technique indeed has an extraordinary origin. Its specific origin comes from the Tianxian division. Surveying division. Su Yuan's mind instantly thought of the Suzaku throne, Fang Qingxiao, who was wearing Suzaku's black robe. But then, Su Yuan couldn't help but look at Yang Yifeng in front of him again. Could it be that you, teacher, are also? Yang Yifeng nodded, then waved his hand and said, it's all in the past. Judging from Yang Yifeng's appearance, he didn't seem to want to say more about this matter. Su Yuan saw this and didn't ask any questions, but there was no doubt that Yang Yifeng was once a member of the Tianxian division. Yang Yifeng continued, in the Tianxian division, there are 4 supreme methods of great inflammation. What is called a supreme method? It means that there is a slight chance that you can advance to a mythical skill. Can the upper limit reach the supreme skill of myth? Su Yuan looked slightly shocked. He could barely touch the epic now. For him and even the powerful people of the sun and moon stars, the legend was something they needed to look up to. As for the mythical skills, their rarity is probably not much lower than that of artifacts. Su Yuan asked, since the teacher mentioned this, is it possible that the flame sky fire control technique is related to these 4 major methods? Yang Yifeng picked up the teacup, shook it, and then took a sip. That's right, one of the supreme techniques is to practice the flame control technique and the other 2 wind and thunder techniques. The 3 top techniques of wind, fire, and thunder are sublimated and fused. Finally, you can practice this supreme technique. Dharma door. Su Yuan smacked his lips. It requires the skills of divine fire, divine wind, and divine thunder at the same time. Just this cultivation threshold, few people in the world can reach it. It is indeed a method that can reach the upper limit of mythology. Since Yantian's fire-bending technique requires the subduing of divine fire, the other wind-controlling and thunder-controlling techniques must also require divine wind and divine thunder. Not to mention whether one can cultivate well, the threshold for cultivation can be said to be extremely harsh. Divine fire and other rare treasures from heaven and earth are restricted by the rules of the Great Road and are unique in heaven and earth. Only after one of the divine fires or divine thunders is completely destroyed can a new divine fire or divine thunder be born. Like the immortal evil fire, which is now obtained by Su Yuan. Unless Su Yuan dies and dissipates with the immortal evil fire, there will never be a second immortal evil fire on Halen Star. As for these rare treasures from heaven and earth, everyone is eager to get one of them. Su Yuan's gold level can get one of them. It can be said that with Yang Yifeng's generous help and the opportunity to join him, as for his own efforts, it is not worth it in front of the first 2. Mentioned it. Su Yuan frowned and said, in this case, it can be said that there are very few people who practice this method, right? Few, but not none, and every once in a while, there will be people who have mastered divine fire and other rare treasures who will try to practice. Su Yuan was quite surprised. It was okay to have only one kind, but it was so difficult to gather 3 kinds of rare treasures from heaven and earth to practice this method. But looking at Yang Yifeng in front of him, Su Yuan thought of something. Teacher, don't you need 3, just 2 of them to practice this method. Yang Yifeng nodded and said slowly, unlike the 5 elements of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, which must be perfect, wind, fire, and thunder form a triangle, and 2 of them can be combined to exert amazing power. So as long as you fuse 2 of them, you can also practice the lower skills of this supreme method. Even if it is only a low-level skill and has no chance of becoming a myth, it is still powerful. Once mastered, it will be enough to rank among the masters at the same level. Su Yuan was full of praise. In this case, the threshold has indeed been lowered a lot, and it is also very flexible. It is indeed a method that has the potential to reach mythical quality. Yang Yifeng added, as for how advanced this technique can be, it depends on the quantity and quality of divine fire, divine wind, and divine thunder, as well as the degree of practice in integrating the first 3 techniques. But there is one thing. If you choose fusion after only practicing 2 of them, then even if you obtain the last rare treasure of heaven and earth, you will not be able to add more. Speaking of this, Yang Yifeng couldn't help but feel a bit regretful in his tone. As for me, I have already practiced wind and thunder, but I still don't want to let go of fire. Su Yuan stood up and bowed solemnly, but did not speak. Yang Yifeng waved his hand. You took away the Yantian fire control technique, and you also took away my obsession. It was me who insisted on my own way. If I had listened to the Emperor's advice earlier, maybe I wouldn't be a student in this Demon City Academy today. Teacher. Speaking of this, Yang Yifeng suddenly looked at Su Yuan steadily, his eyes bright. Now that you have obtained the flame sky fire bending technique, I hope it will shine in your hands, and I also hope that in case, if possible, you can master that supreme method and even push it to the realm of myth. Others don't know, but Yang Yifeng knows in his heart that he doesn't have much time left now, and he naturally hopes that his disciples can complete his obsession that he is unable to complete for him. Most people would forget about it, but the student in front of him has a good temperament, and his talent is astonishing to both ancient and modern times. It may not be impossible to recreate the myth. Only the person who created this supreme method can elevate it to the level of myth. For countless years, although there have been several descendants who have collected the 3 treasures of wind, fire, and thunder, they are always a few points away from the myth. A slight difference can make 1,000 miles difference. If you don't reach the threshold of myth, the power will be completely different. In addition to the quality of Feng Huo Lei, the most important thing is that it is too difficult to push the 3 magic arts to perfection at the same time. Su Yuan, however, possesses peerless skills and talents that surpass Huangfu Qi. Perhaps, he can really reach the extreme and elevate that method to the realm of myth. Su Yuan didn't know why the teacher suddenly became emotional as if he was asking for help, but after thinking for a while, he solemnly agreed. Teacher, don't worry. If I'm lucky enough to get the other 2 wind and thunder techniques, I will try my best. Now that I have mastered part of this supreme method that is expected to enter the mythology, if I have the opportunity, I will certainly try my best. But if you want to get the other 2 thunder and wind techniques, you can probably only go to the Tianxian division to find them. Okay, okay. Yang Yifeng nodded happily. After talking about the divine fire, Su Yuan pondered for a moment and then said, Teacher, there is one other thing I need to tell you about. This time I am going to look for the evil fire. Seeing that Su Yuan looked more serious, Yang Yifeng also asked seriously, what's the matter? In the place where the immortal evil fire exists in Burning Ember Ridge, I met another star card master who can use the power of the 2 awakened soul cards at the gold level. Yang Yifeng's eyes narrowed. Oh. Su Yuan told Yang Yifeng in detail about the long-haired young man who could control heat in the cave. Yang Yifeng pondered for a while and then said slowly, actually, in addition to the 2 people you encountered, there are already several examples of gold-level people who can use the power of the second awakening soul card. According to the currently known information, similar situations have occurred not only in Great Yan, but also in Black Snow Country, Yanluo Country, and some other regions in the north. Recalling that Yang Yifeng was once a member of the Tianxuan division, Su Yuan asked, "Did the teacher get the information from the Tianxuan division?" And, the teacher also handed over the body of the black-haired girl to the Tianxuan division. Yang Yifeng nodded, and then said, "This matter is not trivial. From the current point of view, these young men and women should be quite talented experimental subjects. As for the force that can gather this group of people to conduct experiments and have achieved some results, the most likely one is the country to the north." Enlightenment. Su Yuan's heart moved slightly, and he immediately understood that what Yang Yifeng was talking about was this huge empire that was entrenched in the north of the continent and had the same artifacts as Dian. Qi Guang has been quite restless in recent years. Yang Yifeng didn't know what he was thinking of. He looked at Su Yuan and reminded him pointedly, "There are turbulent times, and the next few years may not be peaceful." Su Yuan vaguely felt something, but the teacher didn't mean to say more. It was obvious that his current level was not high enough, and knowing too much would be useless. But Su Yuan himself felt the same way. Not to mention the successive encounters with gold-level star card masters who possess the power of the Urja's soul card, and the encounter with the genius of the Qiguang family from the north in the snow burial plains. "I see." Su Yuan responded, and after the master and apprentice chatted for a few more words, Su Yuan said goodbye and left. "Only 4K words today. I have to go out to be the best man again on National Day, and I'm afraid it will take 2 or 3 days. In order to avoid interruption, I can only increase revenue and reduce expenditure / cover my face / cover my face / cover my face." Chapter 266, Suxi appears holy. Returning from the library tower, Su Yuan walked to room 4 in Nanyuan, glanced at room 5 next to him, thought for a moment, then walked up and knocked on the door. Bing tong. The door did not open. Su Yuan checked for a moment and determined that no one was inside. He shook his head and returned to his dormitory. What a rare tranquility! Su Yuan smiled and wanted to go directly to the training room on the second floor, but stopped after thinking for a moment. Turning around and walking to the bathroom, Su Yuan filled the bathtub with water and put in some body repair nutrient solution. Then Su Yuan took a pleasant bath. The spirit and body that had been tense for a long time were saved at this moment. My whole body was numb and every cell seemed to be in joy. From the moment he left for the southern islands, he was first busy earning military exploits, and then busy searching for the divine fire. He hardly stopped for nearly 3 months. Now, the silver level skills are fully embedded and the breakthrough has been completed, the divine fire has been successfully obtained, and everything in hand has come to an end for the time being. Previously, I broke through 2 levels in a row from high silver level to gold intermediate level. Due to time constraints, I never consolidated my realm, and there was no time to summarize and reflect on it after successive battles. Now, taking advantage of this opportunity, I can just calm down and repair and settle down. Fortunately, Ruan is still sleeping, and the divine fire skills are also evolving, which will take some time. Otherwise, when I go out next time, I am afraid I will have to find the remaining skills of the gold level and look for opportunities to break through the shining star. I am afraid I will be busy again. After a long time, Su Yuan got up from the bathtub, put on his training clothes, and leisurely brewed a pot of tea. While drinking tea, I took out my phone and checked it. When he opened the app, Su Yuan saw unread messages from Luo Bingtong. "I am leaving." Su Yuan looked at the time, it was more than a month ago. "Did you really leave the academy?" Su Yuan withdrew his gaze and continued browsing. In addition to Luo Bingtong, Shang Baiyu and others also sent condolences. "Shang Baiyu, Su Yuan, I heard that you prevented the Demon King from resurrecting in the South China Sea. Xiang Dingqian, are you really at the gold level? Xia Yu, why didn't you tell me about the southern islands when we last met? It must have just ended at that time, right?" There was a lot of news, even Gang Kaiyi, Zhuangxun and others from the outer courtyard sent inquiries. Before Su Yuan went to the ancient Forbidden Territory, the news about the Southern Islands incident had just come back and was not yet fully fermented. By now, the news has spread a lot, and everyone in the major colleges in the eastern and southern regions is aware of it. People in the Demon City and the Imperial City have also heard about it. Su Yuan became famous because of this, even higher than the Imperial College team that won the national competition just in the past few months. Not only did it prevent the Demon King from reviving, but the speed of cultivation of the gold-level sophomore who had just graduated was even more exaggerated than that of Xiaoxian, the witch who used to be from the Demon City Academy. Su Yuan browsed through everyone's information one by one, and then looked at the forum, which was probably what they were talking about. Then there are some extremely outstanding freshmen from various colleges. After resting for a while, Su Yuan put away the tea set and got up and went to the training room on the second floor to start practicing quietly. More than 10 days passed in the blink of an eye. This morning, Su Yuan was practicing in the training room as usual. With the help of the immortal evil fire, the gold intermediate level cultivation level has gradually stabilized. Suddenly, Su Yuan felt some faint movement in the beast control space. "Are you awake?" Su Yuan smiled, immediately stopped practicing, and launched the summoning technique. Along with a relatively strong fluctuation of star power, Ruan appeared in the training room on the second floor. "Puchy puchy, master master." As soon as they came out, Ruan jumped up and clung to Su Yuan's shoulders like crazy, looking very excited. Su Yuan couldn't bear it. After enduring it for a while, he grabbed it and put it in front of him. Pfft! Ruan was about to jump up, but was immediately pushed back by Su Yuan in mid-air. "Sit down obediently," Su Yuan ordered. Pfft! Ruan finally became a little more honest, but she was still very happy after not seeing Su Yuan for so long. Her body like a water ball kept shaking. After all, he has been sleeping for so long, which is almost longer than the time he spent with his master. Su Yuan looked at Ruan, whose appearance seemed to have not changed at all. "Is it really gold level?" Ruan absorbed so much divine fire energy back then, and now that she has been sleeping for so many days, her aura in the beast controlling space is getting stronger and stronger. Su Yuan thought that it would definitely make great progress after waking up. Now that he has broken through to the gold level, it is expected. Puff! Puff! Speaking of practicing, Ruan became even more proud, jumping up and down on the spot. Su Yuan looked at the soft panel. Except that the realm had changed to the primary level of gold, there were no other changes. Breaking through to silver level and gold level, there seems to be no new changes in the devouring law. In this case, we can only wait until the star shines to see. After Su Yuan thought for a while, he said to Ruan, "This is my dormitory. I want to practice. You should just play by yourself first and don't go out." Pfft! Ruan responded. Although he didn't understand the specific meaning of dormitory, he still roughly understood the idea conveyed by Su Yuan. Su Yuan closed his eyes again and started practicing by himself. Not long after, he felt something soft rubbing against his leg. He opened his eyes and looked, but he bounced around softly for a while and then came back, leaning on his legs and falling asleep gently. "This little guy hasn't had enough sleep yet." Su Yuan chuckled and shook his head, regardless of it, and immediately prepared to continue practicing. At this time, a faint scorching energy suddenly swayed from the inner star power cyclone. Has the evolution of Yan Tian's fire-bending technique been completed? Su Yuan felt happy and immediately his mind sank into his body. In the star power cyclone, the entire fire control technique has been wrapped in fine black fire threads, like a cocoon. As this layer of cocoon gradually burned and dissipated from top to bottom, a brand new purple card with the imprint of the immortal evil fire on the card appeared in the star power cyclone. Fire control in flame sky Su-Xie reveals Saint. Quality, epic purple. Attribute, fire. Introduction, heretic skills can use oneself as the core to summon immortal outsiders with super destructive power and regeneration ability. Heterogeneous skills? Okay. Su Yuan was pleasantly surprised. Regardless of the specific power, at least in terms of category, heretic skills were exactly what he lacked now. Moreover, epic skills are different from blue skills. They are skills that can play a huge role in the entire third level of Sun, Moon, and Star. Taking stock of my current skills, apart from some extremely special functional skills, there are three main types of skills I lack. First, it is an attack skill stronger than Anode Divine Spear, Hell Flame, and Breaking Line. The second is domain-based skills. The third one is the heretic skills. The attack skills are okay, but both domain skills and outsider skills are extremely rare. So far, Su Yuan has seen the ancient generals of the two brothers Xiang Dingqian and Xiang Dingkan in terms of heretical skills. The only domain skills are Zhu Hengqi's Purification Sword Domain and the Phantom Sea Divine Deer's Forest of the Fantasy Sea. At this moment, with the evolution of Su Xia Manifest Saint completed, a large amount of information about this card poured into Su Yuan's mind. After a long while, Su Yuan slowly digested it. After learning about the specific power of this skill, Su Yuan was even more delighted. Good guy, this kind of power is indeed a divine fire skill. Su Yuan took a deep breath. Although there was no way to test it here, Su Yuan estimated that as long as he deployed this skill, he might even be able to touch an epic quality star-level opponent. It's just that this skill requires the full use of divine fire, which consumes a lot of star power. If the star power is consumed. Speaking of this, Su Yuan couldn't help but look at Ruan in front of him. Now Ruan has advanced to the gold level, and his star power has greatly increased. As for the protection of the soul of the sea, each level up will result in an additional secondary core. Because Ruan inherited the mastery level blessing of the sea soul from the sea soul tree, she already has 2 secondary cores, which is an additional 100% star power storage. Coupled with its own star power, it is 200%. Ruan's star power qualification is also sea level, with 200% star power, which is almost enough to replenish Su Yuan's star power once. But Ruan's upper limit is more than that. Pfft. The soft man who was resting on his thigh seemed to feel Su Yuan's gaze, so he turned around and looked up. Su Yuan pinched his soft head and kept thinking in his mind. Whether it is the improvement of Ruan's own realm or the improvement of the skill level of Sea Soul Blessing, it can increase the upper limit of Ruan's reserve star power. Among them, it is not difficult for Ruan, who has the law of devouring, to improve his realm. At least for now, it can continue to break through as long as it has enough energy. On the contrary, it is Sea Soul Blessing, which is very difficult to practice as a purple skill. And the extra skills gained from Ruan cannot be added through the system, so the progress of cultivation may be slow. It is conceivable that although it can devour a large number of skills, it is difficult to specialize in them all. For example, Sea Soul Protection or water-based skills are easier for Ruan to practice. If he swallows powerful skills from other systems in the future, it will only be slower to practice. So, we have to find a way to greatly speed up Ruan's skill training. It's just that it's not that easy. Star beasts are slower to develop skills than human star card masters. After thinking for a while, Su Yuan couldn't think of any effective way, so he couldn't help rubbing his eyebrows. Pfft. Faintly feeling that his master was worrying about his own affairs, Ruan nuzzled Su Yuan gently in his arms. Su Yuan said to it, Ruan, from now on, you must do your best to practice the protection of the soul of the sea. Ruan nodded repeatedly, Pfft. Ruan will work hard. Su Yuan smiled and nodded. Overall, Ruan was very well behaved. And it may be the reason for the Emperor's reincarnation. Ruan is very motivated and has a heart that wants to become stronger. Chapter 267 Two Big News. Time is spent in peaceful practice. Half a month has passed in the blink of an eye. It was rare for Su Yuan to be able to practice with peace of mind for such a period of time, and his gold-level cultivation was making steady progress. Early this morning, Su Yuan got up and picked up his phone to read the news. Just today, there seems to be two quite exciting new news. The genius of Kigwang Kingdom and the Yulongmen Society. Su Yuan looked at the two popular posts updated on the National College Exchange Forum. First, Kigwang Country actually sent a delegation from the academy to communicate. It is said that the agreement has been officially obtained from Dian, and the Kigwang Academy delegation is already on the way. Not long ago, the teacher said that Chi Guang has been restless recently. I didn't expect that he would take action again so soon. Su Yuan thought secretly. This time, students were suddenly sent over for friendly exchanges. They said it was for exchanges and to promote the educational development of the two countries. In fact, I am afraid it was also for demonstrations and obtaining intelligence. Dian and Kigwang are located at the north and south poles of the eastern continent, and there are very few normal connections. The two sides are not hostile, but they cannot be said to be on good terms either. But as the only two big countries on the mainland, they definitely pay attention to and compete with each other. But this shouldn't have much to do with me. When the exchange competition comes, there will naturally be experts from major colleges to deal with it, especially Imperial College, which just won the national competition last semester. However, this news is obviously very exciting for the students of Dian Academy. Early in the morning, not long after this post was posted, there were already thousands of comments below. Kigwang students, don't you know what's different from us? The appearance is very different. It is said that most of them are blonde and blue-eyed. As for their strength, I don't know. Chi Guang's geniuses dare to come to my great flame, but they have to lie down no matter what. Su Yuan browsed and found that most students had two ideas. One is curiosity about the student delegation sent by Kigwang of the Northern Empire. Second, everyone shares the same hatred. Since these Kigwang students dare to come, we must let them see how powerful Dian is. Chi Guang's student delegation would also like to see it if there is a chance. Once in the secret realm of snow burial plains, Zeno used a rather mysterious technique called Holy Appearance, which shows that Chi Guang is indeed something. And since this is the student delegation sent to Dian, it is definitely not an easy one, and it must be one of the top ones. So Su Yuan was very interested. However, this kind of thing probably has little to do with him. Naturally, senior students have to deal with it, especially Imperial College, which just won the national championship last semester. Su Yuan shook his head, and then browsed the second post, Fish Leaping Over the Dragon Gate. After reading the entire post, Su Yuan couldn't help but smile. I can really congratulate Qin Lianyun. He will have a king-level father in the future, a perfect second-generation top star. The content of this post is that in the Black Wind territory in the north, the Lord of Longmen City, Qin Xiangyang, has made further progress and transcended the Burning Sun to become the new king. So all the masters and young talents from all over the world were invited to Longmen to participate in the celebration banquet Fish Leaping Over Longmen party. From Burning Sun to King level, it can be said to be a step to the sky. The forces with King level and the forces without King level are two completely different concepts. Qin Xianjiang's breakthrough will completely change the power structure in the Black Wind region and even the entire north of Great Yan. Then this conference is of great significance. In addition to celebrating Qin Xianjiang's ascension to the king's level, I am afraid that the conference will also be used to redefine the future structure of the Black Wind territory. In addition, Longmen's power will surely expand further. Then it is essential to take this opportunity to recruit experts and further improve Longmen's strength and reputation. Because no new king has been born for many years, and Longmen's reputation among various forces is very good. Therefore, for this conference, not only the Black Wind territory, the Black Snow Country and various large and small power organizations around the Black Wind territory, but also the Great Yan Kingdom and the Yan Luo Kingdom further away will send envoys to bring congratulatory gifts. Of course, national affairs have nothing to do with ordinary people. However, the reward from the Fish-Leaping Dragon Gate Society has something to do with everyone. It is said that in order to ensure the success of the Fish-Leaping Dragon Gate meeting, Dragon Gate has come up with a lot of good things this time. Star cards, star tools, elixirs, cultivation resources, all kinds of treasures are available. Perhaps, this is an opportunity to find a suitable star card. Su Yuan's eyes revealed as he pondered. In addition to soul skills and Yantian fire-bending skills, his current gold level slots also had 4 ordinary skill slots. This time you leap over the Dragon Gate is an opportunity. Moreover, judging from the revelations, there is even a liquid condensation pill in this Fish-Leaping Dragon Gate meeting. After the star shines, the star power cyclone turns into a sea of star power clouds. From gas to liquid, the strength greatly increases. But to complete this transformation, the star power needed to be accumulated is huge. Once it fails, not only will all the savings be completely wiped out, but most of it will be lost. If you want to break through again, you will have to spend a lot of time reaccumulating star power. So at the critical moment of breakthrough, if there is something that can give me a breath of fresh air, maybe I can take this step to step into the shining star and reach a higher level. The liquid condensation pill can play such a role. As the practice progresses, elixirs that can effectively bring out the value of various spiritual plants and star beast materials become more and more important. So I should go take a look at the Fish-Leaping Dragon Gate Club. Su Yuan made up his mind. It's just that preparations for the Yulalong Men Club are still in full swing and will take another month or 2, so there's no rush. While Su Yuan was thinking, news suddenly came from the class group. Xia Yu, have you seen the news about Qi Guang students coming? Zhang Tai, I'm watching. Qi Guang's students actually come to my Dian to communicate? This has never happened before. I don't know what Qi Guang's star card masters are like. Du Tao, there shouldn't be much difference, right? And even if they come here, they're probably going to the imperial capital, right? Xia Yu, Teacher Xiao, he just said that no matter where Qi Guang goes, he will try his best to pick us up at important moments. Important moment, of course, refers to the time of fighting. Communication, for star card masters, is basically equivalent to fighting. Everyone, really? Xia Yu, after all, this is a competition at the top level in the academy, and we are still students of Qi Guang. If we can watch the battle, it will be a big gain for us. Lu Ying Ying, Teacher Xiao He Yyds. Zhang Tai, nice. It's a pity that I came at the wrong time. If we come back in a year or 2, maybe we can have a chance to play when we reach the gold level. Xiang Dingqian, we can't go up, but Su Yuan can. Everyone. Shang Baiyu, I heard from the teacher a while ago that Su Yuan went out again after coming back from the South China Sea. I don't know where he went now. Su Yuan, hey? I'm in the dormitory. Everyone. Dong dong dong. There was a knock on the door of room 4. Su Yuan shook his head and smiled, got up and went to open the door. Standing outside the door were Xia Yu, Shang Baiyu, and Xiang Dingqian. Everyone's dormitories are very close, and the 3 of them happen to be in the college. You're really back? Seeing Su Yuan, the 3 of them were quite surprised. Xia Yu asked, how long have you been back? It's been almost a month. Su Yuan smiled, come in and sit down first. Su Yuan called the 3 people in and made tea for them all. Are you really gold level? Xiang Dingqian asked solemnly. Xia Yu and Shang Baiyu also looked over. Su Yuan nodded, that's right. After all, the intermediate gold level is also the gold level. Although they had already heard about it, Xia Yu and the others couldn't help but feel a little scared when they heard Su Yuan's personal confirmation. Shang Baiyu sighed, how on earth did you practice? Subscribe. to Chinese novel audio wave. After all, this is too outrageous. This speed can almost be said to be the fastest among the three academies. In fact, if the three of them knew that Su Yuan had not only advanced to the gold level, but also reached the intermediate gold level, I don't know what the expressions on their faces would be like. Su Yuan smiled and said, "It is also a coincidence that we can make such rapid progress. Whether it's the ruins of the secret sea city on Yun's island or conquering the divine fire, it is indeed an opportunity that is difficult to replicate." If he really had to practice step by step, Su Yuan might not be able to break through to the gold level within the first semester of his sophomore year. Shang Baihu shook his head and said, "It's only because you have this ability that you can meet and seize these opportunities." Xia Yu and Xiang Dingqian thought so. If you don't have enough strength, let alone grasp it, you don't even have the threshold to meet the opportunity. Like the Nanhai group, if Su Yuan hadn't broken through to the silver level, Yang Yifeng might not have thought of telling Su Yuan about the senior students' trip to the Nanhai to hunt sea beasts, and authorizing Su Yuan to accompany them. Su Yuan looked at the three people in front of him. All three of them had broken through to the intermediate level of silver, and their realms had been consolidated, and they were getting closer to the high level of silver. It seems that not only I am making progress, but everyone has their own opportunities and are growing at a high speed. Su Yuan asked, "Xia Yu, you just said that regarding the Kigwang student delegation coming over for exchanges, would teacher Xiao He take us with him?" "Well, I have only met the talented masters from other countries, including Yan Luo Kingdom. I didn't expect that this time I would have the opportunity to meet Kigwang's talented students." "When did you go to Yan Luo Kingdom?" Shang Baihu was a little surprised. Xia Yu said, "I went to the west for training not long ago. I didn't go into Yan Luo Kingdom, but I did meet some Yan Luo geniuses outside." "Is this so?" Neither Shang Baihu nor Xiang Dingqian had experienced great inflammation yet, so it was a bit novel. Gold level is fine, but for bronze and silver levels, the risk of going abroad is still relatively high. After all, it is enough to grow quickly in China, and there is usually no need to take this risk. Especially Shang Baihu, it seems that until now, he has only learned a small part of the combat skills, and the others are all treatment and assistance, let alone going abroad at will. Xiang Dingqian asked Su Yuan, "Su Yuan, do you want to go see Kigwang's student delegation together this time?" Su Yuan is always maverick and unpredictable, and Xiang Dingqian and others don't know if Su Yuan has other plans next. Su Yuan nodded, "Go, after all, it is a confrontation between Dian and the geniuses of Kigwang Academy. Of course, you can't miss it." "Okay." Xiang Dingqian nodded. After everyone chatted for a while, Shang Baihu suggested, "It's rare to see Su Yuan back, why don't we all go out for a meal together today?" Xiang Dingqian's eyes lit up, and Xia Yu was also quite happy. Several people couldn't help but look at Su Yuan. Of course, Su Yuan would not be disappointed, and immediately smiled, "Okay, just relax." The four of them discussed it for a while and then set off. It's just that no one expected that the Kigwang students coming to communicate would be far away from themselves and others. However, in just a few days, Yeadu Academy became the center of the entire incident. Chapter 268 Arrogant Enlightenment. 2 days later, at noon. When Su Yuan returned to the dormitory from outside, the soft bracelet that turned into a bracelet suddenly returned to its original shape, jumped up, and landed on the table. Pfft! Ruan transformed into 2 small hands and stretched out to Su Yuan, with a look of anticipation in her eyes. Su Yuan smiled, the ring in his hand lit up, and a large 2L bottle of Coke fell from it to the table. Ruan jumped up and hugged the Coke, skillfully opened the bottle cap, raised it high and started drinking it. In just a few moments, a large bottle of Coke was consumed. Pfft! Chiat! Ruan burped, touched her belly, then looked up at Su Yuan, jumping up and down with excitement. Su Yuan waved his hand, and 3 more large bottles of Coke fell on the table. "This is for today, it will be gone after you drink it." Grumble. Ruan's eyes shone brightly, and she immediately picked up another bottle of Coke and started drinking it. Yuan looked at Ruan enjoying the happy water of Fiazai, and ignored him, and was ready to go upstairs to practice first. But at this time, the mobile phone on his body kept ringing ding ding ding. What happened? Yuan thought about it and took out his phone. Looking at the message that popped up on the screen, he couldn't help but frown. After a while, Xiaoyu, Xiang Dingqian, Shang Baihu, Zhang Tai and others were already in Yuan's room. "This Kiguang student doesn't go directly to the imperial capital, but instead comes to our demon capital academy." Zhang Tai frowned. Shang Baihu nodded. "Yes, on the surface, it is said that Kiguang's student delegation wants to learn the clever tricks of geniuses from major colleges in Dian one by one. In fact, I have no choice but to choose All Sandu College, which is the pinnacle of education in Dian. In this national competition, our Yeadu College ranked 3rd, so we started from our Yeadu College." Xiang Dingqian snorted coldly. "It is Kiguang people who know how to create momentum and pull stunts. If Kiguang's student delegation goes directly to Imperial College and defeats the championship team in the national competition, it will definitely arouse violent repercussions at home and abroad in Dian. But where is this enough? Compared with attacking Huanglong straight from the beginning, how could it be as big a shock as starting from Demon City College, defeating Demon City College and Demon City College one by one, and finally picking out Imperial City College?" The student exchange was small, but it was a rare head-on confrontation between Qiguang and Dian in many years, and it was of great significance. If Qiguang really does it, then the ordinary people and students of the Great Yan Kingdom will become more and more disappointed after seeing Qiguang students defeat the 3 major colleges again and again, and their confidence in the Great Yan Kingdom will even decrease. After all, strong young people make a country strong, and the level of young people can also reflect the level of senior leaders and even the level of the country to a certain extent. As for Kiguang, no one can stop it. The delegation has repeatedly picked many top colleges in Dian. When such content is spread back to China, it will definitely be able to greatly disparage Dian and beautify Kiguang in front of the public. Du Tao snorted, "You really treat our Yeadu Academy as a soft persimmon." Shang Baihu said solemnly, "Dare to do this, it also shows that Qiguang's academy delegation is very confident and is not afraid of exposing their methods. Since Qiguang wants to use this 1-to-3 method to defeat the major colleges in Dian, the students sent out by that school must be fixed. They will not change a group of people from one college to another, so there is no point in 1-to-3. And with the number of players on the scene fixed, as long as these Kiguang students show any means, they will definitely be figured out by the teachers and students of Sandu College and even the masters sent by the Great Yan official. How to crack, deal with, and avoid, the experts from the 3 academies can give a lot of targeted suggestions. In this case, even if Kiguang's students can defeat Demon City College, by the time they challenge Demon City College again, I am afraid that Demon City College will have already made detailed and targeted personnel allocation and tactics. Want to win again? Very difficult. When the 2 combatants are of similar strength, their respective abilities, skills, finishing methods, and other information are particularly important. To ignore this gap in intelligence, there must be a far greater gap in strength. Therefore, if the Kiguang delegation dares to do this, it must be quite confident in their students. Everyone in the classroom also understands this truth. Who would be happy if their own college is used as a soft persimmon and a stepping stone? After all, even if Yeadu Academy loses and Modu Academy wins, it will not be a good thing for Yeadu Academy. Others will only remember after losing to Demon City College. Demon City College made a strong move to suppress the Kiguang student delegation. Yuan suddenly thought of something and asked, "Xiaoyu, do you have the information about the Kiguang student delegation now?" Most of the people in the field didn't know much about Kiguang Kingdom in the north, and they didn't even know what the major colleges in Kigwang Kingdom were. After all, I have been focusing on my own cultivation for more than a year, and Kigwang Kingdom is still too far away. But junior and senior students should know a lot about it. Xiaoyu looked solemn. This is what I just wanted to say. In Kigwang, the top colleges are the 4 palace-level colleges, and the one who came here as a delegation this time is only one of the colleges. Just one. Everyone was shocked, and Su Yuan was also quite surprised by this. Everyone originally thought that the Kigwang student delegation coming here for exchanges must show their strength to Dian. Then they should gather the strength of many colleges and select the top ones from all the students. As a result, it now seems that it is only one of the 4 top colleges. Xiaoyu continued, this college, called Bauhinia, ranks 3rd in overall strength among Kigwang College. Zhang Tai's bad temper immediately came to him. You're ranked 3rd, but you want to wear 3 in 1? Well, let's see if our Demon City Academy doesn't blow their heads off. Xiang Dingqian and others also frowned. This is too arrogant. It's just a college ranked 3rd in Kigwang, trying to defeat Demon City and Imperial City College 3 times in a row? Xiaoyu said, they will arrive in the Demon City tomorrow. Su Yuan nodded, the specific situation will be known tomorrow. Then let's go, see you tomorrow. Xiang Dingqian greeted. After everyone chatted for a while, they were ready to leave, but Xiaoyu seemed to have no intention of getting up. Xiaoyu, aren't you leaving yet? Zhang Tai couldn't help but turn around and said. Xiaoyu's body stiffened when she was sitting, and she almost couldn't sit still and stood up. Fortunately, Shang Baihu took Zhang Tai away. Others may have something to discuss, so we can leave first. Shang Baihu rubbed his eyebrows with his other hand and secretly thought that Zhang Tai was too stunned. He is so stable and reliable when he is in the mountain force state during battle, why can't he even understand this situation in the normal fire force state? What are you doing together? Before Zhang Tai finished speaking, Du Tao immediately blocked his mouth, and then the 2 of them quickly took Zhang Tai away without even turning their heads. How can this guy be so stupid? Xiaoyu was filled with anger. She had just let nature take its course and stayed. However, after Zhang Tai made such a fuss, the atmosphere in the room couldn't help but feel a little awkward. Xiaoyu's face turned slightly red, and she wished that dozens of fireballs would hit Zhang Tai's face. By the way, do you have anything else you want to hand over to me to help sell? Xiaoyu suddenly thought of the topic and asked Su Yuan. Su Yuan thought for a moment, turned over his hands and took out a dozen blue star cards. There are quite a few. These were obtained by hunting the Master Star Beast during the Hengduan Mountains, including the rock citron wall of the giant rock bull. As for other ordinary and elite quality star cores, except for the gold level ones that were fed to Ruan, the rest were basically extracted and converted into stardust. Even the star core of that shining star bull demon was devoured and digested by Su Yuan to accelerate its growth. So many blue cards. Xiaoyu was shocked. She was just looking for a random topic, but Su Yuan actually took out so many blue star cards again. Su Yuan pushed many blue cards to Xiaoyu, then I'll trouble you. It's okay, don't worry. Xiaoyu took a quick look and put away the star cards. After tomorrow's incident is over, I will ask the people from the Yeoda branch to come and get it. You shouldn't leave suddenly, right? Su Yuan nodded and said, not yet. Xiaoyu smiled and said, that's good. This topic buffered the conversation and the atmosphere in the room became much more normal. Xiaoyu asked, by the way, Su Yuan, regarding the students from the Kigwang Kingdom coming to Ardian for exchanges, do you think it is really possible for the students of Bauhinia College to wear 3 clothes in 1 coat? Hearing this, Su Yuan lowered his head and thought again. Since Kigwang Kingdom acquiesces to this Bauhinia Academy's actions, it must have enough confidence, otherwise it will be a slap in the face. Regardless of whether one can wear 3, at least one must be sure to wear 2. Xiaoyu nodded and said, well, this is acceptable, otherwise the idea of one wearing 3 would sound a bit exaggerated. It's difficult. Su Yuan looked thoughtful. Although there are no evil figures like Xiaoxian among the senior students of Sandu College, they are not weak either. For example, Zhangju from the Imperial City, Xiang Ba from the Demon City, and Qinjia from the Demon City performed well in the national competition last semester. With these masters from Sandu College here, under normal circumstances, even if a monster like Xiaoxian appears in the Kiguang student delegation, he can hold him down. Especially Zhangju, the champion captain of the imperial capital, has now reached the golden limit and his strength is astonishing. But Su Yuan suddenly thought of the black-haired girl in Kaiyuan Mountain and the long-haired young man in the Burning Ember Ridge Cave. If that's the case... Su Yuan's eyes narrowed unconsciously. What's wrong, Su Yuan, what did you think of? Seeing that Su Yuan seemed to have thought of something, Xiaoyu asked. Su Yuan pondered for a moment and shook his head, it's nothing. Really? Xiaoyu didn't think much about it. Chapter 269 Enlightenment has arrived. After the two chatted for a while, there was nothing left to talk about. Xiaoyu was not Luo Bingtong, so it would not be awkward to sit there without talking. So Xiaoyu was ready to get up and leave. By the way, I didn't expect you to wear a bracelet. Xiaoyu's eyes fell on the blue bracelet with delicate golden patterns on Su Yuan's left hand. Well, I have good taste, it's quite pretty. Pfft. At this moment, as if he heard Xiaoyu's praise, the blue bracelet suddenly transformed into a slime and jumped onto the table. Ah! This sudden change made Xiaoyu scream in surprise, but she quickly reacted, this. Su Yuan, this is a slime. Well, that's right. Su Yuan was speechless. Now Ruan doesn't even want to sleep in the beast-controlling space, so Su Yuan doesn't force it. Anyway, with the law of devouring, most kings can't recognize its own aura. I just didn't expect Ruan to be so praising, and Xiaoyu made it show its true form as soon as she praised it. Xiaoyu asked curiously, why do you have a slime? Su Yuan rubbed his eyebrows and said, it's just a coincidence. It was rare for Xiaoyu to see Su Yuan deflated, and the corners of his mouth curled up. But since Su Yuan didn't want to say anything, Xiaoyu didn't ask any more questions. At this time, Ruan on the table looked at Xiaoyu, who came over to look at him carefully, then looked back at Su Yuan, realizing that he seemed to have made a mistake. Pfft! Ruan was a little at a loss for a moment, and walked up to Su Yuan with a small jump. Su Yuan gently rubbed its head, indicating that it was fine. But this little slime is quite cute. Xiaoyu also stretched out her hand to squeeze it out of curiosity, and asked Su Yuan, what's its name? Ruan was forgiven by Su Yuan and heard Xiaoyu's cute praise. She was so happy that she did not refuse Xiaoyu's touch. After all, Xiaoyu's pinching was like a massage, much more comfortable than Su Yuan's. Su Yuan said, it's called Ruan. Well, it's really soft. Xiaoyu couldn't put it down and kept rubbing her soft body. Su Yuan pondered for a moment, but still didn't tell Xiaoyu that she was pinching a gold-level star beast. Although Ruan currently lacks combat power, it is still not difficult to deal with Xiaoyu. Not to mention anything else, the attribute restraint and the restraint of energy by the devouring law, Ruan just stood there, and Xiaoyu most likely had nothing to do with Ruan. After a while, Xiaoyu was about to leave. Su Yuan warned, don't tell other people about soft things for now. Although I will definitely use Ruan frequently in the future, it doesn't matter if others know about it. But at this stage, it's better to be as little known as possible to others, especially those acquaintances who know that he doesn't have any beast control. It's really hard to explain the sudden appearance of a slime beast. Is this a secret? Xiaoyu suddenly smiled happily, don't worry, I will keep it a secret. Okay, thanks. Early the next morning, as Xiaoyu announced in the class group, everyone knew that Kiguang's students were coming. It is worth mentioning that Huangxiang was also transferred to the top class in the final assessment last semester. However, according to Shang Baiyu and others, Huangxiang's cultivation is similar to that of Su Yuan. The academy is just a place for revision, reflection, and precipitation, and he will run outside whenever he has the opportunity. Now it is estimated that he is somewhere in the wild where there is no signal, and he still doesn't know about the arrival of the students from Kiguang Kingdom. And according to what Shang Baiyu said, Huangxiang's cultivation progress is also ahead of everyone else. It is estimated that the next time he comes back, he will probably be at the silver level. At this moment, Xia Yu, Xiang Dingqian, and others set off first to watch the Kiguang students. Su Yuan was not in a hurry to go out. These Kiguang students would definitely visit first when they arrived. After practicing until 2 o'clock in the afternoon, Xia Yu informed the group again that Kiguang students were about to go to the actual combat hall. Then let's take a look at why Kiguang's Bauhinia Academy dares to make such a strategy. Su Yuan put away his mobile phone, put Ruan into the beast controlling space, and then set out. The North District Combat Hall is not only an open-air venue, but also the largest combat hall in Yeadu Academy, able to accommodate more than 40,000 people. There are far fewer people in Yeadu Academy. There are less than 10,000 people in the 4 grades. The reason why there are so many seats is to prepare for some activities. But at this moment, nearly half of the more than 40,000 seats are occupied. Just kidding, for such a big event, almost all the students who can make it are here. In addition to the students from Yeadu College, there are also many students from major colleges in the east and south who rushed over immediately after receiving the news. Needless to say, there must be some students coming from Imperial Capital and Magic Capital Academy. Su Yuan, this way. Shang Baiyu greeted. Su Yuan soon saw Shang Baiyu, Xia Yu, and others among the crowd in the spectator seats. Shang Baiyu and others had already gone out early, and had even seen Qi Guang's delegation of students near the entrance of the college. Zhang Tai said, Su Yuan, you are really not in a hurry. Aren't you curious about what the Bauhinia student delegation is like? I'm still quite interested, Su Yuan sat down and said, but I'll see you sooner or later, so I'm not in a hurry right now. Su Yuan asked, have you all seen it? What about the students of Bauhinia Academy? Shang Baiyu said, there are probably more than 100 people. We can't tell the level of gold level people. There are about 30 or 40 people. Su Yuan nodded, there are quite a few people. Everyone was chatting casually, but Xia Yu looked down at Su Yuan's empty left wrist, thinking of something and smiling to herself. As more and more people were waiting, various discussions started to sound around them. Not far from Su Yuan and his group, there were several students from Yeadu Academy. I wonder if Demon City Academy can withstand it. One of them said casually. I think it's very difficult. Qi Guang's student delegation must be a collection of the top elites of the entire Qi Guang Kingdom. I'm afraid it will be difficult for Demon City Academy to deal with it alone. We just need to find out some of the opponent's trump cards. After all, there are demons behind it. Capital College and Imperial College, especially Zhangju. What's going on with you two? Among the people, a young man wearing glasses was speechless. Don't you know the latest news? That Kiguang student delegation is just a college. What? Damn it, Yang Chen, are you kidding me? Then it's still fake. You don't even know this? The news broke yesterday. Most of the students from the outer courtyard were chatting animatedly, after all, they were just bystanders. As for the students of Yeadu College, they were basically waiting quietly. Everyone is prosperous, and everyone suffers. Even if they are just sitting in the audience, many Yeadu students feel considerable pressure. And to say who is under the greatest pressure, it must be the senior management of the college, as well as Qinjia and other student union members who are about to participate in exchanges and discussions. The current situation is quite passive for Yeadu Academy. After a while, bursts of discussion suddenly erupted in the venue. Coming! Is that a student from Kigwang Kingdom? Sure enough, the appearance and temperament are very different. I have only seen them online before. People are coming. Zhang Tai, who was next to him, also reminded everyone loudly. Su Yuan, who was already closing his eyes to rest, opened his eyes and followed everyone's gaze. At the main entrance outside the venue, Cai Qinglong, the white-haired dean of the Demon City, was walking over from a distance while talking to another thin old man wearing a smart black suit and sharp eyes. Behind the two of them, there were several teachers and students from both sides. Behind Cai Qinglong, He Yanan, Lan Xinlan, and Zheng Chunsheng, the person in charge who had brought Su Yuan and others to the South China Sea for support, were there, as well as some students from Qinjia's student union. On Kigwang's side, there were dozens of students with various hair and eye colors, all wearing uniforms with purple flowers in their college uniforms. Did Dean Cai go and contact him personally? Su Yuan's heart moved slightly. Although for high-level star card masters, age cannot be determined based on appearance alone. He may appear to be in his early 20s or 30s, but he is actually hundreds of years old. They may have white hair and beard and look old, but in fact they are only in their 50s or 60s. The lifespan of human kings can be extended to hundreds of years. As for monsters, their lifespan is even longer than that of humans. But Dean Cai Qinglong, yes, his lifespan is indeed very long. It is said that Dean Cai Qinglong has been the deputy dean of Yeodu College since more than 500 years ago. More than 300 years ago, after the unexpected resignation of the previous dean, he took over the important task of promoting Yeodu College until now. It can be said that he is the one who has served the longest among the previous deans of Demon City Academy. Since Cai Qinglong came to the throne, he has personally visited many times and invited many experts to teach. He has led many reforms of Yeodu College. He has argued hard and won many achievements for Yeodu College from the Department of Education, as a resource that Sandu College should have. In the past few hundred years, the gap between Demon City College, Imperial City, and Demon City College has narrowed visibly to the naked eye. At this moment, Cai Qinglong said with a smile, "Vice Dean Nick, please follow me to the viewing room above. As for the teachers and students of your school, we have also arranged special seats." "Okay, here you go, Dean Cai." Nick responded, then turned to an elegant middle-aged man with grey-white shoulder-length hair behind him and said, "Professor Moss, I leave the rest to you, take good care of the students." "Yes, Dean." The middle-aged man bowed gracefully. Nick nodded and followed Cai Qinglong to the viewing room above. "Professor Moss, please." Zheng Chunsheng greeted, leading Professor Moss and the geniuses from Kigwang to the side. Qinjia and others were taken to the other side by other teachers. "It looks like it's about to begin," Shang Baiyu said. Su Yuan nodded, silver lines in his eyes lit up, and he looked up at the students of Bauhenia Academy in the distance. There are more than 20 gold level, and the rest are silver level and bronze level. Su Yuan looked at these students. The students who came over were all in the lower third level, but there were no outstanding stars. In Dian, anyone who reaches the star level during school can apply for early graduation. Kigwang may have a similar mechanism. And just when Su Yuan was looking at the opposite side, one of the lonely short-haired young men sitting alone on the side without saying a word suddenly turned his head and glanced at Su Yuan. His gaze was as calm as water, without any waves, as if there was no emotion at all. Compared to humans, it is more like a cold weapon. Chapter 270 Soul Power. Looking at this young man, Su Yuan was suddenly in a trance, as if he had seen the black-haired girl before. Is this really the case? Su Yuan frowned and thought. After a while, Zheng Chunsheng walked up to the north platform, looked at the many students in the auditorium of the open-air venue, and said loudly. The college did not organize it deliberately, but today so many students from inside and outside the school came here. I think everyone has heard that a student delegation from the Kigwang Empire in the north came to communicate with our college today. This time, those who came as a delegation from the Kigwang Empire were students from the Bauhinia Academy of the Kigwang Empire. Students from Bauhinia Flower chose to come to our Yeadu College for exchanges when they first came to Dian. Our college is very honored. The previous visit has ended, and now comes the part that everyone is looking forward to, the actual competition. I think you would also like to see the style of Kigwang students. So without further ado, let's start today. Next, let's have a 4v4 arena battle. Okay, let's go to Yeadu Academy. Kill Chi Guang, come on. The audience burst into applause. Soon, a student from Yeadu Academy who was wearing a white shirt and described himself as capable came out. It was Lu Kanjiun. Zhang Tai said excitedly, the first one to take the stage is Vice President Lu. During the national competition, the Golden Buddha statue was unparalleled. Now half a year has passed, and it is only half a step away from the high level of gold. The video of last year's national competition was naturally recorded by a special star device. Xiang Dingqian, Zhang Tai, and others also went to watch the scene. Although Su Yuan did not go to the scene, he later watched the video through the academy. Su Yuan nodded, Lu Kanjiun's strength was not bad. In addition to Qin Ji, who is already at a high level of gold, he is also ranked among the top among many students in Demon City. Teacher Zheng. Lu Kanjiun bowed after taking the stage. Zheng Chunsheng nodded and signaled him to behave well. At this time, under the signal of Professor Moss, a girl from Bauhinia College stretched and stood up. Looking at Lu Kanjiun on the stage, the golden light on her body flashed and flew to the ring in the blink of an eye. This is a girl with long blonde hair and a proud chest. She has a lively look and a bit of pride in her eyes. After taking the stage, she put one hand on her hip and looked at Lu Kanjiun opposite her. This guy is so fast! Zhang Tai exclaimed. Du Tao smacked his lips, I almost didn't see it clearly. This move alone made Zhang Tai and others feel that they were no match for them. However, Zhang Tai and others are only at the silver level after all, so it is normal for them to feel that they are not opponents. Su Yuan estimated that the student Qi Guang's speed was almost equivalent to the speed of moving at full speed in the red flame state. He should have sea-level agility qualifications plus green or blue movement skills. Seeing the two people on stage, Zheng Chunsheng immediately backed away. Under the eyes of so many Zhou-yang and Wang-level people, there is no need for any referee. Yeadu Academy, Lu Kanjiun. Lu Kanjiun said his name while sizing up his opponent. Irina. The blonde girl from Bauhinia Academy also reported her name and looked at Lu Kanjiun briefly. The star card master of the Great Yan Kingdom looks very ordinary. Lu Kanjiun frowned, what do you mean? Irina lifted her hair, slowly took out a pair of white gloves and put them on. Literally speaking, from appearance and temperament to strength, they are very ordinary. As soon as these words came out, the faces of all Dian students in the entire combat hall turned bad. This Kigwang student is really ugly. In terms of realm alone, she is at the middle level of gold. Her star power fluctuations are a bit weaker than Vice President Lu, who is only half a step away from the high level of gold. Come on Yeadu Academy, beat her until she has teeth all over the floor, so she won't be able to say such things. That's right, what are you pretending to be? You're really awesome. In the special viewing room of the venue, Nick smiled apologetically, this little girl's attitude is a bit arrogant, but she has always been not polite to ordinary opponents. It's not that she intentionally targeted your students. I'm really sorry. Dean Cai. Nick's words were not an explanation, but that Lu Kanjiun was an average opponent, which can be said to be very aggressive. It doesn't matter. Cai Qinglong looked as usual, picked up the tea and took a sip. Genius students all have their own personality. I like students with personality very much. Nick smiled, if you don't mind, that's fine. In the field, Lu Kanjiun looked at Irina opposite him, his eyes slightly narrowed. Ordinary is not ordinary. It's useless to rely on words, so let's see the truth behind your hands. Lu Kanjiun snorted coldly, then formed a seal with his hands, and directly launched his specialty heretic skill, the Golden Buddha statue. Golden star power surged, and a golden Buddha statue over 6 feet tall rose from the ground. Its size and power were extremely amazing. Here comes Vice President Liu's golden Buddha statue. Someone in the spectator seats exclaimed excitedly. This move can be controlled remotely, is extremely powerful, and is indestructible. As a blue quality outsider skill, it is indeed very powerful. However, facing such a magnificent and huge Buddha statue, Irina, who stood opposite Lu Kanjiun, did not move much. Lu Kanjiun didn't care what Irina was doing, and immediately controlled the golden body of the Buddha to rush out. Crush it! The huge gilded body of the Buddha statue was indeed extremely flexible. He rushed out with a long stride and came to Irina in a moment. He raised a fist that was bigger than her entire body and smashed it down. Bang! The entire open-air venue was shaken, and the ground, which was hard enough to withstand most gold-level attacks, was suddenly broken into large pieces by this punch, and smoke and dust flew into the air for a moment. How's it going? I don't know, there's too much smoke and dust to see clearly. Everyone in the audience was paying close attention to the situation, but for the moment they couldn't see clearly what happened to the golden body of the Buddha. However, Lu Kanjiun himself knew very well that this blow was in vain. Suddenly, a golden light flashed past, and a blonde figure appeared behind Lu Kanjiun, swinging his right fist and hitting Lu Kanjiun in the back. Boom! With one punch, golden light emitted. Outside Lu Kanjiun, it seemed as if a golden bell appeared out of thin air and bounced Irina away. The powerful force of the shock shocked Irina's body and she was unable to control herself for a moment. At this time, Lu Kanjiun, who was originally controlling the golden Buddha statue, turned around and punched Irina in the stomach, knocking her away. Good! Senior Lu is awesome! After all, Irina made provocative remarks before, and now Lu Kanjiun directly defeated her in the first round of the confrontation, which immediately excited all the students in the audience. When Yuan and others were together, Zhang Tai was also very excited. Senior Lu seems to have the upper hand. Yuan also nodded. It seems that Vice President Liu's heretical skill must have been perfected. When facing the sea beast, Lu Kanjiun was remotely controlling the golden body of the Buddha, and he had no fighting power on his own. But now, Lu Kanjiun can not only deploy the golden bell to protect his body with the help of the golden body of the Buddha statue, but he can also turn around and knock away this student of Kigwang Kingdom with one punch. It can be seen that his own strength is no longer limited by the golden body of the Buddha statue. What characteristics are obtained by completing the skill breakthrough? At this time, the golden body of the Buddha statue had returned to Lu Kanjiun. Go ahead and defeat her. Lu Kanjiun thought, and the golden Buddha statue rushed out again, and was about to reach Irina in a few steps. At this time, Irina had stood up again, slightly wiping a trace of blood from the corner of her mouth. Apart from being slightly embarrassed, she didn't seem to be seriously injured. It's so irritating. There was a hint of anger in Irina's eyes. Seeing the golden body of the Buddha approaching again, Irina suddenly felt a strong wave of waves. Her long golden hair flowed freely in the wind, and she pointed her finger forward. Bang! The golden light exploded, accompanied by a muffled groan, as if something exploded. Even the huge Buddha statue that was about to rush in front of Irina paused and stagnated. Everyone in the audience looked at the field with wide eyes and horror, only to see Lu Kanjiun's right hand was a bloody mess, and half of his right arm was almost useless. What's the situation? What happened? Why is Senior Lu suddenly injured? Most people looked shocked, while some people had serious expressions. Is it really the power of the soul? Zhang Chunsheng, who had already come down from the stage at the preparation table of Demon City Academy, took a deep breath and frowned tightly. Not only Zhang Chunsheng, but also He Yanan and others also had a look of surprise in their eyes. Although the dean had said in advance that these Kigwang students might have mastered the power of soul cards, it was still surprising when they actually saw it now. When Star Card Masters and Star Beasts evolve in their second awakening, the deep-level power they obtain from their soul cards and star cores is collectively called soul power. With continuous training, growth, and evolution, this power will become stronger and stronger. But mastering the power of the soul at the gold level simply breaks common sense. Another teacher asked, "You have mastered the power of the soul at the gold level. Could it be that you have practiced some secret technique?" Zhang Chunsheng looked at Irina on the field. It doesn't look like it. Although the strength of this soul power is limited, it can indeed use its arms and fingers. Then what should we do now? I'm afraid Lu Kanjiun is no longer her opponent. How about replacing her directly? Zhang Chunsheng pondered for a moment and said, "Let's take a look." Lan Xinlan glanced at the stage and snorted coldly, "I can still completely heal Lu Kanjiun's disabled hand, but after a while, even if it is cured, will there be any sequelae? I no longer know." Obviously, as a therapist, Lan Xinlan was quite dissatisfied with Zhang Chunsheng's decision. But Lan Xinlan obviously couldn't interfere with Zhang Chunsheng's decision. First, Zhang Chunsheng is solely responsible for communication matters and is under greater pressure than anyone else. And there is a more important reason. Zhang Chunsheng is Lu Kanjiun's mentor. At this moment, Zhang Chunsheng looked at the injured Lu Kanjiun on the stage and said in his heart, "Kang Yun, try to find out as much of her strength as possible." Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audio Wave. Chapter 271 Photon Explosion. In the field, Lu Kanjiun was sweating on his forehead, but he had no intention of admitting defeat. The injury to his right hand did not affect his ability to control the golden body of the Buddha statue. Lu Kanjiun performed the formula with one hand at high speed and shouted in a low voice, "Give it to me." The stagnant golden body of the Buddha statue immediately resumed action, took 2 more steps, and came to Irina. Irina just wanted to deal with the hot student in front of her as soon as possible, so she turned into a golden thread to go around the golden body of the Buddha statue again. However, as the seals in Lu Kanjiun's hands were formed, the golden body of the Buddha raised his hands, and the Buddha's light suddenly burst out. Dozens of huge golden Buddha palm shadows appeared in all directions of Irina, advancing together, completely blocking her. Lena's way forward. "Yo! You're quite capable." Irina looked as normal, and suddenly raised her right hand high, golden light surged, and a dazzling golden ball of light condensed in her palm. Seeing the countless giant palms around her getting closer and closer, overlapping each other and about to bombard her with explosive power, Irina grinned and suddenly crushed the ball of light in her hand. "Brilliant! 1,000 suns!" Irina shouted low, and in an instant, infinite golden beams of light shot out from the crushed light ball, continuously reflecting between the numerous pressing Buddha palms. In a moment, the entire space within the Buddha palms was filled with light. It turned into a field of light intertwined with beams. Bang! A huge roar resounded throughout the venue. It was not an explosion, but thousands of explosions in an instant. The golden light was like the sun, piercing people's eyes so hard that it shattered all the golden Buddha seals before continuing to shoot forward. Lu Kanjiun's expression changed drastically, and he quickly recalled the golden Buddha statue to block it in front of him. Countless beams of light hit the golden body of the Buddha statue, and a large number of explosions continued to occur on the golden body of the Buddha statue. In just a short moment, the indestructible golden body of the Buddha statue was changed beyond recognition and became pitted. At this time, in the dazzling golden light, Irina spread her wings of light and flew to the golden body of the Buddha statue that was blasted by many golden beams and was unable to fight back, and could only barely survive. Those who are at the third level cannot understand the power of the soul. Irina stretched out her right hand and touched the chest of the golden body of the Buddha. A layer of golden star power with a strong texture flowed out of Irina's palm. Come and see what I'm capable of. Photon explode, photon explosion. The cavalry's swords and guns roared, and the dazzling golden light exploded like the sun. As the sound of gold foil bursting sounded, everyone in the venue saw that in the golden mist that filled the entire venue, the huge golden Buddha statue had completely disappeared from the abdomen upwards. For a moment, the whole place was silent. The diffuse golden mist, the exploded Buddha statue, the flying blonde girl. After a while of silence, the entire venue suddenly became excited, with exclamations coming and going. This! What an amazing power! Is this really what the gold level can do? Is it an epic skill? This is too strong. The silver light in Su Yuan's eyes was extremely bright as he stared at the field. With the clairvoyance ability of omniscient vision, Su Yuan has completely seen the energy changes in the field. So this is the ability. Su Yuan looked thoughtful. Shang Baihu next to him asked, "What's wrong, Su Yuan, do you see clearly?" "I can see a little more clearly." Everyone gradually recovered from the shock caused by this blow. When they heard Su Yuan speak, everyone looked over. Su Yuan's eyes fell on Irina, with flying blonde hair, and he spoke slowly. Her ability should be to detonate the location where her star power comes into contact. The longer the contact time, the more star power is injected, and the stronger the explosion will be. Is this so? Everyone understood it, but still frowned tightly. This sounds very simple, but if it is touched by star power, it will be detonated. And it's so powerful? Even if I knew it, I'm afraid it would be difficult to cope with it. How come Qi Guang's students are so strong? This skill seems to be an epic skill. Zhang Tai took a deep breath. Shang Baihu was keenly aware of something and said solemnly, "Perhaps this is the soul power of the soul card." Soul power? Everyone was surprised. How is it possible? If it's not gold level, how can it be possible to use the power of soul release? It is indeed the power of the soul. Su Yuan frowned. Su Yuan didn't expect that Qi Guang would actually show his soul power like this. When talking to Yang Yifeng before, Yang Yifeng specifically told Su Yuan not to publicize this matter to others for the time being. This is good, Qi Guang himself showed it in a big way. Su Yuan couldn't help but look in the direction of Zhang Chunsheng and other teachers and students. Sure enough, everyone looked unhappy. I'm afraid it's going to be a little difficult now. Su Yuan thought. Soul power is like an extra trick. Back in Kaiyuan Mountain, the black-haired girl had mastered the power of the soul, and one person could easily kill a team of dozens of people. And the long-haired young man was able to kill all the gold-level star beasts at will in the burning Ember Ridge Cave. Although there are reasons for restraint in ability, the astonishing increase in strength brought by the power of soul is undeniable. Everyone is a gold-level academy genius. One has soul power and the other does not. The gap in strength immediately widens. If only this girl had mastered the power of the soul, then Yeadu Academy might also be able to find a way to target her. But if the remaining 3 people also master the power of soul, then Demon City Academy might be in danger. No wonder the people of Qiguang country are so crazy. With this absolute gap in strength, they are not so afraid of being targeted. Can you target 1 or 2 people, or can you target everyone? I'm afraid that before you can finish targeting them, your side will have been completely defeated. I don't know how the teacher and President Qin will deal with it next. Su Yuan also felt not very optimistic, and at the same time he started thinking rapidly. If I remember correctly, when he first obtained the Void Monument Breaker, He Yanan once said that Yeadu Academy even has space system star cards of epic quality. On the field, as the golden body of the Buddha statue was blasted to pieces, Lu Kanjiun's face turned pale and his breath was low, and he seemed to have suffered a lot of backlash. After all, it is just a blue star card. Although the Golden Buddha statue is excellent in that it can be remotely controlled and has extremely strong combat power, it still has flaws. Once it is damaged on a large scale, not only will a large amount of star power transferred to the Buddha statue be dissipated, but even the user himself will suffer considerable backlash. Amazing, amazing! Cai Qinglong exclaimed in admiration in the viewing room, you are only at the gold level, and you can use the power of the soul so skillfully. The Qighuang Empire is really full of talents. It's just that after some special training, the little guys still have some talents, so they are lucky enough to master this power in advance. Nick said, picking up the teacup and blowing on it gently, and nodded with satisfaction after taking a sip. Speaking of which, Diane's tea is really good. The last time I drank it was a student who brought it all the way from Diane to me. It must have been 40 or 50 years ago. Cai Qinglong said, I do have some fine tea here. Since Vice President Nick likes it, I'll take some with me before I leave. Nick smiled and said, thank you very much, Dean Cai, then I'll be welcome. You're welcome. Cai Qinglong looked at the field with a normal expression, tea leaves are a trivial matter, but students are a big deal. Nick's hand holding the teacup paused, and he turned to look at Cai Qinglong, what do you mean by Dean Cai's words? Cai Qinglong said, although these students in your academy have mastered the power of the soul in advance, their souls seem to have suffered some side effects because of this, right? It's hard to tell now, but in the future, not only will cultivation become more difficult, but various problems may even arise. I think it's a pity that these students have to go through what you call special training in order to gain soul power in advance. Nick's eyes narrowed slightly, Dean Cai is really extremely sharp. I just happen to understand a little bit about the soul, and happen to observe some abnormalities. Cai Qinglong said casually. Seeing Nick's expression, Cai Qinglong probably understood that these students, whose souls were more or less damaged, might not be students of Bauhinia College, or even students themselves. Otherwise, which college dean would allow his gifted students to do such a fundamental thing? But Cai Qinglong didn't tell the truth, because it didn't make any sense, and Nick certainly wouldn't admit it. At this time, the two kings were sitting in the viewing room talking, and they did not stop outside. Zhang Chunsheng jumped out and took Lu Kanjiun off the stage and handed him over to Lan Xinlan. Who should be sent to play next? At Yeadu Academy, several teachers have also clearly analyzed Irina's abilities. But the question is who to put in. The four people preparing for the battle at Yeadu Academy are Qin Ji, Lu Kanjiun, and two other golden intermediate students, a boy and a girl. According to the original plan, even if Lu Kanjiun loses the first game, the other two people will be sent to play first, with Qin Ji being the finale. But at this moment, facing an opponent who can use the power of soul release, it may be difficult for the remaining two students to even pass this level. Irina stood on the field and saw that no students from Yeadu Academy came out. She raised her head and smiled and said, "What, there are no students from Dian who can play?" Irina was in the away game, but she was not afraid of causing public outrage. This Qighuang girl is getting more and more crazy, Yeadu Academy should work harder and kill these Qighuang students quickly. I'm afraid it's difficult. Since she has mastered the power of the soul, then among the three remaining people in Qighuang, at least the one in the finale has probably mastered the power of the soul, or even all of them. It will be difficult for Yeadu Academy to win now. I am afraid that they can only try to find out as much information as possible about these Qighuang students. Hey, it seems that we can only count on the Demon City Academy and the Imperial City Academy behind us. The strength of Demon City Academy is still a bit inferior, and its performance in this national competition was not as good as the Imperial and Demonic Academy led by Zhangju and Xiang Ba. In the preparation table of Yeadu Academy. Then you go ahead, Qin Ji. Zhang Chunsheng decided after thinking for a while. Good. Qin Ji nodded, looked at the blonde girl standing in the fading golden light, and walked quickly into the field with a solemn expression. Chapter 272 Shadow Frenzy. Ha! Although the level is higher, it is still extremely ordinary, Irina said casually as she looked at Qin Jie walking towards her. Qin Jie just looked at the opponent in front of him carefully and was not affected by what the opponent said at all. Dian, Demon City Academy, Qin Jie. Qin Jie said. Oh my, it's really boring. Irina put her hands on her hips in boredom, and then raised the corners of her mouth. You seem to be the strongest in the Demon City? If I defeat you, I think I will get a lot of points. Is the Demon City the strongest? Qin Jie's eyes moved slightly, and he raised his head and glanced somewhere in the auditorium. Then come and give it a try, Qin Jie said coldly. The corner of Irina's mouth curled up, and she immediately opened her right hand. The light bloomed in her palm, and a large number of golden beams shot out and intertwined towards Qin Jie. Dark light circulated around Qin Jie's body, blurring for a moment before turning into a shadow and dissipating. Those who hide their heads and show their tails should reveal themselves to me. Irina stepped suddenly, the ground cracked, and layers of golden beams shot out from the broken stones under her feet, illuminating her entire body. And soon, not far in front of Irina, a shadow was illuminated. It was Qin Jie. Humph, you've been found. There was a hint of pride in Irina's eyes, and she stretched out her hand, and the numerous golden lights that emitted immediately converged towards Qin Jie. Shadows surged out of Qin Jie's body, and a shadow prison formed around him in an instant. Many golden beams of light instantly converged on the shadow prison. With so much light star power, even for just a moment, the power that Irina's photon blast can exert is far beyond imagination. Boom! With a loud noise, the shadow prison only lasted for a moment before being completely exploded, and Qin Jie inside was immediately overwhelmed by the photon blast. Clone! Seeing Qin Jie inside turn into a shadow and her star power collapse, Irina frowned and immediately turned her head to look around, but found nothing. Irina snorted coldly, and was about to use her light skills to clean up a large area again. At this moment, the shadow under Irina suddenly twisted, and a dark figure emerged from it like a shadow stream and slashed out with a sword. Not good. Irina's heart froze, and without even looking back, she rushed forward as soon as the golden light glowed on her body. A little blood dripped, and a medium-deep scar appeared on Irina's back. You actually hurt me. Irina turned around and looked at Qin Jie, who appeared from the ground. Her eyes fell on the long sword that had just cut her in the opponent's hand. She sneered and was about to activate the photon blast. But at this time, the thick shadow covering Qin Jie's long sword quickly flew away from the sword. Bang! Under a strange power fluctuation, the dark shadow that had just escaped from the long sword was blown into black stardust by the photon blast. Irina was stunned for a moment, and then her eyes turned cold. It seems feasible. Qin Jie nodded secretly. Since any place touched by the star power of the light system can be detonated by the other party, it would be better if it was not directly contacted by the other party's star power. For example, wrap the sword with a certain thickness of star power. Another example, directly use long-range spells to attack. At this moment, in order to avoid being attacked by Qin Jie again by shadow jumping into her own shadow, Irina opened her wings of light and flew into the air. This light wing is a blue quality flight and movement skill. In terms of flight alone, it is much better than the Yuan magnetic pressure. Not only is it more free and flexible, it's also extremely fast. Irina flew into the air and formed seals with her hands at high speed. As the golden light surged around, the sacred light spears emitting dazzling golden light quickly condensed and slowly rotated around themselves. In a moment, there were already 8 of them. These spears are more than 2 feet long, covered with sacred runes, and contain boiling light energy that can kill evil and demons, and drive away shadows and darkness. Irina looked down at Qin Jie, stretched out her hand and said, "Holy punishment! The 8 sacred light spears emitting astonishing fluctuations suddenly turned around and pointed at Qingjie below. The power, which was like divine punishment, was simply numbing the scalp. Previously, Irina almost only used the photon explosion ability with star power, and she didn't even use the skill. Now, with the powerful light attack skills, combined with the ability of photon blast, the power is superimposed, and it's not as simple as 1 plus 1. The 8 sacred light spears burst into golden light, shooting down from high altitude like falling comets, and instantly hit the actual battlefield one by one. Bang bang bang! Along with the deafening roar, huge amounts of spiritual light burst out, and the raging tide of light enveloped most of the venue in the blink of an eye. Not good! President Qin! There were bursts of exclamations from the audience. Qingjie's figure was almost invisible in the roaring tide of light, and everyone in the room suddenly became nervous and worried. Even if Qingjie can avoid frontal bombardment with super high mobility, as long as he is overwhelmed by such a terrifying tide of light, the terrifying lethality brought by the photon blast alone will definitely crush him, not to mention his own power. Anything gold level. Su Yuan's eyes flashed with silver light as he stared at the field. And soon, Su Yuan saw that there was a surging black in the golden tide of light, getting stronger and stronger. A rat that uses the power of shadow can only turn into ashes and dissipate in the face of the mighty light sanctions. Irina looked down, the corners of her mouth raised, and her expression was arrogant. At this moment, a dark color suddenly appeared somewhere in the surging tide of light. And this black color, like rapidly spreading ink, turned the entire tide of light into a tide of shadow in just a few seconds. Where there is light, there is shadow, light and shadow complement each other, and the positive pole turns to negative. This is the epic purple card Qingjie got from the southern islands, Shadow Frenzy. In the energy tide, Qingjie's whole person had turned into a blurry figure as dark as ink, and the surging shadow energy was constantly pouring out from his body and spreading crazily around him. Not only does it transform the tide of light into a tide of shadow, it also spreads in all directions, incorporating the entire actual battlefield into a shadow realm without any light. Irina immediately vibrated her wings of light and rushed towards the high altitude, and continued to seal in an attempt to use more powerful light skills to bombard the spreading shadow field. However, the moment these light skills touch the shadow realm, they are converted into shadow energy like white paper falling into an ink dye vat. How could it be? Irina's expression finally changed. The transformation ability of this shadow realm is too strong. If you want to defeat it, you must burst out with energy exceeding it in a short period of time. It must be at least 2 or 3 times the divine punishment. At this time, Qingjie stretched out his hand, and the surging and spreading shadow field suddenly surged up. Countless shadows entangled and shot high into the sky. In a blink of an eye, they entangled Irina, who was flying high into the sky, and suddenly pulled her in the realm of shadow. This. Everyone looked at the actual battlefield that turned into a dark space in horror. Originally, she was still worried that Qingjie would be defeated directly by her opponent's powerful blow, but she didn't expect that in just a short moment, Qingjie would reverse the situation in such a way that reversed the light and darkness. What's going on? I can't see clearly. That's it, President Qin should have the upper hand, right? You don't have to see clearly, as long as this shadow realm doesn't dissipate, that's a good thing. Everyone was talking, but Su Yuan saw the energy changes in the shadow realm through his omniscient vision with almost no obstruction. Within the field of vision, as long as Irina shows any light energy, it will be instantly converted into shadow energy by the shadow frenzy, which will be used by Qingjie. Irina's photon blast ability relies on the star power of the light system to activate. As a result, not to mention that it is almost impossible to use any of its own abilities, even other skills that have been embedded are basically banned. This domain skill is really too restrained against light skills. I have to say that the Tianxian division is really generous. Not only did it give Su Yuan omniscient vision, but he could also use such shadow field skills at will. It seems it's coming to an end. The silver light in Su Yuan's eyes dissipated and he didn't waste his star power to look any further. There was no surprise. After a while, the fluctuations coming from the shadow realm became weaker and weaker. With a slight twist, it shrank towards Qingjia at the bottom at high speed. In just a moment, the large black field that filled the entire venue disappeared. Qingjia stood on the spot holding a sword, with Irina lying on the ground in front of him and glaring angrily. At this time, Irina was in a very embarrassed state, her clothes were in rags, and she had many wounds torn open by the power of shadow or swords. Hateful! Irina gritted her teeth and looked at Qingjia in front of her, but there was nothing she could do. In order to escape from the shadow realm just now, there is not much star power left in the body. Qingjia looked as usual. Although Irina looked like there were many injuries, they were all minor injuries and nothing too deep. Seeing that the winner was decided, Qingjia took back his long sword and said solemnly, "I accept the concession." Good. President Qin Niu. Yeadu Academy wins. Qingjia's victory really excited the audience a lot. Although they come from different colleges, they are all from Great Yan, so naturally they hope that Yeadu College can defeat Qi Guang's people. Irina didn't expect that she would fail and lose to a person who didn't master the power of the soul. But the opponent's skills are indeed too restrained. Irina was angry and unwilling, and returned to the seat of the Qi Guang delegation in a daze. "Irina, you lost so miserably." Before Irina could sit down, a tall young man with short hair in the front row had already grinned. Irina's already pale face became even more gloomy. "It just happened to be restrained, Kanos, you don't think you are much stronger than me, do you?" The tall young man named Kanos laughed. "Isn't he much better than you? How about we give it a try? If it's just me, you may not only be injured this way." Irina was already in a bad mood, and she was immediately irritated. "You stop arguing," Ma said calmly. Although the tone was light, there was no room for comment. Irina gritted her teeth, glared at Kanos fiercely, and finally said no more. Kanos said, "Professor Moss, let me go next." "If you go up, you have to defeat everyone." Moss looked at Kanos. "Can you do it?" Although Bauhinia and others did not get the video of the last national competition, but Zhangju, Qingjie and other contestants had information in their hands. In Moss's opinion, the Demon City Academy is indeed inferior to the Imperial and Demon Academy. So Moss's original plan was to send Irina alone to kill everyone, so that the remaining three could completely hide their strength to deal with the Imperial City behind. But what I didn't expect was that the captain of the Demon City had just embedded a dark purple card that could restrain Irina in just half a year. Then, no more exposure can be exposed next, the next person must solve the Demon City Academy. At this time, Kanos heard Moss's inquiry and looked towards the preparation table of Demon City Academy. "Professor, don't worry. Only the captain on the field has some strength. The rest are probably as vulnerable as the first person in front. But I didn't expect that Irina would be injured by the first person. If it were me who went up, I would definitely make that person fall down in one face-to-face." Irina's face turned ugly again. This Kanos is really a reckless man. But thinking of Kanos' ability, Irina couldn't refute. She could only snort coldly. "If you have the ability, you can make this person on the stage get down with just one look." Kanos grinned. "Hey, that's what I thought too." Moss didn't care what Kanos said. "Since you applied to fight, then you can go, but if you fail, you should know the punishment." Speaking of punishment, Kanos's expression changed slightly, but he quickly said confidently, "Don't worry, Professor." Chapter 273 Snap Your Fingers. Kanos entered the field in a few steps and said, "Enlighten the light, Kanos." Great Flame Demon Capital Academy, Qingjie. Both sides stood still. Qingjie waited intently. But Kanos was not in a hurry to take action. Instead, he looked at Qingjie with a relaxed expression. Hey, you look like you're spending a lot of money, is that okay? Why don't you go down directly? I can't control the strength of my attack, and I'm afraid I might accidentally miss you and cripple you. At this time, Qin Jia's star power fluctuations were slightly weaker. Although the power of Shadow Frenzy was quite astonishing, the epic quality field skills consumed a lot of money. If it hadn't been for the conversion of a large amount of Irina's light star power, the current consumption would have been even greater. As for the ring battle, no time is given to take a break. At most, there is only 5 minutes of preparation time. At first, Qin Jia thought about not using this move as much as possible, but after just a little trial and feeling the terrifying explosive ability of Irina, he decisively used it. It's hard to win without Shadow Frenzy. Qin Jia was as calm as ever, and whispered, I don't have to worry about it, just come. Okay. Then I'm welcome. Kano's grinned and suddenly snapped his fingers. Snapped. Qin Jia frowned, still a little confused. But the next moment, Qin Jia suddenly felt something, his expression changed, and then he flew backwards as if he had been hit by an invisible force. Senior Qin! Many students in the audience couldn't help but exclaimed when they saw this scene. Qin Jia forced himself to endure the pain and stabilize his body. In shock, he waved his hand and a large amount of shadow power surged out, forming a shadow prison to cover him in the blink of an eye. If you haven't seen the opponent's attack method clearly yet, then you can only passively defend first. Kano's grinned, stretched out his hands, and said, Pap 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 pap. He kept snapping his fingers crisply one after another. And with every snap of his fingers, the shadow prison outside Qin Jia's body sank inexorably, as if being hit by an invisible force. Bang! The shadow prison did not last for more than 2 seconds before it exploded, revealing Qin Jia's figure. Then let's beat you up. An excited and ferocious smile suddenly appeared on Kano's face. He opened his right hand, and circles of blue amplification ripples appeared in front of him. Qin Jia's heart sank slightly. For a short moment, he still didn't know what Kano's ability was. He only knew that the opponent seemed to be able to carry out invisible attacks by snapping his fingers. At this moment, facing another offensive from the opponent, Qin Jialiu thought about it and decided to use offense instead of defense. Although the risk of doing this is very high, the opponent's offensive is weird and difficult to guard against, so we can only deal with it like this first. Shadows surged around him, and Qin Jia opened his shadow star power to block the front and rushed towards Kano's at high speed. At the same time, he controlled the wisps of star power to intertwine and lock his ears. You want to block my attack by sealing your ears. The corners of Kano's lips curled up, blue light flashed on his fingertips, and he snapped his fingers again. Snapped. Under the blue loudspeaker ripples, a crisp sound resounded throughout the venue. The shadow star power was crushed in an instant, and then everyone saw in horror that Qin Jia flew hundreds of meters backwards and hit the barrier light curtain at the edge of the field, spitting out a mouthful of blood and then slowly fell down. President Qin! What happened? Is that person that strong? Everyone in the audience was shocked. They didn't expect that Qin Jia, who had just shown a strong performance, would be defeated in such an instant. He didn't even see his opponent's attack. At this time, Zhang Chunsheng had instantly passed through the barrier and appeared on the field and caught Qin Jia's whereabouts. Seeing Qin Jia's situation clearly, Zhang Chunsheng couldn't help but frown tightly, with a chill rising in his eyes. At this moment, Qin Jia's entire chest had actually sunk in, and at least 3 or 4 ribs were broken. How do you feel? Zhang Chunsheng asked in a deep voice. It's not bad. Qin Jiagong said 2 words and choked out another mouthful of blood. Okay, stop talking. Zhang Chunsheng raised his head and looked coldly at Kano's in front of him. For a moment, Kano's only felt that the air around him seemed to have a huge force, and it was constantly squeezing towards him, as if the other party could crush him into a pulp with just a thought. But Zhang Chunsheng finally withdrew his gaze, snorted coldly, and left with Qin Jiaxian. Let me see. Lan Xinlan immediately came up to him. After a brief inspection, she frowned. She started to treat Qin Jia with her healing technique and snorted coldly. This Kiguang student is too young, so his attack is too cruel. Qin Jia's bones were too broken. Such a serious injury will require a period of rest even if it is cured. Zhang Chunsheng said, without the tacit approval of the higher UPS for student exchanges between the two countries, how could these students dare to do such a heavy hand? As he spoke, Zhang Chunsheng turned to look at Professor Moss at the preparation table opposite. The two sides looked at each other, and Moss stood up and bowed slightly to apologize. However, there was no trace of apology in his eyes. Young He Yanan was also angry in his heart and snorted coldly, "It's true that those who come are not kind and those who are kind never come. Although fists and kicks are useless, after all, it is an exchange between the two countries." Dian and Yeadu Academy also treat visitors as guests and try their best to stop talking. But just now Kanos still didn't hold back at all, even though he could obviously restrain himself. It can even be said that he deliberately struck hard. So now the nature and atmosphere of this competition are completely different. Zhang Chunsheng said slowly, "No matter what, let's first think about how to deal with the Qi Guangguo student on the court. Judging from the strength just displayed, the ability of the man on the stage should be related to gestures and sound waves. Being able to launch extremely fast attacks that are invisible to the naked eye by snapping his fingers is indeed a special and weird ability." He Yanan thought deeply and said, "But there is no unsolvable ability. Such a weird ability must have some flaws, but the other party has not shown it enough yet." However, in the end, Qin Jia had sealed his ears with the power of the Shadow Star, but he still could not stop the opponent's invisible attack. At least this kind of ability was not something that could be dealt with simply by sealing his ears. Speaking of which, there is still too little information, and the soul power awakened by the Star Card Master is all kinds of strange and too many types. Zhang Chunsheng thought for a while and looked at the two students next to him, Wang Dong, Li Qian, "Which one of you will go first?" Wang Dong and Li Qian are the other two students from Yeadu Academy who are preparing to play. In terms of strength, the two of them are naturally not as strong as Qin Jia. Even Qin Jia is no match for Kanos, so the two of them may not be able to stand up to him. However, as long as one person goes up first and buys more time for several teachers to see clearly the opponent's ability, then the next person may also have a chance to defeat the opponent. At this moment, Wang Dong and Li Qian also had strong anger in their eyes. Regardless of whether they could beat him or not, the other party had dealt such a heavy blow to Qin Jia, how could they let them go casually? Even if you lose, you have to bite off a piece of meat for him. After glancing at Li Qian, Wang Dong stood up first, "Teacher Zheng, let me do it." Zhang Chunsheng originally thought so and nodded immediately. "How about, let Su Yuan try?" At this time, Qin Jia, who had slightly stabilized his injury under Lan Xinlan's treatment and was lying on the side, suddenly spoke with difficulty. After hearing this, all the teachers couldn't help but look over. Zhang Chunsheng asked, "Su Yuan? Is he the sophomore who prevented the Demon King from resurrecting in the South China Sea and was promoted to the gold level?" Qin Jia nodded slightly. He Yanan on the side thought for a while and then agreed, Su Yuan's strength shown before was far beyond the same level. Now that he has been promoted to the gold level, he can also give it a try against those who have awakened the power of the soul. And He Yanan was a little doubtful and said, "Although I haven't seen this little guy Su Yuan for a long time, according to teacher Yang Yifeng, he seems to be at the middle level of gold now." Zhang Chunsheng and others were a little surprised. "The incident in the South China Sea has only happened not long ago, how come you have reached the middle gold level again so quickly?" "I don't know the specific situation." He Yanan shook his head, "I asked teacher Yang, but he didn't tell me." Zhang Chunsheng frowned, that little old man Yang Yifeng just likes to do these mysterious things. He is usually extremely slovenly and doesn't look like a teacher. Only the dean can control him. Oh, why did I hear someone saying bad things about me behind my back? Suddenly, a few wisps of light blue breeze blew, and then a thin figure appeared in the field. Boss Zheng, is that you? Zhang Chunchen's expression was stagnant. Although he was telling the truth, he was still a little embarrassed to be caught talking behind his back. He couldn't say anything at this time, so he could only snort. Yang Yifeng did not go to see him again, but stepped forward to take a look at Qin Jia's condition, and couldn't help but feel a bit of coldness in his eyes. Then let Su Yuan go. Yang Yifeng's voice was slightly condensed, and he looked up towards the spectator seats. In the spectator seats, Su Yuan naturally noticed the presence of Yang Yifeng in the demon capital preparation seats. Seeing Yang Yifeng waving to him, Su Yuan stood up. Su Yuan, where are you going? Shang Baiyu asked next to him. Xia Yu and others also looked over in surprise. Su Yuan glanced at the court and said, it should be time to play. Come on. Everyone was startled when they heard this. Su Yuan nodded, without saying much, and immediately walked quickly along the auditorium towards the preparation seats of Yeadu Academy. That's right. Su Yuan is already at the gold level, and he even prevented the Demon King from resurrecting. It wasn't until Su Yuan left that everyone reacted one after another, with bursts of surprise in their eyes. Although everyone in the top class knew that Su Yuan had always been much ahead of themselves and others, because they were classmates, they never thought of Su Yuan in such senior activities. And now, since Su Yuan is already at the gold level, with the tyrannical combat prowess he has shown in the past, he may indeed be ranked among the best in the entire academy. Seeing Su Yuan going to the preparation table, as if he was going to represent Yeadu College to face the Kigwang students, everyone in the top class felt a strong excitement for no reason. Xiang Dingqian looked at Su Yuan's back intently, the excitement in his eyes almost bursting out of his eyes. What you say will definitely work. You're here, Su Yuan. He Yanan took a few steps to greet him. Su Yuan greeted, Teacher Xiao He, dear teachers. Yang Yifeng said directly, no further nonsense, Su Yuan, you also know the situation, are you going? Su Yuan glanced at Qin Ji, who was lying heavily injured next to him, and nodded calmly, of course. Yang Yifeng nodded, okay. Then go directly. Don't worry, as long as I'm here, the college will never treat you badly. It just depends on how you perform. Besides, Yang Yifeng's tone became colder, the sword has no eyes, so it is inevitable that you can't hold back, as long as no one is killed. Su Yuan naturally understood what Yang Yifeng meant, his eyes flashed with cold light, and he smiled, Teacher, don't worry. When Su Yuan heard this, he naturally understood what Yang Yifeng meant. With a cold light in his eyes, Su Yuan smiled, Teacher, don't worry. After saying that, Su Yuan bowed his hands to several teachers, turned around and strode towards the actual battlefield. Chapter 274. Can you still laugh? Come on, it's Su Yuan who's on stage. Damn, this is the first time I've seen him in person. Is that Su Yuan? Yes, it's him. As Su Yuan walked from the preparation table to the actual battlefield, bursts of discussion suddenly erupted from all directions in the venue. The people who came to Yeadu Academy to watch the game were basically students from colleges in the east and south. Most of them had heard about this Yeadu genius who had become famous and popular recently. But there are still some people who don't know much about it, especially some senior students from the east side. At this moment, several senior students from Liuzhu College on the west side of the spectator seats looked puzzled at the other people talking excitedly around them. One of the boys wearing glasses couldn't help but leaned over and asked, Brothers, seeing how excited you are, is this guy awesome? That's Su Yuan. Don't you know? A boy wearing a yellow jacket looked at him as if he were an alien. The boy wearing glasses scratched his head. This name seems familiar, but I really don't recognize it. Do you know that the Demon King of the South Sea has revived, which was very popular a while ago? The Demon King has revived. Oh, I know this. The first thing that prevented the Demon King from reviving was Yuan. Only then did the boy with glasses react. He looked up at the young man who had walked into the field in a few steps, and was secretly shocked. So it's him. Great Flame Demon Capital Academy, Yuan. Yuan walked to the opposite side of Kano's and said. Kano's looked Yuan up and down and smacked his lips. Irina did say something right. What? Those are your students from Dian. They all look more ordinary than the last ones, ha ha ha. Yuan's face was expressionless. Laugh a little longer, otherwise you won't be able to laugh anymore. Oh, Kano's grinned. Ordinary is ordinary, but he talks crazier than me. Yuan said calmly, I am just stating a fact. The smile on Kano's face gradually faded. Then let me see, why are you here to prevent me from laughing? The two sides looked at each other, no more words, only the breeze blowing. A sharp look flashed in Kano's eyes, and he suddenly raised his right hand, ready to snap his fingers at Yuan. But suddenly, his eyes flashed. The silver-eyed young man who was still 100 meters away had actually appeared in front of him, and his body was burning with bright yellow flames in an instant. Kano's pupils shrank suddenly, and before he could make any move, Yuan, who was well prepared, had already grabbed his right hand. The huge force completely restrained Kano's right hand, but he couldn't hit it out with this snap of his fingers. Snap your fingers, you should use your thumb. Yuan pressed Kano's thumb, and the power in his hand became stronger and stronger. Click! With a crisp sound, the thumb of Kano's right hand was broken off by Yuan. Ah! Damn it! Anger surged in Kano's heart, and his left thumb and index finger were about to snap again. But Yuan didn't give him this chance. When he was crushing Kano's fingers, he already hit him in the chest with his right fist. Yuan has a sea-level strength qualification. How powerful is Huang Yanfen's blow? Bang! A strong wave of air exploded, and Kano's was punched so hard that he flew dozens of meters away from the ground. His flesh and blood burst, and his entire chest sank a few points. Wow! Kano's opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood. He felt an unbearable pain in his chest, and countless ribs in his chest were cracked. However, now is not the time to take care of the injury, because Yuan not far away has transformed into a yellow fire shadow and is approaching. Damn it! Kano's stood up quickly, stretched out his left hand again in shock and anger, and the blue amplification aperture unfolded layer by layer. Die, you bastard! Yuan's figure twisted slightly and then phase shifted and disappeared from where he was. Kano's was startled. There was no doubt that the blow was in vain, and he quickly glanced around. At this moment, a faint spatial fluctuation came from the left side of his body, but Yuan teleported directly out of the subspace and grabbed his still intact left hand. Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audio Wave. Kano's was startled and wanted to force Yuan back, but now his left hand was restrained and the thumb of his right hand had been broken off. It was obviously impossible to defeat Yuan, who was also at the middle level of gold, with the impact of star power alone. Deep. But seeing the intertwining of gold and fire, under the acceleration of the overload of master-level breathing, the burning gold hand unfolded almost instantly, clamping Kano's left hand tightly like a red-hot iron, and then suddenly swung it along the wrist joint. Break back! Ah! Another louder scream reminded me that Kano's left hand was broken from the wrist, leaving only a little flesh and skin attached to the forearm. If this continues, Kano's seems to be in trouble. Irina frowned at Kigwang's preparation table. Although Kano's was feeling relieved, now was not the time to dwell on personal grudges. If Kano's really loses, then his plan to defeat the top universities in Dian this time will be greatly hindered. Looking at Moss's back, Irina couldn't help but shudder. If the plan failed, she and others would probably not end well. It seems to be very bad. The eyes of a green-haired young man with a fair and elegant face also showed a bit of worry. My hands are disabled, and my ability to snap my fingers can no longer be used. Don't worry, Moss looked at the field quietly, we won't know the outcome until the end. In the field, Yuan broke Kanos's left hand and grabbed his collar. The tyrannical force made the tall Kanos unable to parry in such a close fight. He has the power of a soul, but his own quality is average. He is even more vulnerable than I expected. Yuan's eyes were indifferent, and he made a fist with his right hand and was about to punch it out again. But at this time, Yuan suddenly saw something in Kanos's eyes, and his figure blurred slightly before he suddenly flashed back from where he was. The moment Yuan disappeared, an invisible and astonishing force suddenly came down, crushing the ground in front of Kanos like tofu cubes inch by inch. And that was exactly where Yuan was standing just now. What's going on? Kanos can actually snap his fingers to attack. Irina exclaimed in the Kigwang preparation table. A bit of surprise flashed in the green-haired young man's eyes, and he narrowed his dark green pupils slightly. Kanos, you really fooled us. In the field, Yuan, who had escaped from a flashback, looked ahead, with lines like leaves of the world already lighting up in his silver pupils. The voice is just a cover, are you actually using your eyes? Ha, I like to be clever. Yuan chuckled, already roughly understanding the abilities of the Kigwang student in front of him. In fact, the focus of Kanos' ability does not lie in the snapping of his hands at all. Its ability has nothing to do with sound at all. It is not activated by snapping fingers, but by looking at it with eyes. The reason why it is disguised as finger snapping is to cover up the shortcomings of this ability. Gaze is one way, but sound is omnidirectional. This is the flaw in Kanos' ability. As long as he cannot look, he will not be hit. Pretending to be a finger snap can not only mislead others to think in the direction of the sound, preventing them from finding the real solution, but it can also be used to trick someone at a critical moment. Like now. Kanos was not just beaten. Even after his left hand was crippled, he was already preparing for the fatal blow that would tear apart his disguise. However, Yuan never underestimates anyone in terms of tactics. The omniscient vision has already been opened, and at such a close distance, I can quickly feel the increasingly alarming power fluctuations accumulated in the other party's eyes. Just flash back and leave at the critical moment to avoid this move. Damn teleportation, why is the cooldown so short? Kanos was furious and quickly looked up at Yuan, who was retreating. As soon as he gathered his strength, he would activate his ability again to look at Yuan. It's a pity that if you miss a hit, you won't have a second chance. With a thought in Yuan's mind, the yellow flames on his body instantly turned into a blazing white color, the air wave exploded, and he completely disappeared from Kanos' sight. This is not teleportation, but extremely fast speed. Kanos' eyes moved wildly, but he couldn't catch Yuan's movements at all. It actually flashes much faster than Irina's beam. What kind of monster is this? Unable to capture his opponent's figure at all, the cold sweat on Kanos' forehead instantly flowed down. At this moment, a sharp pain came from his waist, but Yuan, who was moving at high speed, punched him. Under the severe pain, Kanos almost thought that his waist had been broken, and his whole body flew out immediately. Before he could stabilize his body, Yuan stepped forward suddenly, and at extremely fast speeds, he passed over the flying Kanos and knocked him back again. Admit, poof. Kanos was frightened and wanted to admit defeat, but before he could say the second word, Yuan teleported over and punched him in the back again. A mouthful of blood surged back, and the word lose that had reached the throat was immediately replaced by spitting blood. Beating me, a student from Yeadu, like that, how can I make you admit defeat easily? Bang bang bang. Burning body with white flames and teleportation and heavy pressure of elemental magnetism, but seeing the shadow of white flames constantly fluttering in the field, Kano's was like a sandbag being beaten around in mid-air, with a piece of blood flying from time to time. Just over 20 seconds later, Yuan teleported into the air and punched Kano's down with a heavy punch. Bang! A circle of white air waves visible to the naked eye spread out, Kano's entire body crashed into the ground, and the surrounding ground suddenly cracked like a spider web. At this time, Kano's was covered in blood and flesh, with no part of his body intact. Even one of his two eyes was blown out, and his aura was extremely depressed. Yuan fell from the air, leaned over and looked indifferently at the barely human-shaped opponent below him. Can you still laugh now? Chapter 275 The evil fire shows its power. Pain. It hurts. Every cell in the body seemed to be screaming and moaning. Kano's eyes were blank and his consciousness was blurred. He barely opened his only remaining eye and looked at the silver-eyed young man standing in front of him with an indifferent expression. Even with only one eye, Kano's is able to use his abilities. But at this moment, Kano's didn't dare to have any attack intentions at all. It's useless, the opponent's pair of silver eyes seemed to be able to see through all his movements. Can't win. There's no way we can win. If he really attacks again, he might beat me to death. At this moment, Kano's no longer had any arrogance or disdain for the students from Dian, but only a heartfelt fear for the ordinary Yeoda student in front of him. Yuan dispersed the flames on his body and looked up at Moss at the Kigwang preparation table. Are you not moved at all? A hint of surprise flashed in Yuan's eyes. He had been beating Kano's around in mid-air for a long time. Professor Moss, who was led by Kigwang, could have said a word to stop it long ago, but he never said a word, as if he did not care about his student's injury at all. Life is at heart. But of course Yuan won't be polite. Since you don't stop, I can only beat him to half-death. We won. Okay. Kill these Kigwang people. It's really nice to get out of your mouth. Yuan is too strong, a one-sided beating. The winner has been decided, and such a strong victory excited many students in the audience. These students of Kigwang thought they had mastered the power of the soul, so they were so crazy that they beat Qingjia so badly that he could not bear it. But now that Yuan beat Kano's into a human shape, everyone didn't feel it was excessive at all, but instead felt very happy. After all, it was these foreigners who first showed their arrogance and bad aggression. Since you want to maliciously injure my students, Dian, then of course I have to pay you back twice as much. At the Yeoda Academy preparation table, many teachers were also extremely happy. Old man Yang, this student of yours is very strong. Let's not talk about the space system star card master for now. This fire system enhancement skill is probably the most powerful enhancement skill I have ever seen among students. Zhang Chunsheng turned to look at Yang Yifeng. Said. Yang Yifeng touched his beard and said proudly, my closed disciple must be awesome. Yes, since Yuan and Shangbaiyu, Yang Yifeng has not accepted any more students this year, and he has no plans to accept them in the future. He Yanan smiled and said to Zhang Chunsheng, that enhanced skill is one of the 2 5-leaf essence skills obtained from the Antarctic Academy's 10,000 Demons Sleeping Ground last year. Oh? No wonder. Zhang Chunsheng's eyes moved slightly. Last year, 2 5-leaf spirits were brought back from the Antarctic Academy. Zhang Chunsheng had also heard about this. However, it was neither the grade he was in charge of nor his student, so Zhang Chunsheng didn't take it to heart after praising him at first. Dian's side was lively and exciting, while Kigwang's side was more depressed. Dozens of other students from the Kigwang kingdom who came to accompany him for exchanges looked at the extremely miserable Kanos on the field. They all looked pale and did not dare to speak. Irina swallowed and secretly glanced at Moss, who had a cold face next to her. She felt that the aura was so heavy that she could hardly breathe. Do you know why I didn't open my mouth and admit defeat? Ma suddenly spoke, as if he was asking Irina and others, or talking to himself. Several people around him looked at Moss when they heard this. Moss's voice was cold. You must do what you have to do, otherwise you will be punished. Irina remained silent, and the green-haired young man also looked solemn. The two knew that Moss was really angry. There was a major flaw in the plan. After Irina was defeated, Kanos was also defeated. Moreover, this student from Dian is really quite strong, with teleportation, top-level enhancement techniques, and the ability to hide in subspace. Ordinary people really can't deal with it. When I came here this time, I thought I could rely on the power of the soul to easily defeat the students from Yeodu, Modu, and Imperial Capital who participated in the national competition in Great Yan. As a result, from the very beginning, he was restrained by a student from Yeodu Academy who unexpectedly appeared. Should lose. This thought suddenly came to Irina's mind, and she immediately shook her head. Impossible. Irina turned her head and looked at the lonely young man sitting at the end with his head slightly lowered, silent from beginning to end, not knowing what he was thinking. With this monster like Gerald here, there is no way we can lose. When Irina was thinking this, Moss had already stood up and went to the stage. Punishment must be given. But people still have to be brought back first. Moss came to the field in a flash, and without any movement, star power surged out from his feet and lifted the unconscious Kanos from the ground. Moss's eyes were always fixed on Sil Yuan, his cold gaze piercing every part of Sil Yuan's body like ice needles. After just a moment's gaze, Sil Yuan felt an increasingly strong tingling sensation coming from his body. It was not a mental attack, nor was it star power pressure, but simply oppression brought about by momentum. At this moment, a gust of breeze blew from the sidelines, immediately dispelling the cold and stinging feeling. Yang Yifeng appeared next to Sil Yuan and said casually, "Oops. This student of mine is a little unable to control his actions. Professor, I'm sorry." Yang Yifeng's face was full of apology, which was even more sincere than the apology expressed by Moss before. Moss raised his eyebrows and just looked at him coldly. Yang Yifeng looked at Kanos, who was being lifted up by Moss Zingli, and said with unbearable expression, "Professor, go and treat this little guy quickly, this is too tragic." But yes, no one cares about a child beating someone outside, and no one cares about being beaten so badly. It seems that being a parent is not very good, tisk tisk. Yang Yifeng smacked his lips. There was a bit of danger in Moss's eyes. Yang Yifeng didn't seem to notice it, but was a little anxious. "Professor, stop being so stubborn, this little guy's injury is still getting worse. If he doesn't get treatment quickly, he will have sequelae." Moss sneered, "Thank you for your concern." Yang Yifeng waved his hand and said generously, "Hey, we are all teachers, we should do what we should. Take the time to treat it quickly, but don't leave any sequelae. This little old man is too disgusting." Moss's face became increasingly gloomy, but at this moment in the away game, he could only snort and lead Kanos off the stage. "Good job, good boy." Yang Yifeng patted Sil Yuan on the shoulder. Sil Yuan said, "Thank you teacher for coming to help." "What's this?" Yang Yifeng said with a smile, "You are fighting for our Yeodu Academy, and all our teachers are your backing. If I don't come, other teachers will come. A scorching sun-level person actually wants to use his aura to overwhelm our students in our Demon City Academy? I wish he would jump up and fight with me." However, Yang Yifeng thought about it for a while, and with the current state of his body, he could only perform at half the level of Zhou Yang. He probably couldn't beat him. It doesn't matter, anyway, there are Zheng Ziazi and Xiao Yanan here, so there is no shortage of experts. By the way, your body burning technique is much more powerful than before. Yang Yifeng asked. Sil Yuan glanced around and nodded, "Well, firstly, I got that thing, and secondly, I used that thing to lift the restrictions of the Great Sun burning body technique." Yang Yifeng nodded and said seriously, actually, the results are not bad for us so far. But I know that you are very capable. If you can, then kill everyone in Kigwang. Su Yuan responded with a smile, but it depends on the teacher's instructions. After a while, the handsome green-haired young man came out from the demon capital preparation table. Qiguang Kingdom, Ryan. The green-haired young man reported his name with a slightly solemn expression. The green-haired young man knew very well that Su Yuan's tyrannical physical body and star power were definitely superior to his own, and I am afraid that only Gerald could suppress him. However, the battle between star card masters is not a pure competition between physical body and star power. Especially the power of soul is a huge advantage. Then let's start directly. Su Yuan said calmly. The last round was to teach Kanos, who severely injured Qin Ji, a lesson. But now, Su Yuan has no intention of playing slowly with these Kigwang students. The power of the soul is strong, but under the suppression of absolute strength, even the power of the divine weapon cannot resist it. The white flames on Su Yuan's body ignited again. He turned over his hand and took out the Fenqi knife, unfolded the white flames and burned himself to kill him. Ryan was already prepared for this. When he put his hands together, the surging water star power surged out from himself. The water swirled and the waves surged, and in a blink of an eye, a wall of circulating backflow spread out in all directions, blocking Su Yuan who was coming to kill with a knife. The power of this wall of reflux is not weak, and it also has the ability to relieve force and self-repair. It is also quite excellent among the blue defense skills of the water system. But Su Yuan had already launched the white flame burning body and air cut. At this time, he only felt a slight obstacle and slowly cut it open. But at this moment, the water flow surged, and there was actually another layer of backflow wall centered on Ryan, which was added and merged with the first backflow wall. The two were superimposed, and the defensive ability suddenly doubled. Su Yuan's Fenqi knife cut into the flowing water suddenly felt stronger resistance. And this wasn't over yet, a tidal mark appeared between Ryan's eyebrows, and the star power on his body kept surging. Under the high-speed spell, layer after layer of backflow walls continued to expand and were all superimposed on each other. In just a moment, there are already 5 floors. The defense and toughness of the 5-layered wall of reflux has reached an astonishing level. Not only has the previously cut part been closed at high speed, but the Fenqi knife has also been squeezed out. Su Yuan's eyes flashed with silver light, a little surprised. At this time, Ryan formed a seal again, and several dragons flew out from behind, crossing the wall of return flow and rushing towards Su Yuan. Su Yuan failed to hit the target and teleported away immediately upon seeing this. But those dragons did not let go of Su Yuan. They all gathered together and quickly formed a dark blue dragon whose power was terrifyingly increased several times, and headed straight for Su Yuan at an even faster speed. Su Yuan raised his left hand, and 2 blue flames with a hint of black bloomed in the palm of his hand, and then they merged into one and struck the dark blue dragon. In an instant, the 2 colors of water and fire collided together, and the spiritual light exploded, eroding each other and dissipating in the air. Su Yuan looked up at Ryan, who was in the wall of reflux, and said, "Perfect superposition? Amazing!" Ryan looked calm and chuckled, "If I hadn't relied on this ability, I wouldn't have played. Otherwise, with your physical body and star power, wouldn't I have no chance of winning? The soul card comes from the soul, and the power of the soul comes from the soul card. What kind of soul power is awakened is closely related to the soul card. Among human star card masters, the most awakened ones are the 10 elemental soul cards. And even among star card masters of the same type, their soul powers may be completely different and strange. For example, Irina's photon explosion is the ability awakened by the light soul card. As a water star card master, Ryan's ability is exactly overlapping waves. As for the role of this ability, fundamentally speaking, what determines the power of a skill is the strength of its star power. When the star power is limited, the power of skills can also be increased by increasing the star power. However, the improvement of star power cannot bring about 100% power superposition. Like the flames of hell, the 18 flames of hell are combined into one. Of course, the power cannot be directly increased to 18 times. Because every additional hell flame later can only bring about a 30% to 40% increase in power. The characteristic of the Cyan Flame Strike, Binding D, is powerful because it can perfectly superimpose two groups of Cyan Flame Strike, directly multiplying the power by 2. And Ryan's stacking waves is the ability to perfectly superimpose the same skill released multiple times, thereby doubling the power. Whether it is attack or defense, as long as it is continuously stacked, the power will skyrocket. Although there are limits, it is already quite abnormal for the gold level. With this ability, it is even possible to defeat Yaoxing. Therefore, Ryan's fighting idea is also very simple. While superimposing defense to ensure his own safety, he constantly superimposes attack to solve the opponent with powerful frontal capabilities. But now, there are 5 layers of superimposed reflux walls around Ryan, which are extremely difficult for ordinary gold level players to break, and they are basically invincible. Then the next step is to defeat him as soon as possible. And Ryan took a deep breath in his heart. Although Dai Lang is powerful, its biggest drawback is that it consumes a lot of energy. So what Ryan has to do now is to use his skills as quickly as possible to defeat Yuan. With the high-speed seal in his hand, a large amount of watercolored star power gathered and compressed, and one after another basketball-sized water polo appeared. This skill is called Sea Shark Attack. Each water ball can transform into a bloodthirsty sea shark that can kill a gold level. With the technique of overlapping waves, Ryan can now summon up to 7 sea sharks. The 7-headed sea sharks superimposed to form the Sea Shark King may not be able to stop it even if it is a shining star. Just as Ryan was exerting all his strength, there was a faint fiery breath in the air ahead. Ryan looked up and saw Yuan flicking his sleeves, and a ball of dark flames flew straight over from a distance. Ryan didn't take it seriously. Even Gerald's ability couldn't break through the 5-layer wall of reflux in a moment. What's more, the great Yan student in front of him only relied on powerful strengthening techniques to improve his star power. However, just at the moment when the black flames touched the backflow wall, the 5-layered backflow wall suddenly fluctuated violently as if it had encountered a natural enemy. The black flames eroded the wall of backflow with great force. Under the extremely high temperature, large areas of water quickly evaporated, and the surging white mist instantly filled the entire field. How can it be? Ryan was horrified. How could his 5-layer backflow wall be destroyed so easily by a ball of black flames? In this moment, the black flames had completely opened a big hole in the backflow wall and rushed in. The domineering power no longer needs to be restrained, the power of burning flames instantly fills the entire space. This is actually divine fire. After realizing this, every hair on Ryan's body stood up instantly. In shock, Ryan did not dare to hesitate at all. He sealed the seals in his hands together, and the 5 water balls that had just condensed exploded. Each of them turned into a blue sea shark and gathered in front of him. The 5 sharks merged, and with an astonishing and tyrannical wave, a vicious and ferocious sea shark king, covered with black barbs, rushed out. Quickly, bite it! At this time, Ryan's tone was already a little panicked. The ferocious sea shark directly faced the undead evil fire, biting wildly, and with each bite, astonishing energy close to the shining star was attached to the giant teeth, and bursts of strong fluctuations escaped, which can be said to be quite astonishing. If it were really an ordinary divine fire, it would really be eaten away bit by the Sea Shark King. But what it is biting at this moment is the immortal evil fire. Want to eat away the immortal evil fire that can continuously regenerate bit by bit like this? Whimsical. As soon as the black flames rose, the blue sea shark suddenly trembled violently, and a part of the black flames that had been swallowed by it suddenly rekindled in its body, burning directly through its entire body, burning it in a matter of seconds. Got it clean. Damn, damn! How could it be divine fire? As Ryan retreated, he continued to use spells to bombard the black flames. However, this hastily formed offensive could not even block half of it, let alone defeat the immortal evil fire. It's just a fight between trapped beasts. Yuan looked calm, and with a thought in his mind, the immortal evil fire flew towards Ryan again, and caught up with him within a moment. No! In just a blink of an eye, the immortal evil fire burned Ryan's left arm into ashes, and continued to spread towards his shoulder. How can Ryan still have half of his previous composure at this moment? Faced with the threat of divine fire, on the line between life and death, Ryan could no longer care about Wenya's image and Moss's punishment, and shouted in horror. Stop! I give up, give up! Thank you for watching. Continue exploring the fascinating world of Chinese novels with us. Hit that subscribe button on Chinese Novel Audio Wave to stay updated with our latest stories. And never miss out on a great listen.